Inside a dark, confined cell, a girl was plunged into the depths of despair. She held someone in her arms, looking up at the man before her to demand, "Why? Why did you do this to us?" The man standing there said nothing, maintaining a chilling silence. But the girl wouldn't let it go, hysterically accusing him, "Because of you, this child is dead now. Are you satisfied yet?" Once she said this, she started crying, looking absolutely heartbroken. Unfortunately, the man just stood there coldly and scoffed, "You're asking why I did it? You know the reason perfectly well yourself." These words left the girl stunned, unable to grasp what was happening. The man stepped closer to her, speaking coldly, "The fact that you're locked up in here, and that the girl took her own life. Every single thing is a result of your own doing." Hearing this, the girl sobbed even harder. Her voice trembling, she muttered, "No, that's not true, we didn't do anything." The man had absolutely no interest in listening and barked coldly, "Shut your mouth and don't say another word. It's all over now." This was his sixth regression, and this time, he still couldn't prevent the world from falling into total annihilation at the hands of the dragons. This man's name was Ujite. He wondered if, had he actually sat down and listened to that girl back then, things might have changed, but he had no regrets. The dragon race was far too brutal, and they had already slaughtered countless people, so he wasn't afraid of facing them. He squinted at the fire dragon spewing flames toward him, and with a massive bang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Smoke and flames filled the air, but Jite remained unharmed. He drew his sword, and began to slaughter it. What Ujite had learned after living through this hell for the sixth time was that failure was inevitable, so experience was his most important asset. Jite clutched his sword and charged forward like a moth to a flame, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track. Jite stood alone, facing the dragon race all by himself. But he didn't waver, and he felt no fear. Every swing of his sword carried terrifying killing intent. The number of dragons that had fallen to his blade was beyond count, but the problem was that Jite was only one man, and there were just too many dragons. Looking at the thousands of dragons in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh, because no matter how much he killed, there was simply no end to them. The earth had fallen into a state of abnormality known as annihilation. Jite had failed to save the world. However, the world's pendulum power, which reverses time, had taken effect once again. Jite wasn't particularly surprised by the situation. He stood there calmly, his back straight, then he gently closed his eyes, waiting for time to carry him back. Time returned to the 21st century, a place currently in utter panic, with refugees filling the streets, and debris scattered all over the ground. In the 21st century, as the world's gates began to open everywhere, monsters spilled out from them, and it felt like the spark of humanity was fading away. But then, humanity reached for a new flame, and ushered in an era known as the New Era. Afterward, youths with outstanding potential from all over the world were sent to artificial islands for training. That was the birthplace of the World Metropolitan Academy. That was the moment Lair was built. And as the new loop began, the regressor entered his seventh life right inside Lair. In a small alley, a thug was grabbing a girl by her hair, holding a powered-up arm to her neck. He screamed crazily, "Damn it, if you want to live, get back." The police surrounded the man, shouting at Hosik, "Drop your ability and surrender immediately." Hosik heard this and cursed in frustration, "Screw you, it's over anyway, you guys are going to hell with me." Just then, someone was walking into the alley. He silently appeared behind Hosik and said coldly, "I said, surrender already." Hosik was startled, his heart jumping. How come he didn't sense him getting close? How long had this guy been standing behind him? Thinking this, Hosik shoved the hostage aside, and then madly attacked the young man, cursing continuously, "Damn it, to hell with it, you're a cop too, right? Too bad that The young man had decent combat skills and nimbly dodged his attacks. Then, he delivered a punch to Hosik's face and scoffed, "Not a cop, a police officer." This single punch sent Hosik flying 10 meters away, slamming him into the ground until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing this, the young man sighed apologetically, "I forgot to adjust my strength, I overdid it." This young man was Ujite, the regressor who had just returned, and his current identity was a police officer at the Lair local precinct. A little later, at the Lair police station, a female officer was watching the news about Hosik. Yet, not long after, Hosik, who was now unconscious, was lying at the feet of the police. She asked in a trembling voice, "How did he end up here?" Jite brought him in, he explained slowly. "I happened to pass by and just picked him up on the way." The female officer sighed and said, "Let me fill out the report first. Actually, never mind, you've worked hard, Senior Jite." Just as she finished speaking, she felt a bit puzzled. Ji-tae seemed a little different right now. Was he always that tall? He also seemed even more handsome. While the two were talking, a middle-aged man appeared next to Ji-tae and said with a smile, "Hey you Ji-tae, I heard you caught Choi Ho-sik? Is this the guy?" Ji-tae gave a slight nod and replied, "Ah, yes." The man inspected Ho-sik's injuries for a moment, then scolded him quietly, "But hey, you hit him way too hard. What if you get sued for excessive use of force again?" Ji-tae stayed silent. He was silently observing these two. They were all unfamiliar faces. For someone who hadn't returned to work since he started regressing, they were all total strangers to him. Thinking that, Ji-tae grabbed Ho-sik by the collar, leaving behind only one sentence: "You go back to work, I have other things to do." The reason Ji-tae had given up on his life to regress and stop the world from ending was because of the baby dragons, because of the deaths of the young dragons. When baby dragons matured to a certain point in a world called Askaliba, they would travel to Earth to look for happy experiences. Some would get caught in wars, lose control, and perish. Some would be crushed and collapse under the malice of humanity. Some would seek death because they couldn't complete their assigned missions. Those deaths enraged the dragon race, and they turned to attack humanity. So in this loop, he decided to try a different approach. Just as Ji-tae stepped outside, that female police officer ran after him and called out, "Senior, are you busy after your shift? There's a new place that opened up nearby. Are you busy after your shift? There's a new place that opened up nearby. Are you busy after your shift? There's a new place that opened up nearby." In beautiful, prosperous Italy, everyone was living a peaceful life. Inside a park, a girl was happily playing with some children. She used flowers from the bushes to make wreaths and put them on the kids' heads. Their giggles and laughter echoed throughout the park. At the same time, there was a figure quietly observing them. Waiting until the children left, the person finally revealed himself. The person who arrived was Ji-tae. He walked up to the girl and slowly spoke, "Hello." Hearing the sound, the girl immediately turned around to look. She was a beautiful girl with natural blue hair, looking very much like a human, but not actually being human. Ji-tae stared intently at her and casually asked, "Could you come with me for a moment?" The girl didn't answer right away. She activated her passive ability to speak the language of this world. Then, she spoke politely, "Hello, were you looking for me?" Ji-tae gave a slight nod. "I have something I want to talk to you about." The girl asked suspiciously, "So, did you already know me?" Ji-tae didn't hide it and casually admitted, "That's right. What about you? Do you know me?" The girl smiled lightly and replied, "I do." "Mr. Yu Ji-tae." The air went silent in an instant. Seeing Ji-tae didn't answer, the girl raised her eyebrows and asked again, "Am I right?" Ji-tae's expression was a bit ugly at that moment. He asked in a low voice, "How do you know that name?" The girl pointed at the name tag on his chest and laughed, "Right there, it's written on your chest. It said Yu Ji-tae." Hearing that, Ji-tae looked down, and sure enough, he saw the tag with his name on it. "It's all in my head." Seeing his expression, the girl continued, "I'm just joking. I really don't know who you are, and I don't know what you're planning on doing, but I know one thing: Ji-tae doesn't belong here at all." Ji-tae said nothing when he heard that, his gaze turning slightly cold. The girl asked again, "So, did you come here to kill me?" Ji-tae shook his head slightly, "No." Seeing him deny it, she asked doubtfully, "So it's to kidnap me? You want to take me somewhere else?" Ji-tae thought for a moment before answering, "That's about right." Hearing this, the girl suddenly thought of something and panicked. "Could it be that you're one of those perverts with an interest in dragons?" Ji-tae sighed helplessly, "Stop spouting nonsense. I came to protect you from this dangerous world. If you don't listen, I'll have to use force." The eyes of the green dragon race can read the will of heaven, so they are sharper than other races and can grasp situations more quickly. And the girl in front of Ji-tae right now was one of the green dragon race. Ji-tae knew that, so he warned her in a low voice, "I hope you make the right choice." The girl was a little stunned, but she reacted quickly. She laughed and asked, "So, if I behave and listen to you, I'll be treated nicely, right?" "That's right." Ji-tae nodded slightly. Hearing that, the girl agreed, "Fine, I don't really have a choice anyway, but you have to treat me nicely like an honored guest." As she spoke, she turned around, and the girl held up her pinky finger, winked, and asked with a smile, "Do you dare to promise?" Even though she was smiling, her finger was clearly trembling. She was scared. Ji-tae noticed this, and without any hesitation, he nodded, "Okay, I promise." Then he hooked his pinky with the girls. The next day, in the city of Lair, the green dragon had been brought home by Jite. After a long sleep, she woke up feeling drowsy. She was wearing a white shirt and walked out slowly, mumbling in confusion, "Are you up yet, sir?" But when she walked into the living room, the green dragon saw Jite talking to a black shadow. He commanded in a low voice, "It's nothing, just do as I told you." The black shadow replied in a low voice, "As you wish, master." Then it transformed into Jite and slowly walked outside. As it brushed past the green dragon, it even gave a slight nod. She nodded politely back at it, "Good morning." Then she turned toward Jite, who was sitting in a chair. Thinking that the green dragon was scared, Jite immediately explained, "Don't mind it, it's just used to go to work in my place." Hearing the explanation, she froze for a long time before reacting. She asked hesitantly, "Did you sleep well, and you're really not going to work?" Jite replied casually, "Even if it's a clone, it's still my ability. It going to work is just like me going to work, I have to be by your side." Hearing this, the green dragon realized and smiled shyly, I guess that's right. Then let's eat breakfast together." Jite frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Breakfast?" The green dragon nodded slightly and replied, "We have to eat." "You didn't eat last night either, did you?" Jite shook his head in refusal, "No need." Hearing this, the green dragon pouted and mumbled, "But it's so weird if the host doesn't eat and I eat alone." Jite glanced at her and asked suspiciously, "Do you always eat properly? Dragons can live without eating, you know." The green dragon smiled brightly, "It has nothing to do with whether I can live or not. I'm only happy when I eat something good. I'll only have energy if I'm happy." Jite didn't really get it and said casually, "Is that so?" But at that moment, the green dragon stood up and said, "Forget it, come to the supermarket with me." Jite didn't want to. He shook his head and refused, "I really won't." But before he could finish, the green dragon interrupted, "Let me show you the power of breakfast." A while later, at the shopping center, a lot of people had gathered there. But at that moment, something had caught everyone's eyes. Both men and women were staring in one direction, which was where Jite and the green dragon were appearing. Jite was carrying a pile of things in his hands and said discontentedly, "We're just having breakfast, why did you buy so much stuff?" The green dragon replied happily, "I saw that the kitchen had absolutely nothing. Come on, let's go home quickly so I can cook you breakfast." Jite sighed helplessly and suggested, "Forget it, let's leave the groceries at home and go eat out." The green dragon was a little surprised, "Huh? Why?" Jite explained slowly, "There's a place we need to go, and you have to come with me. Plus, it's already long past breakfast time." Hearing this, the green dragon mumbled apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was just so excited because I haven't gone shopping in such a long time." "But where are we going?" Jite explained slowly, "Need to get some things done so you can live here. Hurry up, there's a lot to do." The green dragon followed along without understanding a thing. A little later, at a shop, an old man was very excited and laughed, Truly a beautiful woman. Is she your girlfriend?" Jite glared at him and warned in a cold voice, "If you want to keep your other eye, shut up and do your job." The old man immediately got scared and went back to work. After finishing up there, the two went to another stall. Not long after they were done, Jite took the green dragon to buy a watch, which made her beam with joy. On the way back, looking at the papers with the name UBOM on them, the green dragon couldn't help but be happy. "I have an ID card now too. This is so magical." Jite heard this and asked suspiciously, "You've never had one before?" UBOM nodded slightly and replied, "Never mind an ID card, I've never even had a bank account or a hologram watch before." Jite felt a bit moved, but before long, he heard UBOM ask, "The last name is yours, but what does the name BOM mean?" Jite explained slowly, "It follows the 4 seasons. Actually, it's because there are 4 dragons, but no matter the reason, UBOM was very happy. She loved that name. Spring is the moment life comes to the world. This name is truly beautiful." Not knowing what she was thinking, after walking for a while, she hesitated and said, "Actually, it's not that I'm not afraid of you." UBOM's eyes kept warning her that Jite was very dangerous, but she believed he wasn't a bad person. Hearing this, Jite couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "You're sure of that after only one day?" UBOM smiled and replied, "My intuition is sharp, because I belong to the green dragon race." Jite laughed when he heard that, not knowing what to say. UBOM turned her head to look at him, smiled happily, and asked, "So, can I look at you for a little longer?" Having said that, she turned and ran away. That smile was one Jite had never seen in any of his lifetimes. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Not a bad start, Jite thought to himself. Elsewhere, in a desert in South Africa, a red-haired girl stood before a bald man and said with disdain, "What's wrong? You were doing fine earlier. Why are you so weak now?" The bald man heard this and angrily cursed, "You crazy woman, do you think you can survive after messing with us?" Yet, as soon as he finished, he was stomped in the face by the girl. She scoffed coldly, "Oops. You're so ugly that I might have stepped a bit too hard, huh? You're not dead yet, are you?" But the man didn't answer, he was knocked unconscious. The red-haired girl smirked. "That makes 199 consecutive wins, right? Who's next?" The next day, news of the night huntress spread across the world. Jite pondered the news for a long time, thinking that perhaps it was time to act. While he was thinking, there was a knock at the door, and Ubom's voice followed. "Are you still busy? It's already evening." Jite replied immediately, "I'm coming out now." Right after, he turned off his computer and stepped out. As soon as he did, he saw a pot of black, charred fish. Jite immediately stiffened, but Ubom didn't notice, still asking excitedly, "What do you think? It looks delicious, doesn't it?" She said she had seen a dish made with sardines when she was in England, so she tried combining it with rice. In Korea, there's a saying that Koreans live off rice. Jite scooped up a spoonful of that black stuff in front of him, really not daring to put it in his mouth. "Will I die of food poisoning if I eat this?" In the end, he decided not to eat it, set the spoon down, and changed the subject. "Tomorrow, I'm going to pick up the red dragon." Ubom was shocked and exclaimed, "The red dragon? But it's very difficult to bring her back. She won't follow you obediently like I do." Jite slowly opened his mouth. "If you come along to persuade her, it probably won't be that difficult." Ubom hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I don't know if I can help, because there's always a distance between the races." Jite heard this and frowned in surprise. "Distance?" Ubom explained slowly, "Because the desires of each race are different. I like to slowly create this and that, but the red dragon race is completely different. Red dragons love war, love violence, love showing off their strength. The more you pressure her, the more dangerous it gets. To the red dragon race, submission is worse than death." Jite frowned slightly and mumbled hesitantly, "But if we don't bring the red dragon back quickly, it will be dangerous. Someone is targeting her. At this rate, the red dragon will definitely die." With that, Jite stared intently at Ubom and said firmly, "So if you come along, we can resolve it peacefully." But before he could finish, he felt the way Ubom looked at him was a bit strange. He asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Ubom smiled, "It's just that it's the first time you've asked me for help like this, so I find it a bit strange. I thought you were the type who carried everything alone." Hearing this, Jite immediately fell into silence, not knowing how to react. Ubom saw this and smirked. "Okay, I'll help you. It's rare for you to ask for help. Besides, I don't want my friend to die, but I have one condition." Jite looked at her, bewildered, and asked what it was. Ubom pointed at the black stuff on the table. "You have to finish this meal. I saw you sneakily put the spoon down the moment you mentioned the red dragon." These words left Jite with a blank face. After that, he sighed helplessly. With no other choice, he could only suppress the urge to vomit and eat the charred mess. Elsewhere, somewhere in South Africa, a battle was raging, and the ground was littered with bodies. The culprit was none other than the red-haired girl known as the Night Hunter. She tossed a man to the ground and said with disgust, "Are you guys really this weak?" With that, she turned to leave, muttering with a dissatisfied pout, "I didn't want my 200th victory to be this boring. There are no worthy opponents left in Africa, so where should I go next?" At the same time, two men were hiding behind a wall. One couldn't help but curse, "Our elite forces were wiped out by a girl," while the other reminded him, "Don't think of her as just a kid, she's a battle-addicted monster." One thing was certain, relying on their own forces was hopeless, and he could only pray for that person to arrive soon. Yet, as they were talking, they didn't notice that the Night Hunter had silently appeared behind them. She smirked and said, "Hey boys, what are you whispering about while hiding here?" The two men panicked and immediately turned around to fight back. Too late. The Night Queen sneered, raising her sword to strike. But at that same moment, the Night Hunter felt something rushing toward her from afar. She immediately raised her blade to block it, but was still pushed back step by step by the force. She immediately raised her blade to block it, but was still pushed back step by step by the force. However, the Night Hunter didn't give up, gripping her sword hilt tightly, and then slashing down with great force, severing the thing attacking her. This sight left the two men stunned, muttering in disbelief, "Did she just slash through a stream of mana?" This monster of a girl. Just then, a voice rang out from behind, "Is that girl the Night Hunter?" The two men immediately turned to look. The newcomer was the 8th-ranked ability user of the South African Alliance, Javier Karma. He commanded in a low voice, "Retreat with the wounded immediately." He then squinted his eyes, looking at the distant Night Hunter, a flash of surprise appearing in his gaze. She was examining her sword, pouting as she muttered, "You startled me. That last hit must have been heavy." She was examining her sword, pouting as she muttered, "You startled me. That last hit must have been heavy." Karma couldn't help but remark, "I heard you were female, but I didn't expect you to be this young." The Night Hunter pouted and laughed, "Oh my, have you fallen for me too? That's why I wear a mask all the time." She even confidently said that everyone was distracted by her top-tier face, which was why they couldn't fight properly. Karma was left speechless by this, too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He said coldly, "Having felt the difference in power, do you still not intend to surrender?" Smiling instinctively, the Night Hunter pouted, "What are you talking about? Running away after just blowing up one item is cowardly. Better to die than to surrender so shamefully." No sooner had she finished speaking than she summoned her mana and charged frantically like a moth to a flame. She shouted fiercely, "Dying in a satisfying battle is much better." And just like that, the Night Hunter rushed forward with immense momentum, launching a fierce attack on Karma. But he avoided it all the same. The Night Hunter didn't give up, closing the distance step by step. But he avoided it all the same. Finishing her thought, she threw a punch, but the scene before her left the Night Hunter's eyes wide with shock, because her fist had no effect on Karma at all. She cried out in surprise, "No reaction at all?" Karma stood proudly and said coldly, "It seems you've never fought someone stronger than yourself, has it? Have you treated every battle until now as just a game?" Then, he clicked his tongue in reflection, "It's a pity. Although you have talent, I am not someone for you to toy with." With that, Karma drew his blade to strike, and the Night Hunter's expression immediately turned grim. His blade was enveloped in a massive amount of mana, and he slashed down without hesitation, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Night Hunter bit her lip fiercely, cursing to herself, "Damn it, I can't dodge this one." With a loud boom, the blade of light carrying powerful mana crashed down. The Night Hunter couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying far away. Karma was a bit surprised. To be able to increase her arm strength to block in that split second, she was truly no pushover. He would have to increase his output. But when Karma intended to attack again, there was no one in front of him. Karma frowned and muttered, "Ran away?" Meanwhile, the Night Hunter was being pulled into a hidden corner by UBOM to hide. Seeing UBOM, the Night Hunter asked in surprise, "Green Dragon, what are you doing here?" UBOM replied in a low voice, "I heard you were in danger, so I came to save you." It turned out the Night Hunter was the red dragon Jite was looking for. The red dragon scoffed in disdain, "You just popped out of nowhere and said you'd save me?" UBOM didn't mind. While treating her wounds, she reminded her, "If you keep fighting, you'll really die." The red dragon unhappily shoved UBOM's hand away, dissatisfied. "Green Dragon, other things are fine, but don't interfere in fighting. Whether I live or die is my business, I have to fight to the end." UBOM, seeing how stubborn she was, couldn't help but sigh helplessly, "Red Dragon, if you die, our excursion is over too." This made the red dragon freeze. UBOM continued to treat her, speaking slowly, "Your death isn't just your own, you wouldn't want to ruin our fun, would you?" She said she wanted to stay and play on Earth, so she hoped the red dragon would cooperate a little. The red dragon fell silent at this. After hesitating for a long time, she pouted and said, "Fine, fine. But are you planning on running away together or what? That guy is incredibly strong, even if we run, we'll get caught immediately." UBOM didn't mind and answered calmly, "He will take care of it." The red dragon was slightly surprised and asked doubtfully, "He?" UBOM chuckled, "I didn't come alone. That's right, if UBOM is here, Jite is definitely here too, and you are standing behind Karma." Feeling the killing intent, Karma immediately turned around and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Jite smirked with a malicious smile, then said in a low voice, "I'm the guardian of that girl." Elsewhere, in a certain forest, a blonde girl was sunbathing when she suddenly smelled something and muttered suspiciously, "That's strange, I clearly smelled the scent of a green dragon, but it turns out it's not." The person in front of her was Jite, meaning, the thing that went with UBOM was his clone. The blonde girl opened her eyes wide, looking at Jite, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Probably not a bad person, right?" Back in South Africa, Karma, after hearing the answer from Jite's clone, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "A guardian? That kid doesn't look like the type who needs a guardian." While the two were talking, the red dragon curiously poked her head out to look at Jitei's clone, muttering suspiciously, "Is that the person you were talking about?" Ubom was truly at her wit's end and hurriedly pulled her back. "It's dangerous, step back." Outside, Jitei's clone was too lazy to explain to Karma and said coldly, "It would be too long-winded to explain, that's enough for today." This remark shocked Karma. He then turned angry, gritting his teeth, showing up out of nowhere and saying nonsense. "I absolutely cannot let this slide," Jitei's clone said indifferently, "but she hasn't killed anyone yet." Snorting instinctively, Karma said coldly, "Don't mess with me." Jitei's clone tried to persuade him, "She won't be here much longer anyway, so can you let it go?" Karma lost patience, tightened his grip on the hilt, and gritted his teeth. "You think I'll let it go just because you appeared and said a few words? This area is under San's jurisdiction." As soon as he finished, he swung his blade, intending to attack Jitei's clone. Karma shouted aggressively, "As an investigator for San, I will bring that kid back, and even you, who claim to be her guardian, I will drag back to the organization." Immediately, he slashed with a blade carrying powerful mana. With a boom, the rocks and ground were shattered by the blade light. When the light faded, the air was filled with dust. Karma thought he had won and smugly mocked, "Being in the same group as that monster kid, you probably don't feel pain, do you?" Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than a contemptuous voice rang out from behind. It was truly boring. Jitei's clone left Karma wide-eyed with shock. It snorted and pouted, "Is that all the 8th-ranked ability user has? Why are you so stubborn?" Karma couldn't recover in time. He didn't know when it had appeared behind him. He didn't dare to be careless and hurried to slash with his sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. A stream of black energy surged directly into Karma's body, rendering him unable to do anything. Jitei's clone walked forward as well. It said coldly, "Be quiet and listen carefully." It said today was the unluckiest day of Karma's life. While dealing with that kid, he had accidentally encountered a monster beyond his expectations, and Karma couldn't defend against his attacks. As a result, both his arms were crippled, and his eyes lost the ability to track targets. Saying this, Jitei's clone held its sword to Karma's eyes, its tone still ominously terrifying. "And you will never forget this." Karma intended to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The clone's sword slashed across, and blood flowed like rain. San had superpowered healing, so even if limbs or eyes were lost, they could be cured, but they couldn't soothe the fear already engraved in Karma's consciousness. As we can see, the power brought by fear is very effective, and Jitei used it perfectly. After dealing with it, Jitei's clone glanced toward the red dragon in the distance. She was currently scared stiff, trembling as she muttered, "Hey green dragon, what is that monster?" Ubom sighed and explained, "He's not a monster, he's a human." "Red dragon?" The red dragon smiled coldly and retorted, "If he's human, then I'm just a lizard." While the two were talking, Jitei's clone walked over from afar. It said coldly, "Red dragon, from now on you will live in my house. Under my protection, I will give you freedom. Whatever you want, I will support you." But as it reached this point, the clone's gaze turned fierce. It pursed its lips and muttered, "But if you leave my protection." But before it could finish, Ubom hugged the red dragon and laughed, "I think she's shocked, let me comfort her and explain it to her later." The red dragon shouted in dissatisfaction, "What is this? What are you guys planning to do to me?" Ubom didn't mind and winked at Jitei's clone. Jitei's clone sighed helplessly at this, then turned and left, requesting coldly, "From now on, your name is Uyoram. Remember that well." The red dragon asked in confusion, "What is Yoram?" Jitei's clone replied nonchalantly, "I'll explain later." The two, Ubom and the others, walked behind. Ubom laughed happily, "Red dragon, you're bigger than when we met last time." The red dragon scolded, very uncomfortably, "This is not the time for jokes, you hear me?" At this moment, Jitei's clone was looking up at the sky, then connected with Jitei on the other side to report, "Everything has been handled, master." At the same time, deep in the Amazon forest, Jitei received this report. He said with satisfaction, "Well done, I will finish soon and return immediately." The red dragon naturally had a rude personality, and his clone had a hard time convincing her. Fortunately, Ubom went with her. Just then, the blonde girl came and squatted down at Jitei's feet, asking suspiciously, "Who were you just talking to?" Jitei shook his head slightly, "It's nothing." She still innocently laughed, "Your smartwatch is really magical, isn't it?" This was the golden dragon. Like all other golden dragons, she loved being the center of attention. In her third life, the golden dragon lived like a star, shining under the stage lights. But the most prominent person will always be the dragon who brings the greatest destruction. Being loved by many makes one flashy, but it comes with countless troubles. Probably that's why she is now hiding in this godforsaken place. While Jite was thinking, the golden dragon excitedly shouted, "Sir, this is so cool." After saying that, she jumped up, happily saying, "It projects a screen into the air. The image is extremely clear. I've never seen anything like this before." Jite finally couldn't take it anymore and asked suspiciously, "Why did you run here?" This made the golden dragon stunned. Jite didn't mind and continued, "If you want entertainment, you should be with humans, right? This place is full of animals and bugs." The golden dragon shouted in surprise, "Huh? How do you know?" Jite replied nonchalantly, "Green dragon told me." The golden dragon was happy again in an instant. "No wonder I smelled her scent on you. Are you acquainted with the green dragon, sister?" Jite couldn't help but sigh when he saw her like that. He asked the golden dragon in a low voice, "Are you afraid of humans now?" Hearing this question, the golden dragon immediately froze, but quickly she muttered in a trembling voice, "It's not that I'm too afraid of humans, I used to live with them too. It's just that the golden dragon felt some people looking at her strangely, others kept following her, so she felt a little scared." Having said that, the golden dragon sat leaning back against Jite, looking very pitiful. Jite glanced at her, suddenly asking suspiciously, "Do you like bread?" The golden dragon froze in an instant, hesitating, "Bread? But I'm a dragon, I don't need to eat." Jite didn't say much. He snapped his fingers lightly, and immediately, the space suddenly cracked open, and hands reached out, handing him a bag of bread. Seeing it, the golden dragon's eyes lit up immediately. It was indeed bread, and there was even pastry. The golden dragon happily shouted, "Oh my god, it smells so good. Are you giving me all of this?" Jite nodded nonchalantly, "Yes." Seeing what was inside, the golden dragon became even more excited. "Why do you have so much? There's even a donut. And blueberry tarts, there's every kind of cake in the world." Jite glanced at her and said seriously, "Golden dragon, don't stay here anymore, come with me." He said the golden dragon's friends were there too and she would be safe. She should enjoy this excursion like her peers. The golden dragon, who was engrossed in eating cake, was confused by Jite's words. She muttered hesitantly, "But my mom said not to follow strangers." Jite heard this and promised, "I will buy you more macarons." This sounded like it hit the golden dragon's sweet spot. She opened her mouth wide looking at Jite, her eyes filled with happiness. The next day, in a high-rise building in Lair, Yeoriam stood on the balcony smoking, looking down to observe the scene below, but her face didn't seem very happy. Yeoriam was thinking about the karma incident in South Africa, and Jite's devilish appearance when dealing with karma. Finally, she couldn't help but curse. At the same time, Ubom came out of the house, seeing Yeoriam standing there deep in thought. She couldn't help but call out, "Red dragon?" Just before she finished the sentence, footsteps echoed outside. Ubom looked out, and immediately saw the golden dragon and Jite walking in, the golden dragon happily laughing. "So this is where you live? Ah, I promise I won't ask for more cake, but that sausage roll is absolutely delicious." As she spoke, she popped a macaron into her mouth. The moment the sweetness of the cake melted in her mouth, the golden dragon's eyes immediately widened in surprise. She shouted excitedly, "What is this macaron? It's crispy on the outside and melts on the inside. This is truly the taste of heaven." Ubom saw the two and ran out to greet them. "You're back." Jite nodded slightly, "Yeah." The golden dragon saw Ubom and also happily laughed, "Green dragon sister." Ubom looked at her gently, "Long time no see?" Golden dragon. The golden dragon immediately threw herself into Ubom's arms. "It's been so long, I missed you to death." Ubom stroked her head and praised, "You're getting prettier and prettier." The two girls clung to each other, laughing very happily. The golden dragon asked happily, "When did you get here?" Ubom answered nonchalantly, "I just got here a few days ago. Red dragon is over there too. Do you want to go say hi?" Just then, Jite's clone also came out and said respectfully, "Welcome back, sir." Jite nodded slightly and commanded, "You did well, I will call you later, go back to work now." Hearing the noisy sound, Yeoriam also walked in from outside. Jite glanced at her, a bit speechless, and Yeoriam also put on an annoyed face, clicking her tongue in frustration. Contrary to her, the golden dragon ran up to greet her, "Red dragon sister, how have you been lately? What is this smell? Are you smoking again? Why does the red dragon race always do harmful things?" She kept babbling, making Yeoriam extremely annoyed. She reached out to pinch the golden dragon's chattering mouth. Yeoriam shouted uncomfortably, "Hey, chick, it's so annoying, be quiet before I rip your mouth off." The golden dragon was scared into shrinking back, muttering in a trembling voice, "Red dragon, you're so mean." Then the three baby dragons sat in chairs. Jite sat in front of them. He asked their ages. Ubom replied calmly, "I'm 20. The golden dragon didn't hide anything and replied, "I'm 10. This age is truly scandalous. Help, someone is luring a minor to their house." Yeoriam sat with her arms on the chair, hesitating for a long time before answering. Yeoriam, 16. The golden dragon was not embarrassed by her young age, puffing out her chest aggressively. "We dragons grow faster than humans, so don't treat me like a kid anymore." Yeoriam scoffed mockingly. "So cool, huh?" The golden dragon asked suspiciously, "But he called Red Dragon's sister Yeoriam? Is that a fake name? Who knows?" Yeoriam snorted, pouting. Ubom laughed and explained, "That's the name he gave Red Dragon. As for me, I'm Ubom." The golden dragon couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Huh? We haven't had the coming-of-age ceremony yet, and we already have names? Dragon names must be special, right? How can they be so simple? Then surely I'm Ga-Yul?" Jite nodded slightly. "Yes, from now on your name will be Uga-Yul, and that egg will be Jaiol." Hearing this, Ga-Yul was stunned. She looked down at the necklace on her neck, hesitating for a long time before asking suspiciously, "Do you know this is a blue dragon egg?" Jite nonchalantly admitted, "Yes, it's a polymorphic type, right? It's about to hatch soon, so be careful." Ga-Yul was even more shocked as she listened, asking in surprise, "Oh my god, you're a human, but you know so much. How do you know so much?" Jite answered nonchalantly, "Not necessary." Immediately after, his tone became serious. He said in a low voice, "Everyone is here, so I will say it again. You only need to follow one rule. Keep having fun in this area, but do not go outside the fence." The three baby dragons widened their eyes in surprise. Ga-Yul quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Jite explained slowly, "No need to hide your true form before me. Your fun will be under my control and supervision." Yeoriam sighed helplessly, pouting, "What is this? Are you a cop?" As soon as she finished, Ubom and Ga-Yul both turned to look at her, making her ask suspiciously, "What are you looking at?" But no one said anything. Ubom stood up from her chair, speaking confidently, "I understand what you mean, meaning we can still go out and play, right?" Then she looked at her two friends and asked, "Do you guys want to go out for a walk? We're going to live here anyway, so we have to take care of paperwork and buy supplies." Hearing that they were going out, Ga-Yul immediately shouted excitedly, "Sounds fun." Yeoriam pouted in disdain, "Going out? You guys don't even have any money." Yet, no sooner had she finished than Jite threw his black wallet into Ubom's hand, saying indifferently, "Don't worry about money, just go out and have fun." Ubom shouted happily, "Thank you, how much can we spend?" "As much as you want?" Jite answered indifferently. And just with this one sentence, the three, Ubom and the others, excitedly went out. After that, it was buy, swipe, swipe, swipe. Deduction notifications kept coming in while Jite was working at home. By the time they returned, the house was piled with stuff, and Ubom guiltily brought the wallet to Jite. She explained slowly, "Sorry, we spent a bit too much, right? I also wanted to buy you a few outfits, but it exceeded the card limit, so I had to give up." Jite shook his head nonchalantly, "It's okay." Just then, Ga-Yul's cheerful voice suddenly rang out, making Jite look up. "Hey sir, take a look." She pulled out a pile of clothes, then started trying them on. There were all kinds. She asked happily, "What do you think? Beautiful, right? I bought a lot because everything was so pretty, even this watch. I bought one exactly like yours." Jite nodded slightly and praised, "It suits you well." Ga-Yul was very happy to be praised, winked and said, "Thank you. You are the best." Yeoriam saw them talking happily, seeming to have some thoughts of her own. After a long while, she raised her hand and pouted, "I bought one too." Then Yeoriam took out the sword she had just bought to show him, muttering shyly, "And this one too, my sword was ruined." Jite asked suspiciously, "Do you like it? You bought a pretty good sword." Yeoriam nodded, "It's okay, fortunately, I didn't buy a piece of junk." Ga-Yul saw the two talking so blandly and immediately interrupted, "I bought you a few outfits too, sister? Try them on. Yeoriam saw the pile of rainbow clothes and ran away in fear. I don't need those things. Ubom sat on the chair watching the two happily run and jump like that, then glanced at Jitae and laughed. Yeoriam isn't good at expressing emotions, but she's very grateful to you. That's good then, Jitae said nonchalantly, then stared intently at Ubom and asked, what about you? Ubom, I didn't see you take anything. Ubom chuckled and answered, I bought some too. The one placed on the table. Then she pointed to the kitchen table. Jitae saw what was placed there and asked suspiciously, a potted plant? Ubom nodded gently and replied, taking care of plants is such a soothing feeling. As she spoke, she walked toward it, leaving Jitae confused and asking what she meant. Ubom placed her hands on the flower pot and lifted it up, then spoke with sincerity, it will bloom, and it will become a beautiful memory, forever. As she said this, she suddenly turned her head back and asked with a puzzled look, I've been wondering about something. Jitae slightly furrowed his brow and asked, what is it? Ubom spoke calmly, as you know, what we want isn't just to eat and play. Is there any way to truly enjoy life while still being under your supervision? Jitae nodded slightly and answered, yes, there is. Hearing this, Ubom's eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Jitae took out a few registration forms, raised an eyebrow, and asked, would you girls like to go to school? Jaeul and Yeoriam were playing around, but when they heard that, they poked their heads out and asked in surprise, school? And so, the three of them went for their interviews and didn't return home until evening. Yeoriam grumbled as she walked, my god, do interviews really have to take this long? Upon arriving home, Ubom looked around, searching. She frowned and muttered, is he not home? Just then, Jaeul, who was walking behind her, suddenly spoke up, girls, I just thought of something terrifying. Hearing this, the other two glanced back. Jaeul's tone was a bit pathetic as she panicked, what if you two pass and I fail? Will I be the only one not allowed into lair? Yeoriam responded with annoyance, why are you always thinking about such negative things? Someone stuffed some bread in her mouth, but Jaeul kept whining, I'm going to fail because I eat like a pig. At the same moment, Jitae returned from outside. Hearing her, he reassured her, you did very well in the interview. The moment she heard his voice, Jaeul dove into his arms and cried, sir, I think they're going to fail me after that interview. Jitae patted her back to comfort her, don't worry, you won't fail. Ubom glanced at Jitae and asked suspiciously, where did you just go? Jitae held up the bag in his hand and slowly explained, I went to get this. Jaeul, still crying, caught the scent, stopped, and asked, it smells so good, what is it? Jitae replied calmly, it's what you like. Jaeul's eyes lit up instantly, is it bread or macarons? Jitae shook his head to deny it, something you like even more. During one of his regressions, he had accidentally seen an interview where Jaeul was a globally famous superstar. The MC asked her if she knew much about their program. Jaeul nodded and replied, of course, this is the show where I can eat and gossip at the same time, so I look forward to every episode. This was a show where excellent chefs would cook the dishes Jaeul loved right there on set. The MC asked what she liked to eat the most, adding, I heard you survive solely on bread every morning. Hearing this, Jaeul laughed softly, come on, I'm still human, I can't go without eating. After some hesitation, she answered that she liked fried chicken the most, which is why Jitae had bought 2 servings of fried chicken. Sure enough, as soon as she saw it, Jaeul began to drool, it smells incredibly good. I bet it's going to be delicious. Yeoriam pouted and scolded, hey, you said that was your favorite, but I've never seen you eat it. Jaeul pouted and smiled, it's going to be my favorite from now on. Yeoriam scoffed with disdain, it's just fried chicken, why are you making such a big deal out of it? At the same time, Jitae's phone rang, so he quietly stepped outside, but Ubom noticed him. She quickly spoke up, aren't you going to eat with us? He shook his head and replied, don't worry about me, you girls go ahead and eat. Ubom didn't agree and said unhappily, it's only fun if you eat with us. But she couldn't sway Jitae, who continued to head out to the balcony. Jitae picked up the call, and a deep voice came from the other end, this is the lair admissions office, is this Jitae speaking? Jitae replied calmly, yes, that's right. The person on the other end continued, I'm calling because there was a bit of a problem with today's interview. Jitae furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, what kind of problem? The person didn't answer but asked back, did you not receive a message from Ubom? He shook his head and replied, no. The person on the other end said hurriedly, Ubom received a perfect score in the interview. This took Jitae by surprise. The person said that all the judges praised UBOM endlessly, so they proposed that she host the entrance ceremony. Jitae heard this, looked at UBOM inside for a long time, then asked, "Did your side propose this directly to UBOM?" The person answered quickly, "Yes, we were all so excited that we approached her directly. The problem is that UBOM refused, so they wanted to know if Jitae could convince her to change her mind." Jitae didn't hesitate and shook his head. "Sorry, if that's what she wants, then that's what I want too." Saying that, he hung up, ignoring the advice from the other side. Just then, Yeo Riem came out from inside, and asked quietly, "Was that call about Yuklong?" Jitae glanced at her and corrected her unhappily, "Call her UBOM. Yeo Riem involuntarily scoffed with a pout of disgust. "Damn, that cheesy name? Are you seriously trying to play house at your age?" Jitae looked at her, confused, and asked, "What do you mean?" Yeo Riem didn't answer, but stood there in silence. After a long while, she hesitantly asked, "Why did you send us to Lair?" Jitae hadn't expected her to ask this, but he reacted quickly and said slowly, "To give you what you want." Yeo Riem pouted and said, "What I want is to be able to fight until I drop. Is there anyone strong there?" Jitae nodded slightly. "There definitely is, because the strongest people in the world are gathered there." Yeo Riem scoffed, "But they're all just kids." Jitae couldn't help but retort, "You're a kid, too." This remark made Yeo Riem very unhappy. She put out the cigarette in her hand. Then, Yeo Riem turned to face Jitae and said seriously, "I want to meet people who are on my level." Her eyes were filled with the desire to fight. She smirked and said, "I know you're very strong, but I want to know just how strong you are. If you intend to control me, then show me your real power." Jitae frowned as he looked at Yeo Riem, and finally turned to walk back inside, pouting, "Not in the mood, go inside and eat." Yeo Riem was instantly displeased. "Hey, why are you so boring?" Jitae shrugged indifferently and replied, "Who knows?" Yeo Riem was so angry that she flipped him off and muttered, "Knows your head." While she was annoyed, Jaeil poked her head out and poked the hornet's nest. "Big sister, don't be like that, why don't you try a piece of this?" And she got yelled at. Yeo Riem growled coldly, "I said I'm not eating," but before she could finish, Jaeil shoved the chicken leg into her mouth. The taste melted in her mouth instantly, making Yeo Riem's eyes go wide. And then she couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's insanely delicious." Lair is an academy located on the prosperous island, Hitling. It's not like any other place in the world. This is a school that trains talents who possess all kinds of abilities and blessings, but the students trained at Lair are the children of CEOs, royalty, or heaven-sent geniuses. Therefore, students are frequently criticized because of the overly rigid hierarchical structure. But at this moment, UBOM and Jaeil were entering the school. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Jaeil couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Lair really is a prestigious school. I heard only the ultra-wealthy and the nobility can get in." After talking for a while, she even assumed that Jitae was the secret illegitimate child of some CEO. UBOM heard this and found it plausible, nodding and muttering, "Huh, he does look like it." But she quickly said happily, "Anyway, I feel so relieved that all three of us passed." Jaeil heard this and jumped for joy. "Yeah, you're right, I thought I was the only one who failed." As soon as she finished, she suddenly remembered Yeo Riem and asked suspiciously, "But where are Yeo Riem and the sir?" UBOM explained slowly, "Yeo Riem has to go to the Blue Dragon Academy for the practical exam, so the sir went with her as her guardian." Jaeil couldn't help but mutter in confusion, "Guardian?" UBOM nodded slightly and replied, "It's an adult who accompanies students when they first enter Lair so that immature superheroes won't mess with them." Jaeil heard this and couldn't help thinking about Yeo Riem's personality, pouting as she said, "Yeo Riem would probably tear the place apart if no one was watching her." Then she asked, "But why does she have to take another round of exams?" UBOM smiled softly and replied, "I heard the major she chose requires students to fight in duels." Hearing about fighting, Jaeil exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, then we should go watch too." UBOM shook her head and replied, "I asked the sir, but he said no." Jaeil immediately slumped in despair and asked, "Huh, why?" UBOM laughed helplessly. "Because their appearances were too eye-catching. Just the two of them alone had been making the students inside Lair watch them for a while now." On another note, at the Blue Dragon Academy, the Celestial Arena inside was currently hosting an extremely intense duel. There were winners, of course, and losers who were beaten to a pulp on the ground, and the spectators all around filled the stands. And of course, Jitae was there too. He sat quietly in a corner, listening to everyone's chatter. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, I understand the guardian's reactions, but please calm down. You are only making the future students more anxious. Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and muttered suspiciously, "Who are you?" The person who arrived was a white-haired man. He immediately introduced himself. "I haven't introduced myself, have I? I am an instructor at the Blue Dragon Academy, Oing Win. It's a pleasure to meet the guardians." Hearing that the newcomer was an instructor, the guardians immediately smiled and said, "It is our honor." That teacher looks so cool and polite, too. Jite ignored the noise and focused his attention on the man. Just then, a loud voice shouted from below, "Number 124 and number 7, enter the arena." Hearing the numbers, Jite glanced over. A proud figure stepped onto the stage, holding a new sword in her hand. The next fight was Yeo Riam's. She walked while pouting with disgust. "Damn, I hope this match isn't boring." Hearing this, the expression of her opponent across from her immediately turned sour. But with Yeo Riam's personality, she couldn't care less. She scoffed, "If it is, I'm leaving." The two stood on the fighting floor, their aura extremely powerful. The students below kept whispering to each other, and one asked hesitatingly, "Who are you betting on?" The person next to him immediately said with a smile, "I'm betting on Sofia Volkova, Yeo Riam's opponent. This match is quite formidable." Before coming here, she belonged to RIL. RIL is a Russian Special Forces hunter unit. The unit played a huge role in the Great War, and they are notorious for training methods that are no different from torture. Right at that moment, a muscular man with a scar on his left eye suddenly shouted loudly, "Sophia, your superiors have high expectations for you. You will succeed, you will win." Sophia heard these cheesy words and couldn't help but sigh helplessly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. With her brazen personality, Yeo Riam taunted, "Hey, your dad is worried sick about you." Sophia glared at her immediately, her face full of displeasure. Yeo Riam didn't care at all. She pouted and smiled, "Why don't you just surrender and run back to your dad?" "Oh, daddy's girl. Wait, damn, I should call you mommy's girl." Sophia was angered by these words, grinding her teeth and scolding, "You should shut your mouth." Yeo Riam was taken aback. Sophia's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she shouted coldly, "Or I'll make you die for real." Would Yeo Riam be afraid? The answer is no. She even provoked her excitedly, "Oh, then let's try it." The people below heard their dialogue and were scared stiff. "Damn, this girl is scary. No wonder she's from the Red Dragon tribe, but the red-haired girl is no less." Right then, the announcement sounded again, "Contestant number 124 and number 7, take your positions." Jite in the stands watched intently. He wasn't very worried about Yeo Riam, he was more worried about Sophia, fearing that with Yeo Riam's personality, Sophia wouldn't end up without losing a few layers of skin. Before long, the bell rang, and the match officially began. As soon as the sound ended, Sophia rushed forward like lightning. But Yeo Riam wasn't just some nobody. She quickly dodged, conveniently grabbing Sophia's fist, and scoffed with disdain, "Ah, not a bad speed, but try this." As soon as she finished, Yeo Riam slashed aggressively. Sophia quickly dodged. At the same time, she used a sweep kick, startling Yeo Riam. She couldn't dodge in time and took a hit. But before she could even catch her breath, another kick came flying. Yeo Riam hurriedly dodged, but her clothes were still torn by the mana, making her scream angrily, "Damn, my clothes." She then swung her sword fiercely, cursing in frustration, "Damn, I just bought these." Sophia had managed to retreat before Yeo Riam could slash. She quickly steadied herself, and in a flash, she lunged in front of Yeo Riam. But this time Sophia couldn't succeed. Yeo Riam dodged nimbly without breaking a single drop of sweat. Immediately after, Yeo Riam took a step back, then lunged forward for momentum. At the same time, Sophia rushed forward, but this time Yeo Riam was a step faster, and the sword in her hand was swung instantly. Fast as lightning, she tapped Sophia. Although Sophia raised her hand to block, the bones in her arm were shattered by Yeo Riam's strike. Sophia bit her lip hard and groaned from the pain, but Yeo Riam didn't stop. She slipped to the side and landed on the ground, then ran behind Sophia. The speed was so fast that Sophia couldn't react. Yeo Riam smirked and said, "Hey you dumb girl, did you think I was easy just because I was going along with you?" The moment she finished, she swung her fist down, and a punch sent Sophia flying 10 meters away. She couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood, and before she could even catch her breath, the tip of a blade was pointed at Sophia's face. Repetition, before she could catch her breath, the tip of a blade was pointed at Sophia's face. Hearing this, Yeo Riam smirked scornfully, acting like you're strong, you got taken down in a few seconds. This made Sophia's face turn as black as a pot. Yeoriam couldn't be bothered with her, turned to leave, and didn't forget to taunt her before she went, "Elite of the world, my foot." Sophia's father hurried over to check on her condition. The people watching the match outside were also incredibly surprised, shouting in disbelief, "Damn, Sophia got flattened, it looked balanced at first." But as soon as these words were out, someone else scoffed, "Balanced? The red-haired girl didn't even get a scratch. She was just playing with Sophia." In the blink of an eye, whispering broke out in the stands. Most were saying she was weak, and even questioning if she got into RAL just because of that pretty face. This reached the ears of Sophia, who was being treated in the stands, making her expression look terrible. The nurse finished treating Sophia and looked at her father, saying, "I performed first aid, she'll be fine." Sophia's father immediately expressed his gratitude, "Thank you." But at this moment, Sophia suddenly clenched her hand into a fist, veins popping. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I'm not done yet, I'm still fine." Hearing this, Sophia's father sighed immediately, and tried to comfort her. "Sophia, you did your best, I'm sorry, but with your current ability, you can't beat that child. I am not disappointed in you." Unfortunately, Sophia didn't hear a word he said. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the knife on her father's hip, but he didn't notice and continued to comfort her. "Actually, meeting that girl now is a stroke of luck. Failure will make you stronger. I will report this to the superiors myself, so you..." But before Sophia's father could finish, the nurse suddenly cried out, "Sir, your daughter." Sophia's father was startled in terror, looked in the direction the nurse was pointing, and saw Sophia walking toward Yeoriam. Surrounded by intense murderous intent, she spoke coldly, "I haven't surrendered yet. I was just pushed back a little. I'm still fine." At the same time, Sophia summoned her mana into her blade. Yeoriam was walking down when she suddenly heard Sophia's father shout, "Where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet." She glanced back, as if at the same time, Sophia's figure rushed forward like lightning, reaching Yeoriam's back in a flash and stabbing her knife into her back aggressively. Seeing this scene, Jitae's expression darkened, and Yeoriam saw the mana on the knife and immediately shouted in anger, "Damn it!" Sophia had gone crazy by now, screaming non-stop, "Die, you bitch!" This sudden scene made the students in the stands stare in shock, and the guardians were no exception. No one expected that a girl would have such murderous intent on the fighting floor, and Jitae's expression was very ugly, radiating a frightening aura. Below the stage, Sophia kept holding the blade stabbed into Yeoriam's back, and they didn't separate until they both fell to the ground. Yeoriam reached out to pull the knife stuck in her body. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Ha, damn it, this girl wants to go all the way, huh?" But as soon as she finished, Yeoriam's gaze suddenly stiffened, because Sophia charged forward crazily again, and this time was the same, she had mana in her hand. Yeoriam quickly dodged. Sophia's claws hit empty air. "Do you think I'm Hello Kitty because I don't roar?" After dodging, Yeoriam reached out and grabbed Sophia's hair. The sharp pain made Sophia's movements stall. Yeoriam spoke coldly again, "You're done for." And then, a punch like a falling mountain slammed into Sophia's face. Blood instantly stained Yeoriam's hands red, making the students in the stands break out in a cold sweat. There was bloodshed in the battle, so why wasn't anyone stopping it? Sophia's actions had triggered Yeoriam's insanity. After punching, she threw her around like a sandbag and then punched Sophia's face repeatedly, until Sophia's pretty face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in blood, but still no one stopped it. But that wasn't enough. Yeoriam pulled out her bloodied knife and walked over with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not done yet, I'm going to pay you back for what you did to me." But before the knife could come down, someone held Yeoriam's hand. It was Sophia's father, who shouted aggressively, "Enough, stop right now." Being stopped made Yeoriam so angry she shouted, "Let go of me, you bastard." At the same time, Oing Gwyn in the stands also shouted hurriedly, "Mages, create a multi-layer space, pause the exam immediately." As soon as this was said, the surrounding mages began to cast magic. Mana danced wildly in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had created a multi-layer space enclosing the arena. The knife in Yeoriam's hand was knocked down by Sophia's father. This made her so angry she cursed out loud, "Why are you only going crazy at me? That girl stabbed me first." Sophia's father, dissatisfied, lectured her, "So that's why you tried to kill Sophia?" Yeoriam was never afraid of anyone. She shot back on the spot, "So what do you want me to do? Sit still and let her kill me?" But Sophia's father had the nerve to say, with your skill, you could have taken her down without killing her. The fish rots from the head down. Yeo Riem cursed even harder, hitting the old man straight in the face. What the hell are you talking about? If you're so good, go teach your daughter. Why don't you teach your child that if their ability is bad, they should accept defeat instead of these cowardly, underhanded tricks? Seeing the situation tense, Oing Wen went down to mediate. Now, both of you calm down. You are both too agitated, and student Yeo Riem, the teachers have already called your guardian. Let us treat you first. Yeo Riem hadn't cooled down yet, scoffing, what the hell? I'm still so angry my head is about to explode. Oing Wen put on a virtuous face. Of course, I understand your feelings right now, but I can't stand by and watch you make things worse. This remark made Yeo Riem freeze. The first thought that flashed through her mind was how could humans be so petty and shameless, but Oing Wen still kept a straight face, his tone clearly warning, if you make a bigger scene, even I won't be able to help you. It could affect your whole family. Saying this, he leaned close to Yeo Riem's ear and whispered, I mean the Yu family, there's more than just you in the family, right? If your loved ones are involved because of you, can you handle it? Yeo Riem suddenly remembered Ubom and Ga Yul. She might be fine, but she worried about them. She couldn't help but admit, the bastard Oing Wen really knew how to threaten people. Seeing Yeo Riem silent, Oing Wen smiled triumphantly, so before your guardian arrives, you should. But before he could finish, a cold voice cut him off. No need to wait anymore. I am Yu Jite, the child's guardian. Jite didn't hesitate and passed through the multi-layer shield to enter, saying coldly, stop pressuring a wounded child, let's go outside and talk. This remark left both Oing Wen and Sophia's father stunned, though the latter was more filled with anxiety. A short while later, in Oing Wen's office, he walked in carrying a tea tray and spoke with enthusiasm. This is famous Taiwanese oolong tea. I hope it suits both of your tastes. They say tea helps us find peace of mind. As he spoke, whether by accident or on purpose, he glanced toward Jite. Because Jite had amazed him by walking through the multi-layer space so easily, he was certainly a master. However, he had never heard of Jite or the Yu family before, so he would have to investigate further. Immediately after, Oing Wen sat in the center seat, smiled, and began, good heavens, I really don't know where to start. I am very sorry for what has happened. Both Jite and Sophia's father were unhappy at this moment. Both Yeo Riem and Sophia were not seriously injured. Sophia was recovering, and Yeo Riem had already returned. Therefore, Oing Wen wanted to turn a big issue into a small one and a small one into nothing, so this matter should be settled amicably right here. He said if the two of them could come to an agreement, he would handle the rest. Sophia's father fell into silence upon hearing this, but since his daughter was the one who did wrong first, he could only admit fault. I apologize first because the fault truly lies with my daughter. I am Mihailov, Sophia's guardian. Mihailov said Sophia was still young and impetuous, making her prone to being overwhelmed by her emotions. But before he could finish, Jite coldly interrupted, I do not accept your apology. This made Mihailov angrily slam the table and shout, what? Jite remained calm and replied, your apology is meaningless because you aren't the one who caused the trouble. Mihailov looked at him in disbelief and said hurriedly, don't be like that, we are both guardians of these children, I hope you speak gently. Don't you know where I come from? Jite didn't care and said indifferently, but we are not on equal footing, is that how people where you are from apologize? Mihailov glared at him with dissatisfaction, are you implying that I should drag an injured child here to apologize? Jite didn't hesitate and nodded. That is exactly right. Oing Wen watched the two of them arguing loudly and quickly waved his hands to intervene. Please, everyone, calm down. Jite was still very calm. The one who needed to calm down was Mihailov. Jite remained coolly seated in his chair and sternly questioned, I didn't come here because of that girl. I only wonder why you didn't stop her when you saw her rushing toward another child with a knife in her hand. Mihailov seemed to have his answer ready. He immediately replied, that happened too suddenly, but Jite didn't believe this excuse. He scoffed, suddenly? A stupid excuse. Aren't you ashamed of using your own daughter as an excuse to cover up your own incompetence? As soon as he finished, a loud thud rang out as Mihailov kicked the table hard. He grabbed Jite by the collar and warned, hey you bastard, my patience has a limit. Do you want to make an enemy of RIL? Saying this, mana appeared in Mihailov's hand, truly like father, like daughter. When he couldn't win with words, he wanted to resort to violence. He gritted his teeth and warned, you are just a nobody from a family no one knows. Unfortunately, Sophia's whole clan was destined to swallow their pride today. While he was still blustering, his eyes suddenly widened. Because the knife on Mihailov's leg had been taken by Jite without anyone noticing. He coolly said, "This knife is very sharp. If Yeoriam had been a little bit unluckier, things would have been much worse." Mihailov looked down at his leg in a panic, even though he had clearly raised his spiritual perception to the highest level. Jite ignored his reaction and coldly continued, "Your knife sheath is too loose, so you didn't even notice when a child pulled it out, did you? Mihailov, be careful when walking through empty alleys." Saying that, in a flash, he appeared behind Mihailov, making him shudder. While in front of him, a knife was now embedded in the table, appearing out of nowhere. Mihailov's face instantly turned as black as a pot, just like he had swallowed a dead fly. With a scoff, Jite coldly patted him on the shoulder twice and left. "Since we're done here, I'm off." The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward. Oingwin also hadn't expected the situation to change so abruptly. On the outside, Jite quickly walked out, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw Yeoriam waiting for him. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yeoriam shook her head and replied, "Just a scratch. You know it's not that easy to kill us red dragons." Hearing this, Jite nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." Yet, Yeoriam fell silent. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think I was wrong?" Saying this, Yeoriam suddenly lowered her head and muttered, "I just kept asking myself if everything was my fault." At that moment, she had wanted to go crazy, but after the incident, she suddenly thought she should have been a bit more patient. But then Jite abruptly spoke up, "No, you did exactly right." This left Yeoriam caught off guard. Jite remained calm as he said, "If there is a next time, kill her where no one can see." His face was clearly ripple-free, but his words were filled with murderous intent. Yet, this was clearly what Yeoriam wanted. She looked at Jite's retreating figure and breathed a sigh of relief. Yeoriam hurried to Jite's side and said triumphantly, "Don't you go back on those words, you're the one who told me to do it." Jite didn't hesitate to nod, yes. The two of them slowly left the place. Jite suddenly remembered something and suggested, "Yeoriam, when we get home, pack your things immediately." Yeoriam asked suspiciously, "Why? Where are we going?" Jite explained slowly, "You are moving into lair." Yeoriam nodded in realization, "Oh, you mean the dormitory, right? That kid will probably be chirping with excitement and all that." While the two were talking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, Yeoriam's guardian, Jite. Both stopped and turned to look back. The newcomer was Oingwin, who put on an enthusiastic act. "May I ask for a little of your time to talk?" The two of them immediately froze and turned back. Yeoriam appeared impatient and said, "I don't want to hear any nagging." Oingwin laughed out loud, "Ha, it's not nagging. I'm bringing you a big opportunity. Student Yu, would you like to become the new representative student for the Blue Dragon Academy?" Yeoriam frowned and muttered suspiciously, "Representative student?" Oingwin nodded and replied, "That's right, you will become the face of the whole school. You will receive a student council scholarship and also appear in the media." Jite couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you sure you can handle everything yourself, Professor?" Oingwin smiled, "Don't worry about that, I am close friends with Vice Principal Manamran, after all." Hearing this name, Jite's expression immediately darkened. Oingwin continued talking into his ear, "Mr. Yu, please consider this offer carefully. I guarantee you won't find a better opportunity than this." Jite's brow furrowed even tighter. "Manamran's friend? Right, because you both are demon men anyway." Demon men? In contrast to the superhumans who receive blessings, they receive void. They always head toward blind rage, holding intense murderous intent toward humanity along with dark desires. This world was once nearly destroyed just because of those demon men. In his first and second lives, Jite had lost the most precious things because of them. Repetition, in his first and second lives, Jite had lost the most precious things because of them. But Jite endured to the utmost because Oingwin had to die with many more burdens on his shoulders. Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Jite slowly opened his mouth. "I understand what you are saying." He glanced at Yeoriam behind him and continued seriously, "But what's more important lies in the thoughts of the person involved. I am only a guardian, after all." Oingwin understood and walked toward Yeoriam, smiling, "You are absolutely right, in the end, it is her decision." As he spoke, he placed his hand on her shoulder. "The Blue Dragon Academy is about to undergo many major changes, so we want you to become the representative student for the year-end event. Would you like to paint a new future with me?" Finishing his sentence, he grabbed Yeoriam's hand with an extremely sincere attitude. But Yeoriam refused very bluntly, "No." This remark stunned Oingwin. He asked back in disbelief, "Sorry, did I mishear that?" Yeo Riam pouted and replied, no, you heard it right. Saying this, she yanked her hand away and turned to leave. Let's go back, you told me to pack my things. Oing Wen panicked and called out, wait, then what about your interview? Yeo Riam stated casually, I'm lying in bed. Oing Wen became even more bewildered, and then what? Yeo Riam yawned and said boredly, it's so boring, I just want to fight a little. Oing Wen heard this and froze, his face stiffening. Just then, he suddenly saw something below. Immediately, Oing Wen raised his voice, student you, look down there. Yeo Riam was confused but looked down anyway, and saw a crowd of people with a bunch of machinery in their hands. She muttered suspiciously, who are they? Reporters? Oing Wen explained casually, they are here to hear my perspective on today's incident. They are waiting out there to interview me. That also means your fate at Lair depends on what I say. Do you understand? Yeo Riam said nothing, standing there looking down in silence. But very quickly, she turned to leave with an extremely indifferent attitude, don't understand. Bye-bye. Oing Wen heard this and was so angry he laughed, glaring at their retreating backs. Very soon after, he said in a cold voice, I only hope you don't regret that decision. A while later, the reporters waiting outside saw Jitae and Yeo Riam coming down. They immediately ran over, surrounded them, and shoved microphones into Yeo Riam's mouth, asking questions rapidly. Yeo Riam was angered by their actions and shouted in frustration, what is wrong with these people? But the best skill these journalists had was being thick-skinned. Even though they saw Yeo Riam was angry, they didn't back down at all, continuing to ask frantically. Added to the camera flashes, Yeo Riam was pushed to the brink of rage. Jitae saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately stepped forward, please stop forcing an injured child. But before he could finish, Yeo Riam suddenly smiled coldly and spoke, no, if they want to hear, I will tell them. Immediately after, she went over and snatched the device from a reporter to their astonishment. Yeo Riam didn't care and smirked, you ask me what I'm going to do? Sex. A few days later at the Lair dormitory. It has to be said, the luxury dormitory is just like an apartment complex. Ga-yeol entered and her eyes lit up immediately. She exclaimed in amazement, oh my god, this place is so huge, are we really going to live here? Just like that, Ga-yeol ran all around the spacious house. Yeo Riam saw this and reminded her, hey, the biggest room is mine. But Yeo Riam didn't care much, ran straight upstairs, and opened the room door to check. Seeing the interior scene, her eyes sparkled like stars. She gasped, my god, what is this room? It's magnificent. Ga-yeol ran excitedly around the room, from the large bed, the latest television model, to the sunlight streaming in. Her exclamations really echoed throughout the room. She smiled in satisfaction, does it look bad? I'll be very comfortable here from now on. But before she could be happy for long, Yeo Riam walked over and said, this balcony is perfect for smoking, this room is mine. Ga-yeol heard this and objected, no way, I called dibs. You said you would take the biggest room. That room is the biggest one. But Yeo Riam glared at her. Finally, Ga-yeol had to compromise and muttered dejectedly, fine, but this room is yours. Ga-yeol nodded in satisfaction, good girl. While the two were fighting over rooms, someone was quietly watering the dragon egg. Ubom had a calm personality. She quickly found a place to live, then went out to the balcony to take care of Jewel, who was about to hatch. Ubom gave a radiant smile to the egg and muttered, hello, little one. Jitae came out at the same time and asked suspiciously, why are you watering it? Ubom replied casually, it's like prenatal education, blue dragons love water. When it comes time to hatch, the egg's protective transformation layer is automatically removed. Saying that, she glanced at Jitae and asked, do you know? Students in Lair have only been talking about Yeo Riam these past few days. Jitae frowned and asked back, Yeo Riam, you say? Repetition, Jitae frowned and asked back, Yeo Riam, you say? Ubom feared Jewel would hear things it shouldn't, so she immediately reached out to cover Jewel's ears. Oh my, dear Jewel, you didn't hear any of that, did you? Yeo Riam herself sat lazily in her chair and pouted, what is there to make such a fuss about one word? Who among us didn't come from that? Innocent as Ga-yeol was, she didn't understand anything and asked suspiciously, what is sex? Yeo Riam looked up at her and asked, why, you want to know? Ga-yeol nodded innocently, yes, do you know? Yeo Riam winked and replied, of course, it's time for our little chick to learn about the matters of men and women. Hearing this, Ga-yeol immediately panicked and shook her head, oh no, I don't want to hear it, my mom said knowing too much isn't good. Unfortunately, Yeo Riam wouldn't give her that chance. She smirked with malice, you don't have the right to refuse, honey, let me tell you everything about sex. Ga-yeol hurriedly backed away, trembling as she muttered, "Wait, I said it already, I don't want to hear it." Yeoriam didn't let her resist, held her hand tight, making Jaeil fearfully nod. "Okay, I'll listen." But when Yeoriam loosened her grip, Jaeil shouted for help. "Save me, sir." Unfortunately, Ji-tae turned a blind eye. The sky was blue, birds chirped on the branches. Yeoriam was sleeping on the large bed. Sunlight shone on her beautiful face. Suddenly someone was rushing up the stairs. Jaeil opened the door and shouted, "Sis, get up quickly, something big happened," making Yeoriam wake up in a daze. She propped herself up. "Huh, what is it so early in the morning? I stayed up all night, I'm exhausted." The kid saw that and said, Hey, stayed up all night? You stayed up late watching weird things again, right?" Yeoriam laughed. "Yeah, I was watching porn." Jaeil chirped, "I knew it." Then both of them went downstairs. "Anyway, now is not the time to discuss that." The girl yawned. "If it's not something important, I'll chop you up." Yeoriam noticed. "What is it?" She looked at the spot where the three of them were with Ji-tae and asked, "What's going on that you're all gathering so early in the morning? Is Jul calling Yeoriam?" The egg on the pillow moved. "It seems Jul is about to be born?" Then the shell cracked. Everyone gathered to watch the egg, the birth of a living thing. The last time Ji-tae witnessed the scene of a life being born, it was an image that wasn't very beautiful. A weak person reached out. "Please," she begged, "please save my child." Do-hai said, "It's too late, Captain." She cried desperately, "My child isn't breathing anymore." Do-hai said, "It seems it passed right after birth." Ji-tae saw the child was because of the poor environment, because of the war. The hospital was destroyed. He listened in silence. If there was a Tanghong medical facility nearby, that memory wouldn't be very pleasant. Ji-tae thought to himself that he would never remember that day again, but why was it surfacing now? Yeoriam noticed. Oh, the egg cracked, a small arm appeared, as well as wings appearing. She said before the image of a baby dragon hatching from the egg, "Oh, it poked its head out." Ubom said gently, "Congratulations on your birth." Jaeil, next to her, watched excitedly. "The blue dragon is breaking the egg." "Jul, is it?" The baby dragon was wiped clean carefully. Ji-tae saw this and asked, "You're quite skilled at caring for newborns. Where did you learn that?" Ubom replied, "My mother used to do that for me. I should have licked it too. But never mind." She asked, "Would you like to try holding it?" He replied, "No." Jaeil chirped, Hey. I want to hold it. I want to hold it." Ubom gave Jul to the girl. "Its skin is still tender, so be gentle." Jaeil nodded, "Okay." Then she hugged it tightly. "Ha, this is so healing." Jaeil suddenly had an idea. She laughed. "Actually, you want to hold it too, don't you?" Yeoriam denied. "What? What? If you want to hold it yourself." Then the girl gave it to Yeoriam. "Just hold it once." "Hurry, sis." She was startled. "Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing suddenly?" Ubom laughed gently. "Never mind." Jul yawned. Yeoriam's heart had been stolen. Jaeil laughed. "Understand now why you should have tried holding it?" Yeoriam acknowledged. "Well, it is cute." Then Yeoriam asked Ji-tae, "Hey, we've all held it. You should try it too." Jaeil also said, "That's right. If you don't hold Jul, it will be sad." Yeoriam laughed. "Ha, trying to act high and mighty all by yourself, are you?" She provoked. "Then I'm going to throw it, try to catch it yourself. If it hits something and gets hurt, it won't be my responsibility." Jaeil was startled. "Are you really going to throw it?" Yeoriam laughed. "Do you know the only reason I came to this house?" Then she used force, preparing to throw Jul. "It's that I want to see that block of stone panic." The girl panicked. "Ah, you're really crazy." Before she could throw it, he took Jul from her arms. "Hey, you caught it really well." Yeoriam pouted, bored. The girl said, "You really aren't normal at all." Ubom asked, "Since you're already holding it, try stroking it." Ji-tae pondered for a moment, and then slowly touched it. He gently stroked Jul's forehead, like this. Jaeil captured the rare moment. "What are you doing?" The girl replied, He, such a rare sight. Moments like these should be saved in a photo, right?" Ubom picked up a rose. "Then let's take a picture together to commemorate Jul's birth." Jaeil asked, "Sure. But what is that flower?" Ubom laughed. "It's a photo prop," causing the two of them to react. Jaeil was curious. The flower was tucked into Ji-tae's hair. One was also tucked for Jewel. He was holding the girl in his arms. Yeoriam said, the expression on that side doesn't look too good. Ubom covered her mouth and laughed. What do you think? Is it okay? You'll check the photo. Oh, both of you look great. He lost patience. Come in quickly and take it fast. Ubom pulled Yeoriam, who was pouting. But do I have to stand in it? I'm so embarrassed. Take it, Yeoriam. You'll said, okay, get ready. 1, 2. A photo with everyone in it was taken. Jewel was drinking milk. Now Jewel, are you ready? Tae asked. What are you doing? Ubom patted the girl's head. Since the semester hasn't started yet, while I have some free time, I want to teach polymorph via magic transfer. Magic transfer is a spell to teach the other person by guiding mana into them. The recipient can usually learn it without having to pay any price, but the instructor must take the risk of depleting their own vitality. He asked, is that okay? Ubom picked Jill up. It will be hard for her to go out in dragon form. She shared, Yeoriam and You'll both learned polymorph in human form. Repetition, Yeoriam and You'll both learned polymorph in human form. Jill waved her hands. Because we grow fast, I want to give her an interesting experience before she grows up. Tae sat in the chair. If you need my help, just tell me. She sighed. What? You don't know anything about magic, do you? Ubom said. Then I have a request. She continued. While performing the transfer, can you stay by our side? He replied, got it. Ubom glanced over and said, geez, sitting that far away makes you look so cold-hearted. She patted the spot beside her. Come closer. Don't be shy. Tae answered, there's really no need to go that far. Ubom rested her chin on her hand. Yes, there is. What if I get tired and drop Jewel? If you were closer, you could catch her. Ubom complained, if Jill hit her side on the table, I wouldn't be able to handle the guilt. He thought for a moment, and then sighed in defeat. Before moving over to sit where Ubom was, I guess there's no other choice, huh? Their shoulders brushed against each other. She blushed, it's so firm. Tae asked, huh? Ubom jumped, oh, no, I meant the sofa is a bit hard. Tae said, that's strange. It's made of full-grain leather. She refocused and pressed her head against Jewel. A blue aura radiated from her. I'm starting now. A few days later, in front of a large and luxurious house, Ubom lay sprawled on the chair, looking completely drained. Phew, all done. Tae walked over and said, you worked hard. She lay comfortably on the chair and replied, you also worked hard sitting next to me, didn't you? Ubom stood up sluggishly and started to walk away. I'm going to my room to rest for a bit. Don't forget to feed Jewel and pat her back. She was still talking when she suddenly slipped. If anything happens, wake me up. Ubom stumbled and fell. Her eyes widened in surprise. She fell right into his arms by pure chance. Tae glanced down and said, let me take you to your room. Ubom's cheeks turned bright red, her hands pressed against his chest. She shyly avoided his gaze. Carrying me like a princess like this, I'm a bit embarrassed. Tae said with a straight face, you're still able to joke, so I guess you're still doing fine? Ubom laughed happily and asked, am I too heavy? He replied concisely yet delicately, light as a feather. She continued, leaving Tae unsure of how to respond, you know, I didn't expect you to be such a sweet talker. Inside the bedroom, Ubom lay still on the bed, her breathing steady. He gripped the door frame and tilted his head to look inside. Tae gently closed the bedroom door. Suddenly, a face appeared out of nowhere. He turned around and was startled by it. Tae looked at it and thought to himself, could it be that the time has come? Among the sofas, a stream of light gathered in one spot, and as he walked closer, he discovered a little girl sitting inside. Her body gradually became clear, and the light began to fade. As soon as the light vanished, the girl curled up, her eyes looking like she had just woken up. Seeing this sight, Tae was a bit bewildered and remained silent. He hesitated slightly, his lips moving as he said, hello, Lair Area Police, a large, tall building. The three of them were laughing and talking while crossing the street. The superpower investigation team spent months hunting those guys down without catching them, yet you wiped them out in just a few days. Did you see the chief's face earlier? He looked like he was about to burst with joy. Kim Song took out a shiny gold card and looked at him. Our golden boy Tae, want to eat something? I'm treating the whole team to a feast today. Kirara walked over and nudged his shoulder, joking, boss, you're using the company card anyway, right? Kim Song jumped and gave a strained laugh. I meant we're going to keep partying. Tae spoke up suddenly, leaving the two of them stunned. I'll take my leave early as I have personal matters to attend to. He bowed slightly to look at him and asked, why are you sneaking off again? You missed the last party, too. Kirara pushed up her glasses and added, you've been heading home early a lot lately. It's suspicious. Senior, do you have a girlfriend or something? He didn't look at them and replied indifferently, that's not it. After saying that, Jite walked away despite the two of them trying to hold him back. I'll take my leave first. If you hate us, just say it straight. I'll try harder. Are you really sure you don't have a girlfriend? I believe you. On the road, green leaves drifted to the ground in the gentle breeze. A girl on the street was walking and chatting happily. Jite approached from the opposite direction and accidentally overheard the conversation. I told him to stop sending me those stupid texts. He immediately transformed into that girl. The Duke's shadow was currently acting as a body double for Jite. In the past, the Magic Realm Grand Duke's skill was used to expand influence over distant kingdoms, but after killing its former master, it became Jite's body double. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiles echoed in the space. Jite's double, with hollow eyes, stood still, gripping a handbag and staring. Not far away, Jite was sitting on a wooden bench with his back turned. It walked over to him, placed a hand on its chest, and bowed its head. You called for me, master? The double opened its eyes and immediately froze at the sight of something. Master. It looked at the little girl sitting on Jite's lap, unable to contain its curiosity. What is that? He turned his face to look at the double and replied, it's Jewel. I just took her for a haircut. It understood immediately, so the girl had transformed into her human form. People passing by laughed and chatted, oh, the little baby is so well behaved, she's lying quietly in her father's arms. That couple looks so harmonious. Hearing that, the double looked at Jite and asked, if it's inconvenient for you, let me carry her instead, master. Hearing that, the girl's eyebrows knit together, and it recoiled in shock at the sight. He set Jill down on the ground, and she sighed, it's fine, she can walk on her own anyway. The double didn't say anything further but shifted the topic, but why did you take Jill out by yourself? Bom, Yeoriam, and Ga are still at home. He immediately answered its concern, Ubom is tired from the effects of the transfer spell. As for the other two, an image of Ga joyfully rushing over, arms outstretched, appeared. Jewel, want to go shopping with me? Yeoriam looked visibly annoyed, don't even dream about dumping her on me. Even though Jite was annoyed, he maintained his composure, they're still kids. Even though Jite was annoyed, he maintained his composure, they're still kids. Jite hesitated and asked, so, what do you want to say? It asked back, confused, what do you mean? A glow suddenly radiated around him, don't play dumb, I know you can transmit all your emotions and memories to me. The double was slightly flustered to hear its master say that, and it turned its face away to reply, it's not dissatisfaction, it's just that I'm questioning my purpose. Among all those who have used me, no one has ever craved such an ordinary life as you. They always wanted to use me for grander purposes, such as telling me to kill someone who needed killing, or helping them flaunt their power when necessary. But in this lifetime, Master only wants to enjoy the daily grind, which makes someone lowly like me hard to understand. If I have spoken out of turn, I hope you will forgive me. Jite listened in silence before speaking, you are an entity with your own thoughts, so it's understandable to think that way. As he spoke, he suddenly rose from the bench, there will be times when you need to act, but for now, just keep working at the police station regularly. Your colleagues are going to miss you, go have a drink with them for fun. Hearing the last sentence, it pondered, remembering its colleagues because it would soon have to part ways with them. The double took the order and quickly stood up to leave, as you command, master. Jite stood still, watching its silhouette fade into the distance, when suddenly a voice made him turn his eyes, sweetie, do you like that thing that much? A mother and daughter walked past Jite, if I'd known you liked it this much, I would have bought it sooner. The girl laughed brightly, hee, mommy is the best. The girl walked along, holding her teddy bear up high. He looked down and saw Jewel staring at it with bright eyes. Jite asked, making the girl turn around to look, do you want a doll? He reached his hand into the shallowest region of Abyss and pulled out a teddy bear. Jite held it out in front of Jewel, here. Although it's a little different, he placed the bear into the girl's hands. An atmosphere of loving pink air radiated from the bear. Jewel's cheeks flushed, and she looked at it with delight. Seeing that, Jite asked, do you like it? The girl unexpectedly set the teddy bear on the ground, then took slow steps toward him. Thinking Jewel wanted more, Jite picked her up to ask clearly, want more? I'm all out. Jul's smiling face instantly turned sad. The girl placed her tiny hands on his cheeks. The wind whistled faintly. Jul pressed her forehead against Jitae's, leaving him momentarily stunned. He wondered to himself, why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Or perhaps, images from the past flashed through Jitae's mind. He glanced down at the girl, thinking to himself, could she have misunderstood the mana transfer spell as a way of expressing love? A sudden thought flashed through his mind, a girl being hung on a cross. Jitae's eyes widened as if he had seen something horrifying, and then he recalled the times he had to fight against monsters. Even though he was exhausted, his eyes remained wide open. A swarm of monsters descended from the sky toward Jitae like predators. His face was lightly scratched, and his eyes gazed forward, devoid of emotion. Jitae gently closed his eyes, and the gears of fate began to turn. Back in the present, he was holding Jul and they were looking at each other, and she let go of his hand, looking at Jitae with some surprise. He instinctively smiled gently at Jul. Jul clutched the teddy bear in one hand and held Jitae's hand tightly with the other. The two walked hand in hand along the small path, the girl humming happily, and he stopped and looked up high. The sky had now turned the golden-pink color of sunset. Jitae said something that left the girl puzzled. Is she here early? From afar, a girl with blonde hair came running. Oh, my lord. He didn't greet her back but asked, where are you coming from? Jaeil nuzzled her cheek against Jul while answering, I just went to the shopping district for a while. Jul in her human form is so cute. The two hugged each other, with a few pink streaks appearing on their faces. The girl smiled gently and pressed her forehead against Jul's. She seems happy to have received a gift from you. Jitae held the bear in his arms and looked at them both. Can you read Jul's mind? Jaeil happily replied and explained, we dragons, when we have skin-to-skin contact, don't just transfer mana, but we can also understand thoughts and emotions. Especially touching, it's the most effective method. Simply put, it's a form of physical contact used when you want to express affection. He recalled the moment earlier and raised his hand to touch his forehead. I didn't know that. The girl hugged the little one and laughed. Haha, turns out there are things you don't know. Jitae looked at the item she was wearing on her back and asked, what is that thing behind your back? The girl glanced back and pondered. Jaeil smiled, her voice hesitant. This is. From inside, she pulled out a guitar and plucked the strings for a few seconds to tune it. Jaeil excitedly introduced, it's something I bought to convey my soul to everyone without needing skin contact. What do you think? I look like a singer, right? She excitedly kept playing, making Jul watch with wide eyes. I will definitely give it my all. Yet Jitae still watched with a completely expressionless face. Images of the guitar and several syringes appeared. He stood watching Jaeil, who was sitting amidst a pile of shattered items. Jitae was so shaken he couldn't find the words, and the girl's face was no longer cheerful, but wore something difficult to describe. Back in the present, he swallowed hard. Jaeil blew on her hands, which were reddened from playing the guitar, something she wasn't used to. Jitae suddenly spoke, making the girl freeze. Don't try too hard, that's enough. Jaeil thought he was reprimanding her, so she hurriedly waved her hands and followed him, asking, why do you say that? Jitae saw her like that and explained, I mean, just take it easy. Jaeil intended to say more but was cut off by him, but I want to put in the effort. Is you bomb awake yet? The girl sighed and replied, still sleeping. Her fever hasn't broken yet. Jitae led Jul by the hand, looking back, it can't be helped. She used the transfer magic for several days straight. As for Yeoriam, when he asked further, Jaeil put her hand to her mouth and thought. As for Sister Yeoriam, she's been buried in TV shows all day. She hasn't taken a step out of her room. This is the first time I've seen Sister Yeoriam obsessed with anything other than fighting. Jitae felt relieved. That's still better than causing trouble on the street. The three of them walked home, and the girl took the little one inside. Jul, remember to wash your hands after being outside. His eyes suddenly lowered, filled with vigilance. Jaeil was happily asking herself, is Sister Bomb awake yet? Suddenly, Jitae's hand rested on her shoulder, and the atmosphere around him darkened. Jaeil, get into the room with Jul immediately, and don't come out until I call you. The girl was a bit confused and was about to ask, but was cut off by him. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Quickly seeing Jitae's expression, she felt a bit frightened. Oh, okay. She picked up the girl and ran straight to the room. Jul? Let's read fairy tales together. He watched them both run to the room to confirm they were safe. Then Jitae turned toward the door. He walked over and placed his hand on the doorknob. A creaking sound echoed. Jitae entered the room, and his face turned somber as he looked at what was inside. The room was dark, with no lights, only Jitae and four strangers standing in his house. One of the guys suddenly spoke first. Who dared to turn the green dragon into this? His eyes suddenly flashed, his tone somewhat threatening. Was it you, Guardian? Dragons use slave magic to shackle monsters or people useful to them, transforming those beings into guards for their nests, also known as dragon knights. Some of the most elite guards act as bodyguards for young dragons when they go out for recreation, like these guys, for instance. Ubom was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly without knowing a thing. Jite looked at her and thought to himself, did he cast a sleep spell on Ubom? The guard suddenly stomped his feet hard on the floor. He shouted angrily at him, answer me, did you turn green into this? Jite didn't answer but asked back, shouldn't one introduce themselves before entering someone else's house? He raised his arm, which was covered in a black aura. It seems you don't understand the situation, do you? The Guardian quickly launched an attack at him. Asking questions is the privilege of the strong. In this place, only I have the right to question. You lowly human. Jite looked up. It was a high-level defensive barrier magic. He retracted his power and continued, I'm warning you for the last time. The Guardian gripped the aura in his hand tightly. What did you do to Green? Tell me, human. He wasn't afraid at all and said bluntly, Ubom has awakened. Hearing the answer from Jite made him freeze. The Guardian had by now reduced his hostility toward him. Then, who are you? Jite put his hands in his pockets and replied, I am the protector of the children. He laughed dismissively, protector? What a ridiculous introduction. Do you even know what you are protecting? He quickly replied and added a question, I do. That's why I have a question. Why are you guys here so early? You should be drifting in that torn space rift right now. They spoke in disbelief. How do you? The Guardians suddenly drew their weapons. This guy is a human who knows way too much. We are the guardians of the children and the keepers of historical causality. I admit you have taken care of them in our stead for some time, but it seems you have nothing to do with good, so letting you survive will only cause trouble. Hearing that, Jite sighed, so it can't be resolved through dialogue, then. The sound of the wind whistled by. Don't worry, even if the whole lot of you rush me with your weapons, it won't hurt. The guard with the sword rushed forward powerfully, delivering a clean slash at Jite, a terrifying power radiating from the sword. But it was quickly blocked by him with a regular sword. He said in amazement to himself, my magic sword was destroyed so easily? Jite calmly parried the blow, his face expressionless, and then he decisively knocked the man away along with his sword. The Guardian with a shield on the side saw this and shouted loudly as he rushed up, pitiful guy, falling for such a mediocre blow. Hey, let us handle this guy, you go to the back and observe. After that, all the guys on the side rushed forward. The Guardian who had just been defeated shouted to his teammates, wait, stop, this guy is stronger than we expected. Next, he witnessed his teammates being taken down one by one under Jite's powerful sword strikes. When he stopped, those Guardians were all lying defeated on the ground. Jite walked one by one toward a Guardian who was sitting on the ground, still conscious. Seeing that, he thought in confusion, I was suspicious from the beginning, an ordinary human taking care of young dragons, and he even knew of our existence. I should have realized it sooner, he is a transcendental existence that cannot be touched. When Jite approached, they both looked into each other's eyes. Then he suddenly sighed. The sword in his hand vanished. Jite said, I already suggested negotiations earlier. The Guardian suddenly asked, is this the world under your rule? Jite calmly replied, answer my question first. How did you survive when space was warped? The Guardian looked at him and explained seriously, due to spacetime distortion. He then recalled a moment before, when a group of Guardians were with their master, a large dragon. We opened a portal to connect the nest to this world, but for some reason, the dimension warped and threw us out into the universe. Jite said, explain more clearly about spacetime distortion. The Guardian replied, I'm not sure, but according to what our master once mentioned, there is something called the horizon of destiny. Spacetime distortion occurs due to energy from that place, as if every dimension is swirling around it. Hearing this, Jite skeptically thought to himself, that's strange, I've never heard of the concept of the horizon of destiny before. So what does it have to do with them appearing here? Could the horizon have helped them get here? This is so different from previous times. This is the first time Ubom's Guardians have come looking for me. Afterward, he glanced coldly at the Guardian who was slowly crawling up, saying gloomily, I need to know how you got here, how the horizon helped you reach this place. The other Guardian continued to explain, more accurately, there was a will that crossed that boundary and helped us. Jite was confused, a will? He added, it felt like an invisible force guiding us. It led me to gather the Guardians and find the place where the little dragons are hiding. Hearing that, Jite said, let me check something. Next, he placed his hand gently on the guardian's head, and leaned in slightly, saying, look straight into my eyes. The Libra Eye skill is one of the 3 powers I seized from the Demon King, an eye that distinguishes good from evil, truth from falsehood, and love from hate to see the true nature of things. After a moment, he closed his eyes and said, so you were telling the truth. Jite thought to himself, I have already dealt with every threat to this world. Jite glared in anger. He had checked the space countless times, so why were there still gaps appearing? The Guardian spoke again about the will beyond the horizon. It carries resentment like a curse. Perhaps because I carry the jade core created from Yubam's power, I could sense it. Hearing this, Jite slowly reached out his hand, and decisively pierced through the Guardian's armor, then retrieved something, causing him to scream in pain. Next, he forcefully tore at the armor, exposing a hole where something was glowing inside. He was shocked. Suddenly, many glowing chains emerged from that spot. The Chrono-X power detected that a timeline had been destroyed. The Chrono-X power identified a hostile element. This power aggressively excludes everything outside the main timeline, and then those many chains formed an hourglass, which would hunt down all entities carrying a separate timeline. This power, which was originally dormant, had now activated, and the hourglass fell into Jite's hand. He thought confusedly, but I can't intervene right now, I have no choice but to wait. Seeing this, the other guardians whispered, a strange light turned into an hourglass? Well, at least it's stable for now. Jite turned back and said, what are you planning to do now? The little dragons are already under my protection, your staying here is useless. The slave magic has been broken by the spacetime distortion, so what other reason do you have to stay? The guardian asked, are you setting us free? Jite replied, as long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. They stood up one by one and said, then I will take my leave. We will, too. Jite calmly closed his eyes slightly and said, yeah, go on. But the guardian whose armor he had torn earlier said with difficulty, I cannot go. Jite understood and asked, you won't go? He answered firmly, yes, because I am a keeper of causality. Before he could finish his sentence, Jite punched him down hard. Jite walked over slowly and said, I'll ask again. You still refuse to go? The guardian answered decisively, I cannot. He placed his foot on the man's chest, powerfully releasing a surge of energy that made the whole room shake, and asked coldly, for the last time, still no? The guardian looked at him and replied weakly, I cannot. The guardians behind him said, it's useless to keep talking. He has always been a stubborn fool who refuses to grasp freedom when it's right in front of him. Jite glanced over and thought for a moment, then turned away and said, fine, at least you are worthy of being a guardian. A sword slowly appeared in his hand. The guardian was surprised, huh? A moment later, the room was in chaos, and the guardians who craved freedom had met their end. The stubborn ones who didn't leave struggled to stand up, wondering, why keep only me alive? Are you testing us? Jite calmly replied, not exactly. It's more like I find you quite interesting. Why are you so insistent on protecting Ubom? He replied, that is because my loyalty to Ubom's family is unchanging. He said, loyalty is good, but Ubom already has me to protect her. If you are weaker than me, what right do you have to protect her? However, there is a role that suits you quite well. Hearing this, he curiously raised his head. Later, in another place, Jul, and Yeoriam were standing there when Jite said, say hello. He appeared with the guardian from before, who was wearing an apron. Jite said, this is my new helper. The man looked reluctant, thinking helplessly, helper? In the cozy kitchen space, the sound of dishes being washed by a smart robot echoed. It washed each bowl and plate thoroughly, creating suds to clean them. The smart robot spoke up in its own way, no different from a human. It turned back and retorted, what? Helper? Are you joking? Jite snapped, you don't like it? The robot retorted stubbornly, what does protecting dragons have to do with cleaning? My head isn't smart enough to understand this. He slammed his hand on the table. As I said yesterday, I am enough to protect the dragons myself. Letting you stay is just an act of leniency. If you don't do your job as a helper well, I will erase you immediately. So try your best to show me. The robot sulked back to the kitchen area, sighing, how did I end up in this situation? At that moment, Ubom walked over with a sweet voice, you're the guardian from Askaliba, right? It was surprised, Miss Ubom, are you feeling okay? She smiled, yes, just a minor bout of fatigue. I heard you're staying on as a helper? The robot replied sadly, I suppose so. Suddenly, Ubom praised him, the apron suits you. From now on, I'm counting on you, Mr. Helper. Oh my god. Being praised by a girl made its cheeks flush with shyness. At this moment, the robot's hands holding the bowl trembled slightly, cleaning or washing dishes. Please leave it all to me. Miss, I won't let you get your hands dirty. Who would have guessed that the very next second, a crash of shattering dishes would be heard? She said, ah, that was expensive. Jewel in her blue bear costume was so cute. Next was a school uniform that created a nostalgic sense of childhood, or a lovely, magical evening gown that she wore. You'll watch the system screen with glistening eyes, delighted, so cute. When did you buy these outfits? They're so beautiful. UBOM replied, I ordered them right after she was born. Jewel? Do you like them? Seeing her excited expression, she teased, she definitely likes them. She beamed. Mr. Helper, which outfit do you think is the best? The robot replied, to me, Jewel looks beautiful in everything. The girl laughed out loud, great answer. The robot opened its mouth to thank her. At this moment, no one knew that Jitai's expression was as serious as if he were about to turn as black as a soot-covered pot. Who would have expected his gaze to be fixed on the girl who was laughing happily? This old guy is such a sycophant. Red patches appeared on his fair hands, drawing attention. Jitai shouted angrily, you're still playing the guitar? Jiail replied hurriedly, no, just plucking a little bit every now and then. UBOM also wondered, Jiail likes the guitar, that's why she plays it, right? Is there a problem, sir? He said in a low voice, I didn't say anything, come to think of it, Yeoriam has been missing all day, she's still burying her head in games. Yeah, she stammered, I guess so. The helper spoke up, actually, I tried to clean her room earlier but got kicked out, but her complexion was too pale. I'm really worried. She looked very sickly, Mississippi. Yeoriam snapped, mind your own business. Get lost, you dwarf. Seeing the robot tell the story like that, UBOM said, it's probably just from staying up all night watching movies. Jitai's long, narrow eyes glanced at her, as if he had something to say, and then he moved to the front of Yeoriam's room with a stern face. Those eyes looked inside with added anger, as if he had seen something truly shocking. Beer bottles lay scattered on the floor, along with an overflowing ashtray, a horrific sight. At this moment, Yeoriam had a cigarette in her mouth, and while chewing a piece of meat, she said, what is it? Jitai suddenly interrupted, I just came to check if you were still alive. At this moment, a sound came from the TV screen, for the fatherland. He looked at the screen and wondered, you watch this all the time? Yeoriam was surprised, have you ever watched it? Jitai said bluntly, no. She enthusiastically introduced it, there are 7 parts, but the content is trash, and the setting is garbage. Jitai said in a low voice, then don't watch it anymore. Yeoriam frowned, yeah, right? You really are a genius. Suddenly he turned around and walked away, reminding her, come out, we have things to discuss. After that, Jitai held Jewel in his arms gently and instructed, from now on, we're doing a total cleaning. Yeoriam complained upon hearing this, huh? Total cleaning? Jiail wondered, why so suddenly? He explained, even though you aren't ordinary humans, if you live in the mortal world, you must maintain hygiene. Especially Yeoriam and Jiail, both of your rooms are disgustingly dirty. Being named like that made Jiail shout, how could you enter my room? My mother taught me not to break into others' nests. Jitai asked pointedly, and did she teach you to live in such a mess? The girl cried, that's not the point. He said with a serious face, the living room and kitchen are for the helper to handle, and you will clean your own rooms. Yeoriam stood up and picked her nose, that makes no sense, there's already a helper, why do I still have to clean? Jiail saw this and criticized, ugh, so dirty. She took the opportunity to wipe her hand on Jiail's face, is that so? This is for you. After that, the whole house heard Jiail's resounding scream. After Yeoriam left the room, Jiail hugged her face and cried loudly, I hate dirt. Yeoriam added a jab, you say you hate dirt, yet you keep your room like a pigsty. Hey dwarf, I'm going out now, clean up my room for me, and I'll check it when I get back. The robot replied nimbly, yes, sir, and UBOM stood up too, I cleaned from yesterday. Now let's go to the night market. Our house has a lot of mouths to feed now, so let's cook a big meal. Hearing her report, Jitai nodded repeatedly, okay, but in his memories, his face turned pale at the sight of food cooked by UBOM. UBOM smiled approachable, oh, is there anything you want to eat? Any dish you're craving? He said hurriedly, no, go ahead. At the same time, under the helper's feet were scattered beer bottle caps. Even he was speechless looking at the condition of this room. Then the robot spoke, even though I don't have a nose, I can still smell the stench. Is this really hell? No, it's even worse than hell. Yeoriam looks so pale. What is this pot? Is she training to be poison resistant? After observing around for a while, it decided, alright, first, the big pile of waste. Jite walked up and said, isn't it true that cans and plastic should be sorted separately? A helper who doesn't know basic principles? Does Askaliba not have the concept of recycling? Truly a lawless land. It frowned and thought, others might not know, but I can recognize it. This is devilish energy, could it be his body double? He mocked, just staring blankly like that. Do you intend to stay up all night? The robot nodded obediently, got it. Looking exactly like the real self, Jite stepped forward and said, what are you two doing, cleaning? The devilish body double Jite replied, you're here, sir, I'm just showing the helper how to work. It trembled, not daring to speak, I heard his account. He said in a low voice, don't just stand there pointing fingers, go in and work with him. I called you because I was afraid he couldn't clean Yeoriam's room alone. The body double Jite was stunned. Me? In the gym, Yeoriam was lifting weights in her workout gear. Ubom was diligently picking fruits to cook. On this side, Gael was trying to stuff clothes into the closet. Everyone was busy cleaning the house diligently. The sky had shifted to a shimmering orange-yellow, covering Jite's mansion. The devilish body double Jite reported, everything is done, sir. He replied, very good. This is where you need to go. Not knowing what he saw that made the body double shocked. This is, the computer screen displayed a satellite of the northern hemisphere. The body double said, Moscow? He explained, the Invisible Demon Organization is researching super demon-type combat entities here. Once you're done with the police work this week, fly to Russia. Jite emphasized, find Prototype X for me at all costs. The body double replied clearly, yes, sir, I will prepare immediately. At this moment, Ubom stepped in with a bright face and a sparkling smile, I'm home. The robot smiled kindly, hello, Mississippi. Gael piped up, sister, you bought so much. Ubom replied, carrying bags in both hands, there are so many mouths to feed in this house, I have to cook a lot. The body double stepped forward and said, Ubom is home. If you'll excuse me. Jite stopped him, wait, he ordered in a stern voice, you must switch places with me right now. At this moment, some rather strange-looking dishes were spread out on the dining table. Ubom said, enjoy the meal, everyone. Gael stared at the soup bowl, this soup tastes just like the one in Askaliba. Yeoriam chimed in, it's acceptable. The girl asked innocently, it would be so much fun if Mr. Helper could eat with us. The woman shouted, how can he eat without a mouth? Dummy. Right then, the body double, posing as the real Jite, was sweating profusely as he looked at the food. Master, was it because of this that you asked me to sit here? Yes, in the thick, foggy space, near an abandoned industrial zone in Lair. A guy was screaming curses, blood gushing from his mouth. He looked truly demonic. He looked straight into Jite's eyes and cursed madly, do you think you can pull this off and get away with it? You lowly human, how dare you? Do you know who my backers are? Who would have expected that before he could finish, he was slashed across the abdomen? Watching him fall to the floor with a thud, Jite said, yes, I know very well. He grabbed the guy by the hair and lifted his head, reminding him, Professor One of the Blue Dragon Academy, right? Or rather, should I call you Demon One of the Invisible? What is one plotting? What are you trying to pull? At this moment, Jite used his heavenly dragon eye power and threatened, don't lie to me, tell me the truth. The guy, his face twisted and covered in blood, trembled, I don't know the details, but he said that in 3 months, if the plan succeeds, he will be chosen. Jite said in a low voice, chosen? You mean the seat, don't you? The guy replied hastily, that's right. The seat refers to the 4 elite demons chosen by the Invisible. Usually, demons operate in small groups, but those who achieve the seat will have their own armies and reach the highest level in the demon hierarchy. Disaster level power. Jite pondered, strange. In previous loops, one never achieved the seat, and moreover, at this point in time, he didn't have the stature to plan anything. Suddenly, he discovered something abnormal. The Chrono X power detected malice from beyond the horizon. The Chrono X power stems from a heart that exists outside the world's timeline. The target, Demon 1, is being influenced by an entity dissatisfied with the regression loop, located outside the world's timeline. Demon 1 has escaped the regression cycle, carrying the most elite elements from the previous loop. After the Guardians, now 1-2. Is everything related to me being interfered with? While Jite was pondering, he suddenly heard the guy call out, "Hey, I only know up to this point, but if you spare my life, I can dig up more information. My mother is sick at home, I won't betray you, please spare me." Unexpectedly, Jite showed no mercy and slashed his head straight off, causing it to fall to the ground. Jite used his heavenly dragon eye power to emit killing intent. "I already told you, lying is useless with me. And even if it were true, you still have to die." Immediately after, the abandoned house was filled with a thick, acrid odor of blood, destruction, and burning. The dawn had turned into a new day, fresh and filled with the chirping of birds. He walked among the crowd, deep in thought. If one has a big plan to reach the seat, it's very likely that plan is related to Lair. Jite recalled the moment one said to Yeo Riem, "Can you represent us and lead the event at the end of the year?" The year-end event might be related to that guy's plot. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, the baby is so cute." In the park courtyard, everyone was eagerly looking at Ubom and Jewel. Everyone praised Jewel. "I've never seen such a cute baby." "What's her name?" Ubom said, "This is Jewel." People passing by always gave compliments to the little girl. "Her eyes and hair color are so beautiful." "How old is Jewel?" Suddenly, Ubom noticed Jite's appearance and her eyes widened in surprise. Jite said, "What business do you people have with her?" Because of the sharpness in his eyes, everyone shook their heads in fear. Nothing at all." Ubom said softly, "I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been?" He replied, "Just running some errands." "What about you? Why are you going with Jewel?" She tilted her head and replied, "I've been sick lately, so I haven't had any time to play with the little one, and school starts tomorrow, so I'm afraid we won't have a chance to hang out together later." He replied, "I see." Ubom's bright eyes and approachable smile were fixed on Jite's eyes. It was the perfect profile, with his attractive, straight nose bridge. Suddenly, she spoke up, "Don't we look just like a family like this? Jewel is your daughter, and I'm her mother. If we go by that script, then we would be." At this moment, little Jewel was looking at them with clear, innocent eyes. Ubom expressed to him, "And so, you and I would be." Jite remained silent without saying a word, as if he were deep in thought. Not knowing what Ubom was thinking about at that moment, she gave a shy smile. Seeing Jite so serious, she immediately brushed it off. "Just kidding." "Just kidding, why are you so serious?" He said sternly, "If you're going to keep talking nonsense, then go home." After that, Jite picked up the little girl and walked forward, asking caringly, "Are you having fun?" Ubom stood from afar, watching that back with a pensive look on her face. The sky had shifted into a romantic orange-yellow glow. Under the beautiful cherry blossoms were students dressed in crisp uniforms. Girls were rushing across the street to make it to class on time. Petals were falling all over the academy grounds, creating a lyrical scene. At the same time, Jaeil was busily gnawing on a piece of bread while hurrying along, her cheeks flushed pink and her mouth wearing a bright smile. Finally, school starts. "What class are you in, sis?" "I wish I could be in the same class as you." Ubom smiled, "I'm taking superhuman studies, literature, magic, and sociology." "Like this, Jaeil, I've been wondering since earlier, why do you keep holding that sandwich in your mouth? You already ate at home this morning." Suddenly, the little girl gave a shy smile, her cheeks flushing red. "Don't you know? Mom said if you hold a sandwich in your mouth on the way to school and bump into someone, Jaeil revealed the secret. That person would be one's destiny." Saying that, her eyes shone bright like sparkling stars, full of hope. Who would have thought that while talking so enthusiastically, she would actually bump into Yeo Riem? How romantic. Ouch. Yeo Riem mocked, "I wish I had a destiny like that too. Oh my, who would have thought I'd bump into little Jaeil? So, am I little Jaeil's destiny then?" The little girl cried, "But sis, you're a girl." Yeo Riem quickly grabbed the piece of bread and put it in her mouth. "So what? I saw in a Western movie that girls kiss each other all the time." The little girl shouted, "My sandwich." Yeo Riem reminded, "By the way, where has that guy disappeared to since this morning? Isn't he supposed to be observing our class?" Jaeil replied, "Yeah, I think he said he was going to the office first to confirm something." Yeo Riem laughed out loud, "Huh? He didn't come home yesterday either, probably off meeting girls." Jaeil looked stunned, "No way, he's not that kind of person." Jaeil wondered, "What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly breaking into a cold sweat?" Suddenly, at this moment, the little girl seemed to discover something strange. Jaeil was curious, "Who are those people? They don't look like students, do they?" Who else could it be? Probably reporters, right? Yeo Riem spoke up. They probably came to take pictures of the prominent students among the freshmen. UBOM slipped away quickly. You guys, I'm going in first. At this moment, a boy turned his head slightly, having discovered something. The crowd around was curious. Is that little girl Yeo Riem? It's Yeo Riem. The one who defeated Sophia and had that legendary, earth-shattering statement. Ah, that's right, it's that girl with the red hair. Yeo Riem stood there stunned and cursed. Immediately, the light shone directly at her, and the reporters asked repeatedly, "Are you Yeo Riem? Please give us a quick interview. Look over here, won't you? Please, just answer a few questions." Yul timidly hid behind Yeo Riem. What? What is this? What's wrong with you people? At this moment, Yeo Riem's mouth opened wide, and she shouted, "Everyone!" She shouted angrily, making the schoolyard deafening. Yeo Riem was furious. Listen here, reporters, I already answered that last time, isn't that enough? Fine, I'll deal with you one by one. She didn't hesitate at all to show off a civilized finger. Come on in. You parasites. Jewel woke up dreamily. Waking up to see the house empty, the little girl kept staring toward the door. Guardian saw this and was also worried. He was flustered. This is really awkward. Before leaving, Jitae had instructed him, the kids have gone to school, and I won't be home either. Today, it's just you and Jewel at home, so be careful and watch over the child. Guardian scratched his iron head, never having expected to receive a task harder than cleaning. I've never babysat before. He called out, "Hey, little Jewel?" The little girl turned around, her sparkling eyes looking at him. Guardian stepped forward and explained like a professional butler, the other girls and the master won't be home until tonight. So stop waiting. Why don't you find a comfortable place to sit and rest, young lady? Jewel heard him but didn't reply. They both just stared at each other for a moment. Finally, the little girl just coldly turned away, leaving him standing there frozen. He panicked. This is so embarrassing. Guardian saw that he couldn't convince Jewel. He walked away dejectedly, planning to start working as usual. Forget it, I'll just go clean. Suddenly, he looked into the middle of the living room. His eyes lit up when he found a solution to break the stalemate. Once again, Guardian walked over to Jewel. Young lady Jewel? In his hand was a book. Guardian asked tentatively, would you like to read fairy tales with me? Fortunately, Jewel agreed. Both of them went to the living room together to read. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked into the world within the pictures. Seeing such a positive reaction, Guardian was secretly happy. Thank goodness, it seems she's interested in fairy tales, right? Then I will read them to you, young lady. The story began. The title of the story was My Dad is a Fairy. Guardian began telling it. Once upon a time in a faraway forest. Suddenly, the bright story was distorted. If it's an ancient forest, then it must be the pre-demon era, some kind of primeval forest. The story continued, and next, in that place lived a little girl named Danyuni and her dad together. Guardian added another unnecessary comment. It seems like her mother has passed away. But Danyuni is lucky. In that era, just having one person left alive was already a miracle. Before bed, her dad would tell her ancient stories every day. The story couldn't hold on to its inherent innocence. That's interesting. If it's an ancient story, then it must be about the Great War, right? Jewel, with an annoyed expression, watched him continue to babble. So Danyuni must be a war junkie, huh? Guardian was still enthusiastically telling. Then one morning, when she woke up, Danyuni discovered her dad wasn't at home. Could it be that he went to find a new mother for her? I heard that in those days, there was a culture of taking prisoners of war as concubines. If Danyuni had a new mother, she would probably be very happy. Guardian concluded. Anyway, Danyuni. Suddenly, he saw that something wasn't right. Jewel was looking at him with eyes full of disgust. Guardian was bewildered. What's wrong, young lady? Don't you like the content of this story? Jewel didn't reply. The little girl pointed her finger into the distance. The direction she was pointing at was a corner of the wall. Jewel pointed her finger at Guardian again, an action the little girl kept repeating. He was chased into a corner by the little girl, sitting hunched over, not allowed to touch the storybook. At the same time, in the city center, a luxury car was cruising along the road. From inside the car, a pair of graceful legs stepped down. All the male students at the school had to turn their heads to look at the person who had just stepped out. The girl who just stepped out daintily touched up her makeup. Her name is Gong Juhi, and she is the heir to the Gong family, one of the 3 great sword-wielding families in Korea. But right now, she cares more about taking care of her looks than swordplay. Juhi grumbled, practicing swordplay makes you sweat, so uncomfortable, and my makeup is ruined too. Juhi saw a group of reporters in front. What's that? Those reporters are? Could it be they're waiting for me? She acted sluggishly. Secretary Kim, you know I don't like being the center of attention. Handle it for me. Secretary Kim, behind her, reminded, it seems they aren't here to take pictures of you, miss. Hearing that, Juhi was surprised. Huh? She annoyedly squeezed between the reporters. Then who is here that they aren't taking pictures of me? Suddenly, Juhi went silent. She was stunned. Damn, she's pretty. The people being chased by the reporters were Yeo Riem and Ga Yul. Meanwhile, Yeo Riem was sitting on the back of a male student. Ga Yul timidly wondered, but sis, why did that guy become your chair? Yeo Riem replied bluntly, I don't know either, they volunteered. She checked on him, are you okay? Don't cry later. The male student replied happily, yes, of course, I'm your fan. Yeo Riem wondered, fan, what nonsense are you talking about? A reporter approached, so, student Yeo Riem, can we start the interview with you now? Yeo Riem answered arrogantly, if you don't follow the order, don't talk about interviews, I'll leave right away. One question per person, then get lost quickly. She signaled, so let's start with the guy wearing the hat over there. Hello student Yeo Riem, I'm from TT TV station. Yeo Riem interrupted, the introduction is too long. The next reporter yelled, I haven't even finished speaking yet. Another reporter asked immediately, I'm from CT France. Recently, you've become the focus in the superhuman world, sought after by many people. How do you feel? She answered quickly, as if snatching the mic. Another reporter approached, do you know that your fan cafe has just been established? Say a few words to the fans. The guy kneeling was happy, the reward is here. He. She didn't care much, so it was this guy. You claim to be my fan? Truly a bunch of lunatics. Next, another reporter introduced himself, I am Park Kang-ho. From Ji-sun newspaper. From his obese body radiated a strange, foul stench. He kept wiping his sweat. What was the meaning behind the words you said at the Tan Long Academy interview? Yeo Riem held her nose while answering, you already know, so why ask? Is your head full of nothing but that? She whispered, what is that smell? He kept pressing, don't be like that. Explain it clearly. Out of countless words, why did you choose that one? Yeo Riem frowned uncomfortably. The reporter looked at her with a perverted expression, is there some other hidden meaning? Yeo Riem didn't let it pass. She interrupted, reporter? Yeo Riem challenged, do you want to do that with me? Kang-ho was bewildered, huh? He stammered, don't be like that. Yeo Riem's face darkened, you know it was just a joke. You already know it's a joke, so why ask such twisted questions? Seeing she was angry, but the reporter still wouldn't stop, perhaps student Yeo Riem is still young and doesn't understand, but being a reporter is just that kind of job, so if you cooperate well, I'll write a decent article for you. Yeo Riem angrily rushed up and grabbed the reporter's collar. Oh my god, buddy, do you think I can put up with you forever? Ga Yul behind her panicked, hey sis, ignore them, let's go in. Kang-ho's camera was still capturing every moment of Yeo Riem. He was secretly happy, yes, keep acting fierce like this, and the views will go up, but still a little regretful, or should I provoke her a bit more? Thinking is doing, he continued to mock, if you keep acting like this, I'll be forced to write the article according to my own interpretation. For example, you Yeo Riem, the center of public opinion, requests a relationship with a reporter. Yeo Riem clenched her fist, yeah, go ahead and write it. She lunged straight at the reporter angrily, but before that, you have to die by my hand. Ga Yul chased after her, wanting to stop her. Yeo Riem. Suddenly, her punch was stopped. Ji-tae had appeared just in time to resolve everything before Yeo Riem took things any further. Ga Yul let out a sigh of relief. You arrived just in time. Ji-tae looked at Yeo Riem. He asked, causing trouble the moment you arrive? Yeo Riem shouted loudly, it's not like that. That pig over there. Seeing Yeo Riem couldn't seem to calm down, Ji-tae decisively picked her up and carried her elsewhere. Yeo Riem resisted, but it wasn't significant. What is this? Let me go. Ji-tae announced to the reporters, the interview ends here. Before leaving, he threatened, and it's best you guys don't put this in the newspaper. From Jitae, a surge of power was released. He walked away angrily, his stride so forceful that he crushed a piece of ground. Kangho backed away in fear, his interview equipment also burning up. Yeoriam looked back at Jitae's action in a daze. All three walked away together before the eyes of many. Jitae warned, Jaeul, if you don't want to be late for your first day of school, go in right now. Jaeul trotted behind, yes. Gong Juhi witnessed the entire event. She was stunned, did you see that just now? Secretary Kim understood the intent, should we investigate how their family is doing? But Juhi didn't care about that. Where is that blonde girl with the huge chest? Inside the classroom, the teacher began to introduce himself. The professor smiled happily, welcome, students. I am Kaido, your swordplay teacher. Today's lesson will be about the history of swordplay and the attitude when holding a sword. Yeoriam followed disinterestedly, what? What is attitude when holding a sword? Hurry up and teach me how to fight already. Jitae appeared surprised, but that's really unexpected. I thought you'd find studying so boring you'd just run away. She sighed, what are you talking about? I've watched boring movies and still managed to finish them. She was serious, I have to work hard until I can defeat that pile of hat-wearing guards. Just wait, the day will come when I defeat him. She wondered, but why are you studying with me? Go follow the others. Jitae replied nonchalantly, you know the reason better than I do. Yeoriam raised an eyebrow, oh my, I'm not causing trouble, I've been good lately. Jitae repeated, did you forget about the reporter incident just now? Yeoriam was startled. She still wanted to make excuses, that pig kept making me angry, kept trying to drive me crazy. If you were in my situation, you wouldn't be able to hold it in either. While saying that, Yeoriam inched closer to Jitae, he reminded me, don't get involved with me. It's hot. Yeoriam happily provoked, what's wrong? Men are usually obsessed with this kind of contact. Or are you shy? Facing Yeoriam's teasing, Jitae remained silent. Yeoriam didn't see the reaction she was hoping for. She was bored. Yeoriam slumped over the desk, so boring. Jitae spoke up, studying is boring by nature. Yeoriam denied, it's not the studying, but your way of talking. She lay slumped on the table, being a kidnapper who isn't the least bit interesting. Yeoriam recalled, at first, I thought you weren't normal either, thinking that later there would be days of dopamine exploding excitement waiting. Yeoriam pouted, but I didn't expect you to play this family game. Jitae replied, the things that happened on your way to school were stimulating enough already, weren't they? Recalling the old story, Yeoriam was annoyed, not that kind of frustrating story, it has to be fighting, killing, the intoxicating taste of victory. Suddenly behind her, the teacher's voice rang out, oh ho, it seems our student Yeoriam is feeling restless. In times like these, I have a good idea. The teacher offered, stay after class with your guardian. Yeoriam's face twisted when she heard the request. After class, in the gym, Yeoriam was holding a wooden sword, trying hard to clean it. The more she cleaned, the angrier she got. Yeoriam stood up abruptly and threw the sword in her hand away. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Why do I have to clean this? I like to fight. Opposite her was Jitae, who also had to clean up. He calmly advised, instead of grumbling, just hurry up and clean. Yeoriam annoyedly requested, call the person at home to come and finish it. He likes cleaning, right? Jitae asked back, then who will watch Jewel? She clicked her tongue and let it slide, that little blue thing is demanding too. Yeoriam changed the subject, I have a question. When you were young, did you ever study? While cleaning the sword, Jitae replied, didn't have time to study properly. She took the opportunity to tease, what? Are you an idiot too? Not having time to study is usually just an excuse, isn't it? Ha ha, he simply replied, back then there was a war, I had to be busy surviving. Yeoriam heard that and went blank. She turned away, damn, you ruined the mood again. So, what about my situation? She thought for a while and decided to ask, is your life fun? Jitae was not happy. Yeoriam sat down in front of him, then why live such a boring life? If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't live such a dull life. Or is it because you're too strong that you're bored with life? Haha. Jitae pondered, life goes on, I can't give it up. Yeoriam broke the seriousness, what's with that childishness? Ji-tae didn't want to argue, enough chatting, just clean. Changing the scene to the evening at Ji-tae's house, everyone was living happily. The scene was as warm as a family. Yeoriam fiddled with the Rubik's Cube in her hand. So you rotate it like this to make the sides match? While she was fiddling and trying to find a way to solve it, Guardian kept walking back and forth cleaning behind her back. Yeoriam felt annoyed and threw the Rubik's Cube straight at him. Hey jerk, do you plan to keep annoying me forever? Guardian gathered his wits in a cowardly stance. He stammered, sorry. After venting her anger, Yeoriam slumped on the chair. Guardian walked away sadly to clean somewhere else. Ubom saw Yeoriam's mood wasn't good. She asked, why do you look so annoyed today? Because of being bothered by the reporters this morning? Yeoriam was bored, but mostly just bored. Haven't been able to fight lately. Yeoriam called out, hey, Bomb? Ubom was startled, her face turning pale. Did you just call me sis? She came to Yeoriam's side. Yeoriam? What's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yeoriam frowned, good grief. Or do you want me to call you by your name for you to be satisfied? She propped herself up to sit. Anyway, that's not important. She wondered, what do you live for? The first time seeing Yeoriam like this? Both Ubom and Jewel stared in shock. Ubom whispered into the little girl's ear, Jewel? Yeoriam has finally hit puberty. Jewel also nodded in agreement. Yeoriam blushed and shouted loudly, I can hear everything, you idiot. And you, little blue girl, what are you nodding at? Yeoriam recounted, today I asked that human guy what he lived for. Do you know what he said? Yeoriam mimicked Ji-tae's facial expression at that time, life just goes on, I can't give it up. Ubom and Jewel exclaimed, oh, just now you looked exactly like him. Yeoriam continued, but that person doesn't feel happy. In this life, people live to find joy. If you can't feel joy, then what's the point of living? For example, that yellow monkey, it just needs good food to be happy. And that little one playing with an old teddy bear already feels happy. Ubom also pondered, yeah, he hasn't said anything to us either, but he surely has something he likes, right? Suddenly Yeoriam replied, in my opinion, you're just like that person. Ubom wondered, I'm like him? Yeoriam agreed, yeah, both are equally hard to understand. Both are incredibly dull. Ha ha, Ubom mused, she seriously thought, yeah, really? Yeoriam continued to ask, so do you see anything fun while living? Ubom remembered something, her eyes brightened, yeah. Ah, there is one thing. Yeoriam was curious, what is it? Ubom's answer made Yeoriam stunned, do you know? He's a nice person, isn't he? Yeoriam was skeptical, what? You can tell just by looking that he's the cold-blooded psychopath type. Remembering Ji-tae. Ubom replied gently, yeah, I thought so too. Memories of when both sat together appeared in Ubom's mind. Remembering Ji-tae's face at that time, Ubom involuntarily gave a shy smile, but actually, he also has a cute side. Yeoriam suddenly lunged forward, her face full of disdain, huh? What is that disgusting smile? Ubom was startled by Yeoriam's action, oh my god. Yeoriam wrestled her down to the floor, never stopping the questioning, don't tell me you two have been doing something weird behind my back. Ubom was tickled by her, unable to hold back laughter. Ah, stop tickling, it's too funny. Right at this moment, Jaeil ran down from upstairs. Sis, the little girl was happy, it's amazing, the social network community is talking all about you, Yeoriam. Jaeil's voice was excited, there's even a fan cafe. Yeoriam turned around abruptly and asked, what's a fan cafe? A bolt of electricity ran across Jaeil's head. She seemed to understand something. Jaeil turned her head, her face blushing shyly. Ah, nothing, you guys just do whatever you were doing. Yeoriam angrily shouted after her, hey, that kid, what are you doing? Another peaceful morning came to Ji-tae's house. Inside his room, he was putting on his shirt, adjusting his watch. The door of the room suddenly opened. Ubom slowly entered. Sir. She tilted her head as if to say something. I'd like to ask for a favor. Ji-tae's shirt was only half buttoned, revealing his toned abdominal muscles. Ubom panicked and slammed the door shut. I'm sorry, I should have knocked first. Ji-tae calmly reassured her. What is it? Come in, I'm finished getting dressed. Ubom entered again, looking even more shy than before. Ubom started, could you go out with me today? Ji-tae adjusted his tie, go out? Why so suddenly? She pouted, you've only been going out with Yeoriam and Jewel lately. You've never once gone out with me, he replied, I suppose I have no choice. Ubom thought to herself, I like violence, after all, and Ga-Yul is easy to manipulate. Want to go get fried chicken with uncle? Wow, fried chicken. Thinking of that, Ji-tae let out a helpless sigh. Fine. Ga-Yul spoke while eating. Sis, you're not going to school, where are you going? Yeoriam retorted irritably, swallow your food before you speak. Yubom smiled, I'm going on a date with him. Ga-Yul was startled. A date? Yeoriam looked away. You mean going out with the Guardian, right? Ga-Yul chewed her bread while leaking the information she had just heard. But seriously, why haven't you gone out with BOM before? Don't tell me you're playing favorites with just me and Yeoriam. He explained, no. That's not it. The little girl smiled, even though playing favorites is bad, I understand. My mom knows 100 men, but she still has her 2 or 3 favorites. Yeoriam was stunned. Geez, your mom is quite something. Ga-Yul smiled innocently, right? Ubom sighed and turned her head away. So, am I like one of the 97 discarded ones? Ji-tae asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Ga-Yul added sadly, in the end, after kidnapping me, you didn't even care about me. It's like catching a fish. Once you've got it, you don't even bother looking at it anymore. Yeoriam blamed him, you've been abandoned. Poor BOM. You're really mean, sir. Yeoriam also looked at him. I understand why you only go out with us, but don't worry, you should just go out with Bomb. You can't watch over us 24/7 anyway. He pondered, alright then. Ga-Yul, hearing that, winked mischievously, having achieved her goal. Time passed quickly until they reached the building, with sunlight shining on the roof. Inside, 15 students and their guardians were seated solemnly. Everyone looked at Ubom and whispered, oh, is she the older sister of that famous girl Yeoriam? Is her name Ubom? She's pretty, right? I heard this girl got a perfect score on the entrance interview, really? Which family is she from? I heard it's the Yu clan, I'm not sure. The Yu clan? Sounds so rustic. At this moment, Suji clapped her hands. Alright, communication theory ends here. For the rest, we will practice social dancing. A young man at the front spoke up. This is embarrassing. Why are we dancing? She asked skeptically. Oh, why be embarrassed? When you become superhumans representing your families, there will be times when you have to dance at luxury parties. Standing there like a log is what's truly embarrassing. Now, find a dance partner in pairs. A man and a woman approached each other. Count on you. Another pair blushed and grabbed each other's hands. If no one else agrees, dance with me. She smiled. If you find someone you like to pair up with, don't hesitate to invite them. Ho ho. Just then, a girl with pink hair was attracted by something and let out a huff. Ubom still doesn't have a partner? I thought boys would be lining up to ask to pair with her. The young man explained, yeah. She feels so hard to approach. Like the feeling that if you touch her, your arm might get broken. At this moment, Suji approached worriedly. Oh, Ubom, you don't have a partner yet? Ubom smiled, hiding her true feelings. Yes, I guess I'm not very popular with everyone. She suggested, Ubom is so beautiful, though. How about the professor? At this moment, she interrupted her. Excuse me, professor, may I invite my guardian to be my dance partner? Ji-tae, in the distance, was surprised to hear that. Suji nodded. Sure? Of course. She quickly ran off. Thank you. She exclaimed, that was fast. She quickly approached where he was sitting. Ubom reached out her hand. Sir, hurry up and get up here. He looked away. I don't know how to dance. She acted hurt. So you're leaving me alone? It's so lonely. He sighed helplessly at that. At this moment, Suji was guiding the rhythm. Now, slowly hold your partner's hand. 3, 2, 1, 2 steps. At this moment, Ji-tae and Ubom faced each other, feeling very awkward. She suddenly saw something that surprised her. His hand moved up and down. She teased, Sir, are you shy about touching me? He turned his head. No. Ubom took the initiative to grab Ji-tae's hands. Don't worry, just because we touch doesn't mean we're in love. He remained cold. Yeah, I know. Her voice was stern, and don't dance carelessly, it'll affect my score. He replied, got it. Both got into position. She said, let's start. Both of them danced together very rhythmically to the music. Ubom thought to herself, why are his hands sweating so much? Her fair hands held Ji-tae's sweat-drenched hands. Are you stressed? Everything else is soaked too. The sweat on your chest is so much it's almost transparent. She remembered the image of Jitae's hot body earlier, and Yubam's face turned bright red. In that moment of distraction, she tripped and fell backward, but Jitae quickly caught her before she hit the ground. The scene was romantic. He was stunned, not knowing what to say, while Ubom was already embarrassed to the point of blushing all over. Her heartbeat increased, then her eyes went blank, and her nose started bleeding. He was startled. A nosebleed. A while later, after the lesson ended, at a roadside shop, Ubom was drinking lemonade, with a piece of tissue plugging her right nostril. Jitae asked, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" She replied, "Do dragons need to go to the hospital? I'm fine now." Thinking back on it, he felt suspicious. That's strange, no impact or anything. Why would a nosebleed happen? She shyly turned her head. Who knows? At this moment, she changed the subject. "And you dance better than I thought. Where did you learn that?" Hearing Yubam's question, Jitae fell into deep thought. Memories deep in his soul surfaced, his eyes colder. Somewhere, a girl was teaching him to dance. "Come on, 1, 2, slow down." Her face broke into a happy smile. "Not bad, like this and you'll be a pro soon." "Captain." Jitae's back reflected on the ground, creating a sad scene. Then he replied, "Never learned." She heard that and stayed silent, saying nothing more. Ubom slowly took the cotton off her nose. She stood up and asked, "After school, are you busy?" Jitae replied, "No." She tied her hair up. "Then let's go do something fun with me." The full moon shone through the white clouds. In Moscow, Russia, at the research facility of the underground organization Invisible, the alarm light flickered, and the alarm sounded loudly. A figure ran quickly, with the corpses of guards behind her. She gritted her teeth. Damn, destiny. Where did that monster come from? The number of people here isn't enough to stop it. I have to get out of here and protect the headquarters. At this moment, the guardian appeared behind her. In such a hurry, where are you going? She stared at him, stunned. What do you want? He replied coldly, "Master, I'm looking for something. Super Commander Class XY Demon." "Where is he?" She screamed angrily. "You think I'll tell you? Kill me." The guardian used shadows to grab her neck. "After killing many demons, I realized one thing. When near death, your instincts will surface. But when in too much pain, you struggle like a broken puppet. Do you also want to dance a few steps under the moonlight?" Vera lay slumped in a pool of blood. The guardian knocked her out, and transmitted a report signal to Jitae, "Master." An image of a girl with one leg shackled appeared. The X-type sample has been moved to the Invisible headquarters as a test subject. And this time, the X-type is a female, very different from the previous versions. He listened to the information, and Jitae asked, "The chief researcher you dealt with earlier was Vera, right?" He replied, "Yes, Master." He ordered, "Disguise yourself as him, infiltrate Invisible, and find the true identity of XD." The guardian replied, "As you command." After cutting the signal, Jitae thought about the many demons with fierce appearances looking worried. Super Commander Demon, Prototype X, a creature possessing special abilities, connects the minds of a series of demons. The longer it exists, the more demon consciousness it absorbs, becoming dangerously unpredictable. He remembered the demons that died at his own hands. "That's why I always prioritize destroying Prototype X every cycle." But this time, the information was different from previous cycles, making the hunt difficult. Jitae took out the power, and it showed a notification. The X-time velocity power is reading malice from the horizon of destiny, which is scanning for existences lying outside the timeline. He looked at the notification, which continued to scan, thinking, the fact that X changed its form must be due to the malice the Guardian mentioned. Jitae squeezed the power tightly. Just killing off those who disrupt this life is enough. At this moment, Ubom called, "Sir, come here for a second." He walked over and asked, "What?" She kept saying, "Hurry up, hurry up." Jitae was surprised, seeing Ubom slightly opening the curtain for him to see the lingerie she was trying on, shyly asking, "Do you see it? Does it suit me?" He turned away immediately. "What kind of game are you playing?" Ubom smiled and replied, "Summer is coming soon, it's no big deal to buy one." She also invited him, "It's hard to see from there. Come inside and look clearly." He showed no interest and said, "You said we were going out for fun, but now you're dragging me into this nonsense?" Ubom was shy. "What? I find it fun." As if realizing something, she asked, "Huh? What strange things are you thinking about? Adults are really hard to understand." Jitae replied, "Don't provoke me." Afterward, the two went for a walk. Ubom didn't let go of what happened earlier. "Sir, be honest, you wanted to look earlier, right?" He denied, no. She continued to tease, oh, it's impossible you didn't want to look. Yubam smiled brightly and said, I should have bought it, I guess. Jite said, if you're done playing, let's go home. She said, hee, actually, I came here to buy gifts for the kids. He repeated, gifts. Yubioem thought about Jul and the teddy bear, then expressed her wish, yeah, do you know Jul's teddy bear is torn to shreds? So I intended to buy her another one, and while I'm at it, buy gifts for the others too. Jite asked further, what do the others want? She started listing, Yul only likes clothes, she doesn't care about anything else. So that she won't feel inferior when going out with friends later, maybe buy her a nice wallet. He asked again, then what about Yeo Riem? Yubioem thought about what Yeo Riem wanted to buy and smiled awkwardly. Yeo Riem, yesterday she said there was something she wanted to buy. She remembered the girl's tone at that time, I saw this in a movie the other day, buy it for me. Ubom judged that item to be a bit strange. After that, the two separated, and she said, then I'll go look for gifts for Yul and Yeo Riem. You pick something for Jul for me. Jite immediately agreed, alright. Ubom watched him walking forward. She silently asked, is it okay? At the toy store, the shop owner was at the counter pondering. She looked at Jite, guessing his age to be in his late 20s or early 30s. Is this physique a model or a soldier? His face is also good-looking. He was still engrossed in choosing teddy bears, not with anyone. His eyes were blank before the children's toys. The shop owner thought smugly, the exact type of customer that's easy to rip off. Caught a fat prey. She asked cheerfully, oh, are you buying gifts for your child? How old is she? Jite replied, about 4 years old. The shop owner flattered, oh, the cutest age. Is she your daughter? He answered, not my daughter, but she is a little girl. She walked over and patted Jite's shoulder, praising, ah, so is she your niece? It's rare to see uncles picking gifts for their nieces like this. She must really like it. Then she continued, but you're a bit lacking in sophistication. The shop owner put a toy medical stethoscope to his chest. Then she said, at 4 years old, you should buy role-play toys like this rather than dolls. This type helps you play with the child and bond the family. But in her heart, she exclaimed, his physique is so solid. She enthusiastically offered, if you buy this doctor kit, I'll give you a 10% discount on other sets. Seeing him pick up the toy, the owner asked, would you like to take a look? Jite imagined Jul playing with a syringe. He said, then I'll leave it to you. The shop owner was overjoyed to hear that. Finally, Jite bought a pile of gifts. She didn't stop saying, it looks like a lot, but it's very necessary for the child's psychological development. You won't regret it. He pulled out his card, and the shop owner asked, paying by card? Jite just nodded. Seeing the card, she was surprised. Thinking about the value of the card in his hand, that card is a VIP black card only for elite families. No wonder he buys whatever I suggest. The shop owner admired his handsomeness, silently calculating, this guy is more attractive the more you look at him, maybe he's single, should I take this opportunity to hit on him? She shyly probed, hey, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly Yubam appeared, putting her arm around Jite's, calling, sir? She asked, are you planning to buy this whole pile? The shop owner guessed, could it be his girlfriend? Looking at Yubam's outfit, she guessed, wait, this is a student uniform, so you two are still. They chatted casually, what are you planning to buy for Jul? He replied, a teddy bear. She said, but why pick all this miscellaneous stuff? The shop owner interrupted, so you're buying it for your little sister? Ubom glanced at her. She said, the child might not be used to it at first, but, Ubom repeated, she doesn't like it. The shop owner said reluctantly, ahaha. Is that so? She picked up a teddy bear and evaluated. This one might be okay. Ubom looked at the bear and continued, it looks like the old bear, so she won't feel strange. Jite added, I intended to buy it from the beginning. She said, shouldn't this get a VIP discount? At home, Yul and Jul's eyes were round and excited. Wow, look at all the gifts. They asked politely, are these gifts really for us? Yul held the new wallet, overjoyed, I was just thinking about buying a new wallet. I love you both so much. The little girl looked at the gifts everyone was concerned about. Jul has a teddy bear. And what did Yeo Riem get? She replied, sis. Holding handcuffs in her mouth, she said, adult toys. She coaxed, hey, golden monkey, come here. I have a fun game. Yul quickly refused, I don't want to play. The little girl was scared to the point of crying, Ah. And the girl he picked up expressed her feelings through touch. Ubom spoke up. I'm giving you this. Jitae opened the gift box. This is. She said, I see you wearing the same old tie every day, so I bought this for you. Ubom added, when I earn money, I'll buy you a suit. He looked at the gift. Thank you. Jitae asked, why didn't you buy anything for yourself? Ubom replied, oh, I bought one thing. He was curious. What did you buy? She shyly thought of the lingerie and said, I'll show you later. A few weeks later, the guardian crept in. He asked solemnly, did you call for me? Jitae instructed, I'll be away for 3 days. Remember to take care of Jewel carefully. Guardian said, you're going far, sir. He glanced at the bed and replied, yes, Yeoriam is sleeping and drooling. Jitae continued, Yeoriam will also come with me. The next day, everyone was gathered in the lobby, waiting. A young man among them spoke up, finally, it's starting. The simulated demon war. As he finished speaking, the purple circle gradually expanded. It is known that the simulated demon war is a survival battle lasting 2 days and 3 nights in a virtual space. Students move in groups of 3 under the command of a representative guardian called a tactical operator. They are originally navigators in superhuman teams specialized in hunting monsters. Here, the guardian acts in this role. Jitae is also present right here. Yeoriam, beside him, sat and judged this year's members. Geez, look at those stressed kids, those mediocre people have no real combat experience. So she was reminded by Jitae, hey Yeoriam, this is not the time to show off. She heard that and was dissatisfied. Yeah, he continued, this is not a solo battle, you have to work in a group of 3. Yeoriam sighed, I know, but you have to choose teammates you like. Suddenly she noticed the group next to them. A man and a woman approached. The man scratched his head and asked, if you don't have a team yet, do you want to join our team? Yeoriam got angry and shouted, what the hell? You weaklings, get lost. But Jitae asked calmly, what are your names? The guy replied, I'm Hisaki Sojiro. The woman also spoke up, Kim Jin. Both simultaneously bowed their heads politely. Sojiro sincerely promised, we will try our best not to bother you too. Yeoriam still kept an irritable attitude. You guys, didn't you hear me say get lost? In her heart, she thought, they look weak already. Yet Jitae agreed briefly, alright, making Yeoriam irritated, huh? Who allowed them to join the group? Jitae said, if you don't like it, find teammates yourself. But the girl lowered her voice, that's too much trouble. Seeing this, Sojiro and Kim Jin were stunned. The result was that Yeoriam had to endure, hey you weaklings, I'm fighting, if you get in my way, watch out. Sojiro was happy, thank you, but suddenly a hand came flying. The person hit the guy's head hard, making Sojiro hold his head in pain. It was Johnny. He glared in warning, hey you mediocre thing, didn't I tell you? Keep acting flirtatious in front of me, you want to die? Sojiro was in pain to the point of tears. The guy hurriedly said, hee, sorry. So Johnny turned to tease Kim Jin, hey, your boyfriend apologized, don't you have anything to say? He placed his hand directly on her head and challenged her, got nothing to say? Just then, his friends laughed and said, hey, Johnny, that's someone else's ward, take it easy. He sneered, so what? The higher-ups don't care about what happens to a bunch of orphans. Johnny took advantage of the situation, grabbed Kim Jin's hair, and mocked, hey, you should cut your bangs, they look so gloomy. She tried to push his hand away but couldn't, only able to cry out helplessly, please don't do that. Johnny laughed triumphantly, oh man, an orphan still daring to talk back. He didn't expect that Yeoriam had walked up beside him at some point. She said softly, what do you mean by orphan? Hearing that, he was startled. He thought to himself, this girl is Yeoriam, the psycho representing the Blue Dragon Academy. Yeoriam put her hands in her pockets and asked impatiently, I'll ask you again. What do you mean by orphan? Johnny's eyelid twitched as he remembered what his family and the adults in his clan had told him, that he should stay away from people like her. So, he let go of Kim Jin's hair and turned to explain, you don't know what an orphan is? It's a student without a guardian. Put simply, it's just trash without any backing. As he spoke, he laughed and pointed at Kim Jin and Sojiro. Yeoriam scratched her head, is that so? Are these environmental pollutants really that much of a nuisance? Hearing her say that, Johnny put his arm around her shoulders, trying to act friendly. Hey, don't tell me you're on their team. Someone as strong as you, why be on a team with such weaklings? Ha. Why don't you join our team? If you agree, I can clear a spot for you. His two henchmen were stunned, and one questioned, "Johnny, what are you saying?" But Johnny didn't care at all, he was only calculating. "Yeah, even though she's crazy, if I can get close to her, it'll be extremely beneficial for me. Looking at her combat style, it's a perfect match, I just need to butter her up a little bit more." And then, a punch to the face happened. Naturally, Johnny took the full impact. Before the gasping eyes of his two henchmen, and the pair Kim Jin and Sojiro, he could only cover his mouth, listening to Yeo Ryum curse. "Hey, Buckethead, are you looking to die? Who gave you permission to put your hand on my shoulder? Are we close, you and I? You dare to act like my equal? You piece of trash." At this moment, Johnny stood motionless with a distorted face, but inside he was screaming, "You crazy woman, just you wait." And then, surprisingly, he turned and walked away, even as Yeo Ryum continued cursing, "Next time I see your face, you're dead." Kim Jin and Sojiro looked at Yeo Ryum, both shocked, while Jitae was already used to it and could only let out a long sigh. Afterwards, the teacher stepped out to announce, "All right, attention all students." It was the combat professor, Crit T. Looking rather lazy, he said, "I'll explain the rules now. You will be divided into 50 teams, starting from separate locations. Activity points, takedowns, deaths, and damage, everything will be calculated for points and live rankings. If you die, you must wait 3 hours to respawn at a different point. Remember this well. The virtual location is the ant nest, and just as the name suggests, it is a giant cave system." The teacher finished his presentation with a well-wish, "Good luck to everyone," dismissed. One by one, everyone stepped into the virtual matrix. Jitae's group also entered. Yeo Ryum laughed, "Huh, pretty impressive. If it's this awesome, then let's kick things off with a slaughter." However, Kim Jin quickly stopped her and asked, "Wait, how do we know where the other teams are to attack them?" Yeo Ryum looked clueless, "Huh? Just run around everywhere, you'll run into them." Kim Jin explained, "Sorry, but we aren't as fast or agile as you. If you rush off alone, we could be ambushed from behind." Yeo Ryum leaned on her hands, mocking, "Good heavens, are you bragging about being weak?" Kim Jin offered an opinion, "We should set up a strategy before acting." Yeo Ryum laughed at that. "Strategy? What strategy? Just let me fight. You guys provide cover from the back." Kim Jin became serious and criticized her, "This is a team battle, not a solo, don't act recklessly." Yeo Ryum blared back, "I took pity on you and let you in the team. Now you're trying to push your luck?" Sojiro stood in the middle, confused and trying to intervene. "Hey, everyone, please calm down." Jitae finally spoke up, "Do you guys have any specific targets in mind?" Kim Jin was caught off guard by the question and was a bit stunned. "Huh?" Jitae kept his cold expression and continued, "How many teams do you want to take down?" Kim Jin replied, "How could it be that easy? Every team has a navigator, they're hard to pin down." Yeo Ryum couldn't help but speak up, "So pessimistic, with this many teams and that many teams." The mischievous girl then wore a triumphant smile, "Just wipe out whichever team we see." On the other side, Johnny was wincing because of the loving gift Yeo Ryum had given him, muttering as he walked, "That annoying girl, my face still hurts." His group's navigator wondered, "Why do you keep teasing you Yeo Ryum and getting hit? The higher-ups already warned us not to touch her." He replied grumpily, "I just wanted to make friends. Who knew she was actually crazy?" The henchman then spoke up, "But Johnny, were you serious about kicking someone out to bring Yeo Ryum in earlier?" He felt guilty. "Of course not, I was just testing her reaction." To change the subject, he stomped his feet furiously and shouted, "Arg, Yeo Ryum, just you wait. When we meet again here, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Who would have thought that speaking of the devil would bring the devil? A voice that made Johnny's skin crawl rang out, "Tear me to pieces?" Where did the big sister charge from? The sword she held was strangely shiny. Her eyes were filled with love, leaving Johnny frozen for 5 seconds, speechless. His expression was completely solidified. Yeo Ryum looked at him and issued a challenge, "Go ahead and try it." Before he could even move, she landed a kick to the striker's jaw for the second time, dropping poor Johnny's health from 100 down to 17. Afterward, she turned around artfully in front of everyone's admiring eyes. As a result, Johnny was kicked flying into the wall, creating a not-so-small shockwave. Johnny's team navigator thought in astonishment, "Damn it, how long have we been tracked?" He shouted out in realization, "Ambush, get ready to fight." So, the two henchmen prepared their machine guns and moved into an attack stance. Yeo Ryum had landed on the ground by then. She said softly, you're seriously mistaken if you think this is a fight. And then, she slowly lifted her head, laughed cruelly, and continued, this is just a one-sided hunt for me, you dogs. Johnny's teammate fired at Yeo Riem. Unfortunately, Yeo Riem's speed was fast enough to dodge the bullets. Seeing this, the other guy immediately panicked and screamed, don't come over here. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yeo Riem was already standing in front of him. Without a second of hesitation, she swung her sword, draining all of his health. Just after finishing, Yeo Riem realized something. There was someone rushing toward her. She didn't hesitate or dodge, she simply raised her sword to block. This action startled the attacker, but in his heart, he was silently scolding, you idiot, instead of dodging, you're taking the counterattack head-on. Since his position was higher, he thought victory was certain, and his weapon was also much heavier. So, he believed that no matter how strong Yeo Riem was, there was no reason for him to be at a disadvantage. But life isn't a dream. The guy's eyes suddenly widened in horror, because Yeo Riem was still standing there proudly, smirking. You thought you could beat me in a contest of strength? Finishing her sentence, she swung her sword down, dropping his health to 0. After finishing them off, Yeo Riem was very unhappy. She muttered in dissatisfaction, what the hell is this? This guy wasn't even enough of a warm-up. Is that it already? Right at that moment, Hisaki shouted a reminder, Yeo Riem, there's still one guy over there. Yeo Riem frowned in suspicion upon hearing that, one more? She glanced over and saw Johnny struggling to crawl up from the ground. The kick earlier hadn't completely killed him, leaving him with 17 HP. Seeing Yeo Riem eyeing him, he hurriedly begged, is it possible to not hit my face anymore? Unfortunately, Yeo Riem had never listened to anyone in her life. She kicked him directly in the face, dropping his HP to a clean 0. Johnny's guardian saw this and shouted, it's all over. Hisaki hurried over to compliment her, that's super, you took down that whole team by yourself. Kim Jin also secretly reflected in her heart, I didn't expect Yeo Riem to be that strong. Is Henry that famous? But what surprised her even more was Yeo Riem's guardian, Jitae. Even with limited mana sensing, he still managed to find another team so quickly. In this training session, combat commanders weren't allowed to use mana. Yet, Jitae had calculated the timing of Yeo Riem's ambush perfectly and gave the attack order without missing a beat. With such agile tracking and perfect command, Kim Jin was certain he used to be a first-class combat commander for the Alliance. Right at that moment, a notification sound echoed, all members of Team 37 have been eliminated and will respawn at another location in 3 hours. Johnny's guardian quickly took the 3 of them and left. Jitae looked at them calmly, then gave a slight nod to the guardian. Just then, an exclamation rang out from behind. Look at this. It startled Jitae, who turned to see it was Hisaki. He was looking at the leaderboard and cheered happily, we've only taken down one team, and we've already reached 6th place. Kim Jin nodded in agreement, the magic simulation has only just started, so there are surely still many teams that haven't finished fighting yet. In that situation, Yeo Riem overwhelmed the whole team without taking any damage, so getting into the top is natural. Hearing that, Hisaki wanted to pounce and hug Yeo Riem. You're truly Yeo Riem, you're really good. However, before he could even touch her, she pinched his beak, mouth. Yeo Riem scolded him in dissatisfaction, you dried squid, what's so funny about standing in the back and watching for free? She said, when I rushed in by myself, what was Hisaki doing? Isn't he supposed to be a sniper? While I was fighting, he should have found a position and gotten into a sniper stance. Instead, he just stood in the back watching like idiots. The 2 Hisakis were scolded by Yeo Riem for a long time, but since she was clearly right, they could only bow their heads and apologize. Seeing this, Yeo Riem snorted with contempt, and don't be happy just because we're 6th, we must take 1st place. Got it? Having said that, she tapped her chest, her eyes filled with determination. The 2 Hisakis had no choice but to nod in agreement. But Yeo Riem wasn't done yet. She angrily straightened Hisaki's clothes and scolded, hey you dried squid, dress properly, you're not a kid anymore. Jitae stood to the side watching this scene and couldn't help but sigh in resignation. While they were fighting, Jul had to stay home with the guardian in a very dull state. Time passed, and the magic combat simulation had been going on for 2 days. At the control room of the virtual dungeon, Jitae walked over with a cup of coffee, muttering to himself, today is the last day of the simulation, isn't it? Hey teaching assistant, which team is in 1st place? The assistant immediately replied, Team 1 is still in the lead, but Team 50 is closing in fast. Jitae narrowed his eyes in suspicion, let's see, Team 1 is that bunch of elites, but who is Team 50? The assistant quickly said, it's the team with student Yeo Riem, sir. Jitae was startled, Yeo Riem? That crazy girl? The assistant whispered, yes, that's right. Yeo Riem and 2 students without guardians. Yeo Riem's team only has her as the frontline attacker. Both Hisaki and Kim Jin are snipers. Jitae watched and commented, "This is truly a one-woman show by Yeo Riem. Is she really strong enough to climb all the way to second place?" The assistant quickly offered his input. "In my opinion, it's thanks to their guardian acting as the combat commander pushing them up. Sir, take a look at this." Having said that, he opened the map. Jitae was amazed and exclaimed, "Oh my, what is this?" On the map was a movement route that was overly perfect, making him unable to hide his surprise. The assistant glanced at him and asked, "Could he have been a combat commander for the Alliance?" Jitae didn't think so and shook his head in disagreement. "Hey, did you forget I used to be a combat commander? Is there anyone in this circle I don't know? And I've never heard of this guy's name." He then fell into deep thought. The student to watch from the Blue Dragon Academy, Yeo Riem, whom magic professors praised as a rare genius, UBOM. They all belong to the clan founded by that guy, Jitae. The important thing is that the information about this man is too clean, as if it had been scrubbed with an eraser, which made Jitae unavoidable in his suspicions. While he was thinking, the assistant hesitated and spoke up, "Professor, there is one point that is bothering me." Jitae narrowed his eyes and asked, "Yeah, what is it?" The assistant slowly opened his mouth. "It seems Team 1 is using marking. Their route has never crossed with Team 3 or 4, as if they are exchanging signals with each other." Jitae squinted at him and asked coldly, "Hey, assistant, are you a sports referee?" This left the assistant bewildered. Jitae snorted coldly and explained, "Our subject is actual combat. In a situation without external communication, conveying intentions to one another isn't cheating, it's strategy. Shouldn't we even be praising them?" Hearing this, the assistant realized and quickly replied, "Ah, I hadn't thought of it that way." Shrugging indifferently, Jitae continued coolly, "But if they meet and don't fight, then that really is cheating." Inside the dungeon, Yeo Riem was furious, punching the wall and causing it to crack. She shouted in frustration, "Hey, from the beginning until now, we haven't died once and are still earning points constantly, right?" Hisaki nodded slightly. "Yeah, that's right." Yeo Riem was unhappy and yelled, "Then why are we still in second place?" Hisaki was scared by her and replied with a trembling voice, "Being second place is already very good, anyway." Yeo Riem angrily punched and kicked him, causing his health to drop constantly while she kept cursing, "I said it already, I won't accept anything but first place." Kim Jin saw this and hesitated to speak. "Sorry, but can't you be satisfied with second place?" This made Yeo Riem startle and turn her head to look back. Kim Jin felt uneasy for a moment but still reminded her, "You're still doing fine, but we're running out of stamina, and there's not much time left." She said if we push too hard, we might actually lose points instead, so it would be safer to consider the current situation. But as soon as she finished speaking, Yeo Riem suddenly moved close to her face, making Kim Jin panic. "What is it?" Yeo Riem softened her voice. Yeah, I understand. Besides the beginning, you guys also tried your best, following me quite well, that's also enough effort." Hearing this, Kim Jin was moved. "Yeo Riem?" But before she could finish, Yeo Riem's anger erupted again. "But that's exactly why you guys aren't achieving anything." Saying that, she grabbed Kim Jin's shoulders, causing her to cry out in pain. But Yeo Riem didn't care and kept scolding. "Do you know why the others look down on you and call you stupid? Because you don't have a guardian?" Jitae stood to the side, observing the surroundings, ignoring them. No one stopped her. Yeo Riem did as she pleased, shouting and scolding, no one intervening. "It's because you give up as soon as you get a little tired. That pathetic losing mentality has deeply rooted itself in your brains," she said. "On the very first day, you both said you wouldn't be a burden to me. So get up, don't live like losers anymore." Hisaki lifted his head to look at her. Kim Jin also bit her lip hard. She had felt what Yeo Riem just said. So immediately after, both of them shouted in unison, "We can do it, we will take first place." Seeing the two of them shouting, Yeo Riem smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, Jitae suddenly spoke, "Speech is over, come here for a second." The three of them quickly walked over and saw strange marks on the wall in front of them. Yeo Riem snorted, "Yeah, no wonder I felt it was strange. Is that bunch using these marks to coordinate with each other?" Hisaki also nodded in agreement. "I checked other places and there are similar marks. Come to think of it, I think I've heard of this before. Some seniors formed alliances to avoid running into each other." He said, "These marks were probably left by them, but that's just a suspicion." Jitae hesitated and said, "There's no solid evidence. Why don't we report this to the management?" "It's not too late now." However, Yeo Riem stood in silent thought. After a long while, she sneered, "No need." Kim Jin looked at her in confusion. Yeoriam wore a twisted smile and spoke, "I have a better idea. This method will make those bastards suffer big time." Elsewhere, Team 1 was also constantly checking the rankings on the scoreboard. Team 1's current ranking, first place. A fat blonde guy in the team looked at the time on the notification screen. Time remaining until the end, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. The announcement to the whole team is almost done. 40 minutes left until the simulation ends. The red-haired girl in front suddenly turned around and asked him, "Is Team 50 still in second place?" The blonde guy quickly confirmed, "That's right, but no need to worry, as long as we don't die, first place is definitely ours." Afterward, he commented with interest, "The captain of the second place team is that girl Yeoriam, right? Heard she's good at fighting, but didn't expect her to be this scary. A freshman climbing all the way to second place, if there wasn't a perfect plan, it'd be dangerous for us too." As soon as those words were out, the person walking in front immediately paused slightly. The red-haired girl immediately realized the situation and hurried to turn back and scold the blonde guy, "No matter how good she is, she's not as good as our captain. Watch your mouth, you pig, he's from the Yong family, a famous sword-fighting clan." Team 1's captain belonged to the renowned Yong sword-fighting family. Young Myung-ho. The blonde guy knew he had slipped up and laughed to reconcile. "Myung-ho, my apologies, I just let it slip." Young Myung-ho calmly reminded him, "Don't get complacent, the exam isn't over yet." Although he remained calm on the outside, his heart was filled with determination. "No matter how strong Yeoriam is, it doesn't matter, because my goal is to take first place in this exam to be recognized by the clan head." He felt resentful when thinking of someone else. "Just you wait, I will prove that I am superior to that young Taeha." Right at that moment, their instructor looked puzzled and asked the group, "Hey guys, did your plan change halfway through?" Young Myung-ho immediately replied to him, "No, is there a problem?" But the moment he looked ahead, he was startled. All over the walls in front of them were many symbols left by them. The blonde guy saw it and shouted in confusion, Why are there so many symbols? With this, how are we supposed to know who passed through and which direction we should take?" He gritted his teeth in anger. Who is playing this trick? But the red-haired girl warned the group, "Stay calm, someone's coming." From the tunnel ahead, footsteps of a group of people could be heard. When he saw the others, young Myung-ho exclaimed in surprise, "You guys are Team 3? The Team 3 guys were also stunned looking back. Team 1. The blonde guy was now confused too. "We're allies, aren't we?" While the red-haired girl immediately asked the captain, young Myung-ho, "What should we do now?" He didn't hesitate at all and replied, "What else? We have to kill them." At the same time, drawing their weapons, the Team 3 members were also thrown into chaos by the situation. "Hey, they're really going to fight, should we pretend to lose?" The Team 3 captain was still more composed and immediately rejected his teammate's idea. "You idiot, do you think Professor Jite is a fool? I don't know what to do either." Finally, he swore and decided, "Damn it, we're already in it, just fight first." Once the order was given, both sides charged into hand-to-hand combat. On a high cliff nearby, Yeoriam's group was watching the situation below with interest. Look at them tearing each other apart. So Gyro couldn't believe his eyes looking at the situation below. "No way, I didn't expect this plan to actually succeed." Yeoriam was still excited and asked him, "Wanna bet on who wins?" Going back a few minutes, both Sojiro and Kim Jin looked at Yeoriam in surprise, using those signs in reverse. Yeoriam pointed at the signs on the cliff and explained to the two, "That's right, even if I don't know what they mean, we just need to redraw them until they don't even realize it themselves. When that happens, their routes will be confused, and their plan will collapse on its own. My plan is just that simple." So Gyro and Kim Jin followed her instructions, going around and drawing plenty of similar signs. Meanwhile, Yeoriam would split off to hunt people for more points. "In case I run into the first place team, I'll beat them to a pulp." Kim Jin hesitated and interrupted, "Hey, I have a question, what if we wander off and run into another team?" Yeoriam heard that and, having already planned for it, pointed at Jite, "You really are cowards, I'll lend you this uncle to lead the way, learn how to hide yourselves." He complained with some resentment, "Am I a product?" But Yeoriam asked him very casually, "So? Is my plan okay?" Jite was silent for a moment before finally nodding in recognition, "Okay." Yeoriam, having his approval, became smug, "I knew it, this plan is top tier, damn, why think otherwise?" Returning to the present, young Myung-ho finally defeated the captain of Team 3. The notification board displayed, Team 3 has been eliminated. The red-haired girl held her injured shoulder and spoke with difficulty to young Myung-ho, "Captain, sorry, I'm out." He just calmly replied, "It's fine, we took out the entire Team 3 so the points will increase." if we survive like this. Right at that moment, a voice cut him off. Who said you guys were going to live? Young Manhwa started in caution. Who's that? Yeo Riem jumped down from the cliff and replied with flair, you're asking who I am? In this chaotic era of turmoil, truly, I am the real villain here. Before her appearance, the atmosphere went quiet in an instant. Her two teammates observed from above. Yeo Riem faced young Manhwa calmly, while he looked at her suspiciously, wondering, could it be that she's the one who ruined my plan? But immediately, he glanced up at the cliff. There from above. Sojiro poked his head out and said to Yeo Riem, we'll provide cover for you. As soon as he saw the two of them, young Manhwa sneered. He quickly ordered the blonde guy, Wei, can you still move? There are two of them from Team 50 up there, take care of them. The blonde guy suggested unconvincingly, can't we just retreat? We've already won by stalling like this. Young Manhwa lowered his voice, Wei. He glared threateningly at him, don't make me repeat myself a second time. Wei immediately fell silent, but in his heart, he cursed, damn it, does he think he's so great? But in the end, he finally agreed, alright, I'll be right back. With a single leap, he vaulted up to the cliffside where Sojiro and Kim Jin were hiding, landing with a spectacular thud. He greeted them while they were still in a state of shock. Hey, what's up, kiddos? Immediately after, he aggressively cracked his knuckles and slowly advanced. I'm a bit busy, so let's wrap this up quickly. Both of them screamed in unison, then turned and bolted. Run! Wei shouted as well. Where do you think you're going? He then lunged past Jite to chase after them down below. Yeo Riem heard the shout echoing from above, and commented with interest, look, a flying pig. But she was immediately startled, quickly raising her sword to block an attack from young Manhwa, who had taken advantage of her distraction to strike. He gritted his teeth and warned, this is no time to be distracted. Yeo Riem swung her sword with great force, pushing him back. As soon as he regained his stance, young Manhwa suddenly asked, your name is Yeo Riem, right? I didn't expect you to be able to ruin my plan. That's actually impressive. You're certainly not just someone who only knows how to use her fists. Yeo Riem replied with disdain, colluding with others and calling it a strategy? You idiot! Young Manhwa arrogantly retorted, let's stop here. No matter how much you struggle, the first place still belongs to the young family. Yeo Riem confidently swung her sword, not a chance. She looked toward Jite, who was calmly watching the fight from above, and confidently declared, because first place belongs to our family. Elsewhere, Sojiro and Kim Jin were desperately running away with Wei chasing them from behind. He angrily shouted at them, just stop running and be obedient for once. Kim Jin, running in front, tried to encourage Sojiro, who was struggling behind, keep holding on, Sojiro. That pig was just in a fight, so he must be quite injured. Once he runs out of stamina, we'll counterattack. But Sojiro was breathless, his eyes rolling back, mouth agape, and he stuttered back to her, huh? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly anymore. Kim Jin was startled by Sojiro's state and screamed, you scared me. You look like you've lost 10 years of your life. Sojiro whispered back to her, Kim Jin, you run, I can't run anymore. Kim Jin tried both encouraging and threatening him, don't give up. Do you want to die at Yeo Riem's hands? Sojiro suddenly growled back at Kim Jin, no, I'm not giving up. I'm leaving the front to you and Yeo Riem. As he said that, he turned around and shot an arrow straight at Wei, causing the guy to jump in surprise. Meanwhile, Sojiro remembered his past of being bullied, venting all his frustration. I'm sick and tired of being looked down upon just because I have no guardian and am weak. He held his bow firmly, I won't run anymore. But the arrow weakly fell halfway, leaving all three of them stunned. The first one to finally speak was Sojiro. He shouted in panic, maybe my arms are out of stamina from breaking those signs earlier. Wei reacted quickly, jumping forward and punching Sojiro straight in the face. You scared the hell out of me, you dog. That single punch knocked Sojiro out. His health dropped from 88 to 0 in an instant. Kim Jin worriedly drew her weapon and called out, you idiot Sojiro. But immediately, her face was grabbed tightly by Wei. He aggressively slammed Kim Jin into the wall. Where were you planning to run? After subduing Kim Jin, he contemptuously asked, hey, I checked the files on you and that dried fish guy. Don't you two have guardians? Do you losers think you're something special just because you managed to climb to second place? Kim Jin suddenly gave a grim smile, just second place? Wei was slightly taken aback by the situation, only hearing Kim Jin continue in a cold voice, sorry. At the same time, one of her eyes flashed with a spark. Kim Jin was using her sharpshooter's eye protection skill, firmly declaring to him, we care more about first place. Simultaneously, the barrel of the gun in her hand aimed straight at Wei, glowing with light. He panicked and shouted, "Wait a second." But when he instinctively reached out to block while dodging, Kim Jin's shot fired straight up above. Seeing that her attack missed, Wei finally sighed in relief. "Damn, that scared the crap out of me." He then aggressively mocked, "Kim Jin, your mana gun can't even hit anything, and you want first place? Know your place." But she replied with a cold laugh, "What are you talking about? I used it exactly as intended." Her gaze directed straight at the rock falling directly onto Wei's head, and in the blink of an eye, the massive rock smashed into his head. Wei suddenly realized, "Don't tell me she wasn't aiming at me, but at the top instead?" Wei was finally defeated by Kim Jin. Kim Jin herself was exhausted, leaning against the wall behind her, muttering softly, "Eo Riem, I did my best. I really did." The system notification immediately updated, remaining members of Team 1. A red-haired girl from Team 1 suddenly opened her eyes. An instructor standing nearby asked with concern, "You awake?" She shook her head slightly and quickly sat up. "Yes, I'm just a bit dizzy." Afterward, she worriedly asked about the situation. "The Guardian, my team, how is everyone?" He quickly replied, "The thing is, Wei has been eliminated, and young Myung-ho is still fighting." She couldn't believe it, looking toward the ongoing battle. "What? Is the leader losing? Because of that insignificant little girl?" Young Myung-ho was currently slumped under a cliff, while Eo Riem stood casually in front of him. "I thought you were supposed to be good at fighting. Turns out that's all there is to it. I'm truly disappointed." She continued to mock, "Don't make excuses about being tired from fighting another team. I also trashed several teams before meeting you guys." Young Myung-ho angrily gritted his teeth and retorted, "Don't act like a winner." He aggressively lunged forward, swinging his sword hard toward Eo Riem and roared, "How dare a low-class clan member show such nerve?" But immediately after, his head was pinned down by a hand. Eo Riem from above sneered, "What's low-class is your skill level?" As she said that, she used her leg to stomp hard on young Myung-ho, but her expression immediately became even more excited. When young Myung-ho used his sword to block her knee that was pressing down, "You blocked it?" Young Myung-ho used all his strength to shove Eo Riem off him. By this point, he had to admit, "Alright, I admit you are stronger than I expected, but you aren't a master of swordsmanship." His voice suddenly became full of threats, and his expression turned extremely dark. "Now I will show you the difference in our classes." Eo Riem remained extremely excited and replied with a hint of contempt, "You're all beaten up, and you're still putting on airs?" But immediately afterward, she froze, because young Myung-ho had dropped into a defensive stance, and around him, sword energy formed the shape of a roaring blue dragon. This is the swordsmanship of the Young family. First form, Dragon Rising. The Guardian standing outside couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Young Myung-ho, when did he learn the secret techniques of the Young family?" Ji-tae was still standing to the side, calmly watching the match. Meanwhile, Eo Riem was standing near young Myung-ho, thinking warily, "The wind is like turning into blades. Is this the swordsmanship of the Young family?" But it only made her more excited. "That's actually pretty cool." Young Myung-ho stepped on the flow of sword energy, charging straight toward Eo Riem, arrogantly shouting at her, "No matter how strong you are, with that wild fighting style, you won't be able to touch the prestigious swordsmanship of the Young family." Swordsmanship of the Young family. Second form, Dragon Fang Flash. Young Myung-ho passed by Eo Riem like a gust of wind, simultaneously unleashing several sword strikes at her. Eo Riem's whole body seemed as if it had been pierced straight through by young Myung-ho's sharp sword energy. While he was smugly muttering to himself, "I didn't expect the first time I used this technique to be here." Young Myung-ho recalled his years of arduous training. "For years, I've been silently training to manifest the dragon's sword." He gripped the sword he had just struck with in his hand, proudly reflecting, "Actual combat is indeed the best proof. Now I can be recognized by the elders in the clan. I am inherently far superior to that young Tae-ha." But right at that moment, he discovered that he was only holding the bottom half of his sword. Young Myung-ho wondered in confusion, "Huh? Where is my sword?" Right at that moment, a cold voice replied, "It's right here." Along with the silhouette of Eo Riem appearing like a grim reaper behind him, she nonchalantly mocked him, "Hey, I heard you bragging so much about your prestigious swordsmanship that I had to give it some thought." Young Myung-ho turned around to look, shocked to his core. "How does that girl have my sword?" Young Myung-ho's blade was being held tightly in Eo Riem's mouth. She contemptuously replied, "Prestigious swordsmanship without a sword is just low class, isn't it?" Right after, she mimicked young Myung-ho, shouting aggressively, "Swordsmanship of the Yu family." Form 999, Broken Shadow Bash. Young Myung-ho was blown away by a single strike, but he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "What the hell? that's not swordsmanship at all? Young Myung-ho was beaten unconscious by Yeo Riem, but she was also panting uncontrollably, staggering, yet still smiling triumphantly. First place. We got first place. Saying that, she fell backward. Ji-tae appeared out of nowhere and reached out to catch her, calmly asking about Yeo Riem's feelings. How do you feel after winning? Yeo Riem replied happily, I'm so exhausted, I'm going to go hill healing to feel good like Yugi-yun. At this moment, the system announced the final rankings for the Magic Combat Simulation. Team Yeo Riem, number 50, first place. Ji-tae kindly informed Yeo Riem, I heard it's snowing out there. That made her frown uncomfortably. Really? Then my wounds will probably sting a lot. Scene shift to the outside, where snow was now falling on the streets. Looking out from inside the house, Jae-il exclaimed, do you know why it snows in such a warm spring like this? That's because of Jewel. They say that when a member of the Blue Tribe is melancholy, white snow falls around them. In other words, Jewel is feeling lonely. As her guardian, the one in charge of cleaning should melt Jewel's heart. The guardian stammered, I understand the young lady's point, but with this look, is it possible to melt Miss Jewel's heart? Looking at his princess-like appearance, Jae-il was amused, of course. Lately, there isn't a kid who doesn't like this character, she confidently ordered. Now, let's go out and melt Jewel's heart. The guardian nodded in agreement. Little Jewel was sitting in the living room playing. She sat drawing alone in a very depressed mood. Then from behind, the guardian approached. Miss Jewel, you seem very down. Would you like to play princess with me? He put on a cute face, but it didn't look cute at all. Seeing this appearance made Jewel angry. She clenched her fist, snapping the colored pencil in her hand in two. Seeing that, the guardian wondered, Miss Jewel, why are you like that? Ubom walked up from behind and asked, what is this? What is that thing? The guardian explained, that. I thought if I dressed up as a cartoon character, Miss Jewel would be happy, so I tried it. Seeing Ubom appear, Jae-il was startled. Oh no, she found out. Ubom sighed in frustration, your current appearance only makes Jewel more afraid. Go wash your face. Then he turned to Jae-il and explained, but Miss Jae-il said she would definitely like it. Jae-il immediately denied it. I didn't say that. Immediately after, the guardian went into the bathroom to remove his makeup and return to his normal form. From the outside, the door opened. Ji-tae and Yeo Riem had returned. She rubbed her head angrily. What the hell? Why is it snowing in May? Seeing the two return, Jae-il excitedly greeted them. Uncle, Sister Yeo Riem. It's really been a while. Did you two have fun? Yeo Riem looked angrily. Do you think we just went out to play? She asked curiously. Didn't you just go out to play? Yeo Riem wore a mischievous smile, holding a snowball in her hand and replied, yeah, that's right. So while I was out, I brought a gift for you. Realizing her intention, Jae-il turned to run, but Yeo Riem had predicted it. She grabbed the back of her shirt and stuffed the snowball down Jae-il's back, laughing loudly. Here, take your gift. A bone-chilling cold feeling spread, making Jae-il scream, it's so cold. What did you put down my back? Is that a snowball? Yeo Riem replied, yeah, and I added some dog shit in it too. Hearing that, Jae-il cried, I hate you. Ubom stepped forward to ask, you've worked hard, sir. He nodded in greeting. Afterward, he cast his eyes down at little Jewel. He wondered, what is that? Ubom replied, it's a gift from Jewel to you. He took the painting that the little girl had just drawn. He was interested and explained, this is me, and these two are Yeo Riem and Jae-il, right? And the person cleaning, and the one hugging Jewel is? Ubom replied, I think that's you. He asked back, this? Ubom continued, because you're hugging Jewel. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched into a smile, and then he turned to offer, let's go somewhere tomorrow. 2 days and 1 night. This made Ubom interested. Do you want to go on a trip? It must be thanks to Jewel that you're in a better mood. He glanced away to avoid it. It's not exactly like that. Sensing this, little Jewel's mood brightened up significantly. Along with that, the sun returned to the city, dispelling the previous cold. This surprised the people below. The snow stopped. This place is about 2,000 kilometers north of the Mongolian border. Belonging to Russian territory, over 20 years ago, this place was used as part of a military base during the war era. But now it is a highly secret place with no human footprints left. The big family had arrived here, and Jae-il exclaimed excitedly, wow, so beautiful. She happily played in the water and turned to ask him, why do you know such a beautiful place like this? Look at how clear the water is. I can even see the bottom. He replied, back when I was attacking the fortress, I found out about it. Yeoriam lay on the roof of the car yawning. Honestly, just using teleportation would get us here. Why go through all the trouble of renting a car? Yubam smiled and replied, occasionally driving around like this is nice too. Seeing him turn and leave, she curiously asked, Uncle, where are you going? He replied, I'm going to set up a tent nearby and find some food. You guys go have fun. She suggested, can I go with you? He replied, you're the oldest sister, so you have to take care of Jewel. Being rejected made the little girl feel a bit sad. And all these actions were in Yeoriam's sight. She pushed up her glasses and watched with a probing look. After working hard for a while, he had finished setting up the tent, and was starting to light a fire. After lighting the fire, he went to look for food, holding a purple mushroom in his hand. He was a bit hesitant, but still decided to take it. After returning, he said to everyone, everything is prepared. You guys come over here. Then his eyes suddenly froze. Little Ubom replied, already done? We finished playing and are eating snacks here. What hit his eyes was the whole bunch of kids wearing very skimpy bikinis. Looking at the girl's swimsuit, he muttered, that swimsuit. She quickly replied, right, it's the swimsuit I wore at the shopping mall earlier. You still remember? She continued, Uncle, in fact, you really want to look, right? The way I look in a bikini. He put on a serious face and replied, go put on some clothes. Yeoriam stepped forward to tease, what's wrong? Why avoid eye contact like that? Don't tell me you're shy. Do you see us as women now? You said you were going to set up a tent, but who knows if you'll set up something else. If I knew this, I would have worn a super sexy micro bikini here. He was truly speechless and didn't reply. Afterward, Yeoriam was punished by him severely and thrown straight into the river. Jaeil looked at her excitedly, that's the punishment for stealing my cup noodles, sister. So a long day passed, and dusk arrived. The faces of the kids looked a bit discouraged when looking at the pot of food in front of them. Looking at the purple pot of food that couldn't look more toxic, Jaeil wondered, what is this? He replied, mushroom hot pot. Yeoriam continued to wonder, isn't it poisonous mushroom hot pot? Jaeil continued, when I was in the Amazon, I ate too many poisonous mushrooms, so I don't want to eat them anymore. Ubom manages to survive in that place every month. Just smelling it made Yeoriam's face wrinkle like a monkey's ass, oh my god. Talking about poisonous mushrooms. Just looking at it, it seems like trash. Even the neighbor's dog wouldn't bother eating this. He was angry, but you guys ate Ubom's food just fine. Ubom pouted, Uncle, are you criticizing my cooking? Last time you even praised my cooking is delicious. This made him jump a bit, only able to cough to avoid it. Yeoriam continued, anyway, I don't want to eat this. Before I flip this table, bring the cup noodles out here. Jaeil angrily added, you ate them all earlier. Not caring about them, Ubom reminded Jewel, who was now moving close to the pot, then took a spoonful into her mouth and chewed avidly. This drew the attention of the others. Seeing that, Jaeil screamed, Jewel, you can't eat that randomly. Yeoriam blocked her, hey, spit it out quickly. He stood behind calmly, it's good for your health. Contrary to everyone's thoughts, the little girl now wore an extremely happy expression and exclaimed, delicious, very delicious. This left the rest of the kids stunned. You can talk now? The little girl then ate another spoonful of food and giggled. Jaeil asked blankly, Jewel can speak? But as soon as she finished, she realized how stupid she was. Huh, what am I saying? Of course she can speak. She could speak from the moment she was born. Having said that, Jaeil rushed to hug Jewel tightly, laughing, oh my god, so it's not that you couldn't talk, but you just didn't want to? You wanted to talk so badly but held it in until now? Yeoriam on the side pouted and teased, isn't it because the blonde girl was too noisy that you told yourself you shouldn't be like that? Jaeil was unhappy and retorted, what are you saying? I am a quiet person. Jitae didn't pay attention to those two bickering. He glanced at Ubom and asked, did you know about Jewel? Ubom nodded slightly and replied, yes, I heard her speak when you weren't home. Jitae asked suspiciously, then why didn't you say anything? She replied nonchalantly, because she wanted to choose the time to speak herself. The person she wanted to talk to first was you. While the two were talking, Yeoriam and Jaeil were still arguing. Jitae didn't pay attention to the two of them, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. In one regression, he had locked the adult blue dragon in prison, and she had tried to run away. At that time, Ji-tae was extremely angry and caught her. He stomped on the blue dragon, his voice cold. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Blue dragon, you cannot leave here. Although the blue dragon was severely injured and Ji-tae's foot was stomping on her face, she didn't stop muttering, please release me, you will need me. Ji-tae remembered this, and he suddenly froze. But standing in front of Ji-tae right now was a very small black dragon, yet she relied on him so much. He really didn't know what to do. Jul didn't understand the complex thoughts swirling in Ji-tae's mind. She just kept her innocent smile and muttered, the rice is delicious. That smile was something Ji-tae had never seen in his previous lives. He must not regret having treated this fragile child poorly in the past. That's right, Ji-tae, you absolutely must not regret it, because regret is the beginning of the curse for a regressor. Therefore, a regressor can only pray in his heart. Thinking that, Ji-tae sat down to face Jul. This action of his left Ubom and Gul stunned. Ubom, on the contrary, was very expectant, watching him intently. At that very moment, Ji-tae pressed his forehead against Jul's. He muttered in a low voice, thank you. She also gave a sincere smile, enjoying this warm feeling. At least in this loop, Ji-tae hoped she would grow up healthy and strong. Right after that, they continued to finish the mushroom hot pot that Ji-tae had cooked. Yeoriam looked at the empty pot, pouted, and muttered, ugh, I'm still hungry, is all the food gone? Hearing that, Gul coldly huffed and mocked, just a moment ago, someone said they wouldn't even feed that to a dog. Ubom spoke up at this moment, hey you two, since he already cooked it, cleaning up is your job. Just as she hadn't even finished speaking, Yeoriam stood up, waved her hand, and said, Gul, Jul, you two clean it up yourselves. Hearing that, Gul shouted in protest, that's unfair. Where do you think you're going, huh? Yeoriam nonchalantly replied, going for a smoke break exercise after eating, you idiot. But at this moment, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, it was Ubom. Her tone was a bit cold now, Yeoriam and Jul, you clean it up. Yeoriam immediately stiffened, not reacting for a long while. After a long pause, she reluctantly sighed, fine, I'll do it, okay? Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, she created a magic circle. Seeing that, Ubom skeptically asked, Yeoriam, isn't this a summoning circle? She calmly replied, wait a moment and you'll know. Very quickly after that, Yeoriam pulled a head out from inside the magic circle, and she dissatisfiedly scolded, damn, it's so heavy, hurry up and come out, move it. As soon as her words ended, the guard instantly appeared and suspiciously asked, Miss Yeoriam, why did you summon me? Don't tell me everyone is afraid of me being lonely at home? Unfortunately, you thought wrong. Yeoriam put her arm over his shoulder and pointed in one direction, toward the pile of dishes and pots they had finished eating from and left there. She raised her eyebrows and said with a laugh, what are you looking at? Hurry up and clean it. So, having no other choice, the guard had to get to work. He frowned and asked, why is that servant here? Yeoriam nonchalantly replied, because he's a servant. Gul poutingly complained, you're truly wicked. Yeoriam refused to comment, pouted, and suggested, then you go help him too. Hearing this, Gul felt guilty and shouted in support, good luck, Mr. Servant. Just at this moment, Ji-tae noticed something. He glanced in one direction. Immediately after that, he spoke in a serious tone, you girls get into the tent quickly. Gul skeptically asked, huh? Is something wrong, mister? Ji-tae didn't answer, staring intently at the forest, where a figure was slowly stepping out. Ji-tae looked at that person with extreme vigilance. The person arriving was a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Yeoriam and Gul were immediately startled, confusedly muttering, a hiker? Who is this middle-aged uncle? The middle-aged man enthusiastically grabbed Ji-tae's hand, is your family out on a picnic? Ji-tae vaguely replied, we're traveling, what about you? The man excitedly explained, we're just out for fun, too. This is my beautiful wife and my precious son. Saying that, he pointed behind him, where a woman was pregnant. The man continued, I didn't expect anyone else to know about this place besides my friends. It's a remote spot. And have you ever picked mushrooms around here? Ji-tae frowned and asked back, you mean abandoned mushrooms? I ate them all. This statement startled the man, but very quickly he gave a shy smile and said, ah, is that so? Actually, those are mushrooms I planted. Since few people come here, I didn't think anyone would eat them. Ji-tae heard that and apologized, my apologies. The man shook his head and said, it's alright, it's also because I didn't put up a label. While the two were talking, Yeoriam walked to Jitae's side and whispered, "Who is that? He looks incredibly strong." Jitae shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know," but in truth, he knew who he was, and he didn't expect to meet him here. That middle-aged man was the ninth-ranked person in the superhuman world, the reincarnated mage Manhwa, one of the few nature-type superhumans considered a national tactical weapon. Jitae had fought alongside Youngha, had been friends, and had also been enemies with him in previous loops. He didn't remember everything, only that Youngha was always worried because of his pregnant wife's illness. Perhaps those mushrooms were also meant for her. Thinking that, Jitae reached his hand into the shallowest part of the abyss. Then he took out an item and threw it toward Youngha. Youngha looked at the item in his hand, confusedly asking, "What is this?" Jitae nonchalantly replied, "It can replace the mushrooms. It's also very nutritious." Youngha heard that and bowed 90 degrees, then said, "Oh my, you didn't have to be so kind. I'll accept it then. Thank you very much." "Child, thank the mister. This thing is even more precious than a baden mushrooms. Consider it debt repaid, Jitae." However, as he prepared to leave, a voice rang out from behind, "Hey, since we had this coincidence, I wonder if you have some time?" Seeing him stop, Youngha continued to laugh and said, "If we go a little further, you can see a place with a beautiful rift. The scenery there is top-notch. Everyone, let's go together." Jitae wanted to refuse, but Yeoriam and Gul were one step faster. Gul excitedly interrupted, "The scenery is beautiful, I love it." Yeoriam, on the contrary, aggressively proposed, "What scenery? You look like you've got some skills, want to spar with me?" Youngha laughed out loud at that. "Ha, you girls are certainly blunt, but I don't really like fighting much." Jitae sighed helplessly, these two were really something. Just at this moment, a vine suddenly appeared on the ground. In a flash, it wrapped around Yeoriam and Gul's waists, startling them, but before they could do anything, they were hoisted high into the air by Youngha. He laughed cheerfully, "Alright, buckle up, let's go see the scenery." Youngha's wife, seeing that, apologetically opened her mouth, "Oh my, sorry about that, my husband is a bit childish." Jitae shook his head and replied, "It's fine, we'll follow after we clean up here. You all go ahead." Youngha's wife nodded and walked in the direction Youngha had run. At this time, Ubom approached and laughed, "It's so lively, it looks like two families hanging out together. But do you know what's different between us and that family?" Jitae replied without hesitation, "Because we aren't a real family." Yet, after hearing that, Ubom laughed and shook her head, "Not necessarily. Listen to me. If you're the dad and I'm the eldest sister, the others would be the younger siblings, but then there's no one playing the mother role, right? That won't do." This comment stunned Jitae, leaving him unsure how to respond. Ubom didn't wait for his reaction. She took off her hair tie to let her long curly hair fly in the wind. Immediately after, she walked in front of Jitae and faced him. She raised her eyebrows and said, "I think I'll have to become the mother." She stood on her tiptoes, leaned close to him, and whispered, "Maybe I should play the role of the mother, right?" Jitae was stunned after hearing this, not knowing how to react. Seeing this reaction, Ubom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Immediately after, she patted his shoulder and laughed, "Just kidding, I'm just kidding, did your ears turn red again?" Jitae hurriedly reached up to cover his ears. Ubom pressed on, "Your ears are actually red, take your hands away and let me see." He frustratedly shooed her away, "Enough with the jokes, hurry up and catch up to them." Just at this moment, the voice of the Duke's shadow reached his ears, "Master, I have found a lead regarding Prototype X." Jitae frowned upon hearing this, thoughts flashing through his eyes. After a long moment, he spoke, "You go ahead." Ubom stood still, unsure what Jitae meant. He coldly opened his mouth, "I'm going to handle some business and will be back." Ubom hurriedly called after him, "Mister," but Jitae had already walked straight into the spatial portal. Ubom watched his retreating back, confusedly muttering, where could he be going at this hour? The guard couldn't help but speculate, if he said that, he's probably going to the bathroom, right? So it must be urgent. Ubom was speechless after hearing that. She glared at him and raised her eyebrow, "You finished cleaning up, so you have time for jokes, right?" The guard nodded, "Ah yes, I finished everything." Meanwhile, in Moscow, Russia, a figure stood quietly on the rooftop of a high-rise building. It was the Duke's shadow, currently disguised as a woman in the demon organization. Not long after, Jitae appeared from the spatial teleportation circle. The Duke's shadow immediately paid respects, "You've arrived? Master." Jitae nonchalantly spoke, I'm just stopping by, I have business and need to head back immediately. The Duke's shadow hesitated and suggested, if you're busy, you could have just called. Jitae looked up at the night sky and said with a hint of sorrow, I just wanted to breathe for a moment. This statement stunned it. But Jitae didn't care, he seriously asked, what is the whereabouts of X? The Duke's shadow didn't think anymore, handed him a file, and said, please take a look at this. Jitae took it and frowned, muttering. The Duke's shadow slowly replied, this is the demon organization's plan to send X to the front lines, a project to attack the superhuman alliance. Jitae opened the file to look. The Duke's shadow explained from the side, recently, Master destroyed the demons hiding in Reyes, causing their organization to become chaotic. They've started to realize something is obstructing them. Jitae nodded in understanding, so they decided to strike first? The Duke's shadow nodded, the target is a 70-person strike team. X will hide their identity, blend into the team, and kill everyone. Jitae slightly frowned and asked, what about X's personal information? The Duke's shadow apologetically opened its mouth, I apologize, Master, I haven't been able to find that out yet. Jitae was silent for a long while, then burned the document in his hands and spoke seriously, I will go myself. You stay here and continue to monitor the situation. Understood, please be careful. The Duke's shadow nodded and accepted the order. On this side, Youngha's group had climbed to a mountain peak and spread out a mat to wait. After a while of chatting, Youngha learned Jul's name and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Does the baby's name mean winter? And these girls are spring, summer, and autumn? These cute girls encompass all 4 seasons, don't they? Yeoriam heard this laughter and dissatisfiedly muttered, I still think our names sound like they were just given on a whim. Gul indifferently replied, it's fine, I think it's cute. He. UBOM did not participate in the conversation. By now she had realized something, glanced behind her, and saw that Jitae had returned. She called out happily, why so late? You said you'd only be gone a moment. Jitae coldly replied, I ran into an acquaintance. UBOM skeptically asked back, who did you meet? Yeoriam poked her head out to tease, who else could he meet at this hour? It must be a secret lover. UBOM was annoyed by this comment and glared at her. Yeoriam could only change the subject. She looked at Youngha and shouted, so when will the beautiful scenery appear? It's almost dawn already. Youngha hurriedly replied, it's about to start. Everyone look up at the sky. Hearing his suggestion, everyone did as he said and saw a rift in the night sky. Gul shouted in amazement, oh, there's a rift in the sky. Right after that, her eyes widened in delight, because inside the rift was another sky, full of colors and small stars that were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Youngha saw that everyone was interested and excitedly laughed, ha. How is it, girls? It's top tier, right? Yeoriam blankly watched the scene in the sky and couldn't believe it, muttering, oh my, I've got goosebumps all over. Gul also quickly recorded it and excitedly said, it's so amazing. It's not a hallucination, right? UBOM glanced at Jitae and asked, Mister, have you ever seen scenery this beautiful before? Jitae shook his head slightly and replied, I'm not sure myself. Saying that, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on the starry sky. Right at this moment, a vague scene suddenly flashed through UBOM's eyes. She pursed her lips and muttered, Mister, could it be that you? But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Gul's exclamation, wow! It's a shooting star. Just as she said, shooting stars truly appeared in the sky. UBOM, on the contrary, ignored them and kept staring at Jitae. Gul and Yeoriam were very excited, watching them. Youngha's family was no exception, such a beautiful scene was perfect to watch with family. At the same time, Youngha's son suddenly glanced at Jul in Jitae's arms. His cheeks instantly turned red, but Jul didn't notice. She was busy watching the shooting stars, her big round eyes glistening like water, clearly very happy. This heart-stoppingly beautiful scene was enjoyed by them today, a chance encounter that was also full of romance. After an impressive night, a new day began, everyone was up, preparing to part ways. Youngha held Jitae's hand and laughed, although it was a short time, I really had a great time. Jitae also nodded and replied, thanks to you, we were able to broaden our horizons. Youngha suddenly winked and whispered, that place is beautiful, right? I proposed to my wife there. His wife behind him uncomfortably muttered, I heard everything, honey, why are you talking about those things here? Jitae hesitated for a long time before saying, it's very romantic. This comment stunned Youngha. Seeing his reaction, Jitae asked with a bit of confusion, "What's wrong?" Young-ha shyly scratched his head. It's just that I didn't think you'd say such things." "Do you also have someone you care for?" This statement caused Jitae to fall into silence. He suddenly glanced toward the riverbank, where Ubom and Jul were standing. Jitae suddenly remembered a girl from the past who wore a white dress, hair to her waist, and also played by that riverbank. Her smile was so beautiful it made people feel sentimental. A flash of pain appeared on Jitae's face. He muttered in a low voice, "Not anymore." Young-ha still wanted to say something, but his wife suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young-ha worriedly called out, "Honey, are you okay? You didn't have any symptoms lately, why now?" Seeing his wife unwell, he hurriedly took her and their son by the hand and went into the spatial portal. "Then we'll take our leave first." After saying goodbye to their family, Jitae walked over to Ubom and said, "Ubom, Jul, let's head home." But Ubom just stood there, stunned, without any reaction. Jitae frowned, walked over, patted her shoulder, and called, "Ubom." Only then did she snap out of her thoughts. He skeptically asked, "Why are you standing there frozen?" Ubom apologetically opened her mouth. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Saying that, she remembered something and said, "It seems Jul still doesn't want to leave. She's been looking at that lake the whole time." Jitae heard that and silently watched the child for a long moment. Jul just sat there, eyes wide, looking down at the water, her eyes full of sorrow. Jitae hesitated for a moment before picking up a bottle to collect water. This action of his left Jul stunned. Jitae smiled and said, "We'll come back here again next time." Jul took the water bottle from his hand. After a long moment, she smiled, looking very satisfied. Just at this moment, Yeoriam poked her head out from the car and impatiently shouted, "Damn it, hurry up." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Young-ha's wife was receiving an IV drip after returning. Young-ha sat beside the hospital bed, his back looking incredibly lonely. His wife was now so weak that she needed a ventilator to assist. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Honey." Just at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared, placing itself on Young-ha's shoulder, startling him as he looked over, and he saw a teenager standing there, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "Hey Weed, long time no see." This teenager was the second-ranked person in the world superhuman rankings, the first regressor. Outside the hospital, patients and many others were passing by constantly. The teenager BM sat on a bench, tilting his head back to chug some orange juice. Young-ha sat opposite him, drinking water and laughing. It's been a few months, right? I heard you've been busy lately. I haven't even seen your face at the General Celestial Banquet." BM pouted and said, "I was out collecting some things, happened to stop by to see how you were doing, now I have to go back to the lab to work." Speaking up to this point, his gaze suddenly rested on Young-ha for a long while. BM slowly opened his mouth. "I heard your wife was doing fine lately, is it happening again?" Young-ha sighed helplessly and replied, "Yeah, we just went camping not long ago, and she had a relapse." Saying that, he pursed his lips slightly, his face full of grief. "It's been 10 years, so what does it matter how much medicine and magic have developed? No one still knows what Ha1's illness is. If only in that great war back then, Young-ha had protected her better. If it weren't for that cursed ancient virus, Ha1 wouldn't have ended up in this state." Young-ha felt extremely regretful about that time. Hearing this, BM couldn't help but comfort him. "You did your best." So Young-ha angrily crushed the can in his hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "There's no way I'm accepting this." His actions startled BM. But Young-ha still clenched his fist and said, "So what if I'm a top superhuman? So what if I'm the world's strongest mage? I don't need those things, I just need Ha1 to be healthy." Saying that, he couldn't help but burst into tears. BM poked his head over to look, making Young-ha choke back his tears. He confusedly asked, "What are you doing?" BM nonchalantly laughed, "You rarely cry, so I have to take the chance to look." Usually, Young-ha laughs like an orc, but now he's sobbing. A strange but true story. Thinking back, the first time he saw him cry was when his son was born. BM finished and raised an eyebrow, joking, "Your face back then was really something else." Young-ha replied with dissatisfaction, "At least pretend to comfort someone. You psychopath." BM indifferently shrugged, then tossed him something, flatly opening his mouth. "I don't know how to comfort people." "Take this." Young-ha looked at the item in his hand and skeptically asked, "What is this?" BM slowly explained, "Try giving it to Ha1. But don't expect too much. It's very good stuff. It was also hard to find. I'm leaving. Send my regards to Ha1 when she wakes up." Young-ha smiled, "Since it's something you had to struggle to find, it must be valuable." "Thank you." Just then, he suddenly remembered the ginseng he had received from Jite. He hurriedly called him back. Hey BM, can you help me check this? I was gifted it, I bet you've never seen it before. BM was stopped in his tracks by this comment. Then he turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, even I haven't seen it? Meanwhile, at a deep green stream, there was a monkey frantically chasing a bird, causing the small bird to constantly scream for help. Joel sat on a rock not far away, observing this scene. Right at that moment, a cry suddenly rang out, Joel! Making her turn around to look. Seeing that scene, her eyes involuntarily widened, because Jite was standing in the distance, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his toned abs. He was also waving at Joel. Come here, let's go into the water and play. The scene was too pleasing to the eye, making Joel stare mesmerized. Immediately after, she jumped off the rock, gliding across the water. When she got close to Jite, Joel lifted her feet and jumped up. Just like that, her body hovered in midair. But not long after, she fell into Jite's arms. He cheerfully laughed. Ha, caught you. My Joel jumps really well, and it's cool, too. Joel heard that and was stunned. Cool? Jite spun her around in the air a few times, laughing out loud as he replied, of course. Joel is the prettiest, the coolest. It turned out those beautiful scenes just now were only Joel's dream. Jite poked his head in from outside. Seeing that Joel had fallen asleep, he closed the door and left. It was very late, the moon had reached its peak. The servant was fast asleep. Yeoriam was the same, she had long been sleeping soundly in the big bed. Jite quietly stepped outside, but suddenly, he froze. Ubom had appeared behind Jite, though he didn't know when. He frowned and asked, what are you doing? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Ubom slowly opened her mouth. Take me with you. Jite coldly replied, I'll be back in a while. Go to sleep. Yet Ubom stood her ground, speaking seriously. The urgent matter that required you to go out, it's related to you leaving yesterday, isn't it? Hearing this, Jite was startled, but he quickly asked in a serious tone, you saw something through your law, didn't you? Ubom slowly opened her mouth. You know it, things seen through the law cannot be spoken of. What I can say right now is that you need me. Jite did not change his mind, speaking in a cold voice, this is not your business, so. But before he could finish, Jite suddenly stiffened, because Ubom had rushed forward to hug him tightly. She whispered softly, you think I'm just a child who needs protection, right? Covering up ugly things, staying away from filth. You think as long as you fill my life with good things, we'll be happy? As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the lapel of Jite's jacket. Ubom muttered in a low voice, if I were like other children, only seeing the good, I wouldn't care. But I am of the Green Dragon tribe. Jite frowned and fell silent. After a long while, he pulled himself away from Ubom's embrace. Jite coldly opened his mouth. I'm leaving. Ubom could not sway him. A look of disappointment flickered in her heart. She lowered her head and muttered, I'm sorry, but if it's something painful, something unpleasant, but it must be done, then what should one do? Jite paused, but without turning his head, he replied indifferently, then you still have to do it. Ubom pursed her lips slightly and asked, even if there are people who hate you, even if there are people who must suffer? Jite just gave a casual nod, then continued toward the door, but he noticed a large sword placed in front of it. Ubom slowly explained, I borrowed it from the servant. There will be a time you need it, though I hope you don't have to use that sword. Jite couldn't help but look at her, stunned, muttering in a low voice, Ubom, you. But before he could finish, Ubom smiled and cut him off. Travel safely. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the International Superhuman Association in Tokyo, to prepare for today's large-scale punitive expedition, famous powerhouses within the Superhuman Alliance had gathered. The 70-man strike team of the International Hunter Alliance had assembled, and of course, there was one other person. The leader of the Superhuman Alliance sat in the room, looking a bit unhappy. Jite stood before him, raising an eyebrow as he proposed, Are you the leader here? Make an extra spot for me in the team. A proposal that made the leader's face as black as a pot. He gritted his teeth and muttered, What did you say? The 70-man strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance had fully assembled. The target of this raid was the giant boss that appeared in the S-Class dungeon, Hitiasi, the Kraken. The high risk of this raid was evident. Therefore, the Alliance only gathered superhumans in the top 0.5% or higher. Simply put, this power was equivalent to the military firepower of a developing nation. And their recruiting captain was an officer of the International Superhuman Alliance, the 90th ranked powerhouse in the world. Shiraishi Ryunosuke. He asked, Are you Japanese? He replied, I just live nearby. He continued, In other words, you want a spot on this 70-man strike team? And you even want to check the entire background records of the members? He answered coldly, you catch on fast. The corners of his mouth twitched with amusement. Ha ha ha. Then he covered his face with his hand and laughed loudly. Right. Knowing secret information about our campaign and bypassing our surveillance network to reach me directly shows you're no small fry. I should be welcoming a strategist as strong as you joining such a dangerous campaign. Then he changed his tone. Do you think that's what I'm going to say? He pointed a finger forward, preparing an attack, and warned, the raid starts in just a few hours. In this situation, no prior coordination, no connections, and you're not even Alliance personnel. Why should I trust you enough to let you in? He gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell do you think this alliance is? He still calmly replied, I thought we could talk this over. He pointed toward the door and shouted, now get to the holding cell immediately. If you resist, I will consider you an enemy of the alliance and kill you without mercy. Facing these threats, his eyes showed no sign of fear. This made Shiraishi somewhat angry. He immediately fired a beam of energy toward him, but this attack was easily dodged by him tilting his body. Seeing that, the leader flopped into his chair, kicking the table in front of him with all his might, sending it flying toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought both hands forward, releasing countless magic bullets that riddled the table with holes. In a split second, the table turned into tiny splinters, but this still did not satisfy him. Normal attacks aren't working? Because these attacks were all neutralized by him with extreme simplicity. His expression darkened. I didn't intend to use this, originally. He reached out to touch the side of his chair, and his body immediately soared high into the air. Mid-air, he drew a bow, aiming directly at his head. His voice became cold, please don't dodge. I don't want to punch a hole through the basement of this building. After preparing, he used the judgment skill. An arrow tore through the wind, flying straight from behind. He remained calm, reaching out to catch the arrow neatly. This made Shiraishi's lip twitch in fear. He caught the heaven's judgment arrow? And so easily, too. While he was still dazed, the arrow was already thrown back at him. The powerful impact sent his body slamming into the wall behind him, shattering it. His body fell to the ground with a thud, letting out a cry of pain. He walked up to him. At this point, his expression was still calm. He leaned in and asked, so, have you changed your mind? He replied, hard to say. If I keep refusing, what are you going to do to me? He continued, I'd probably skin you to wear as a coat. His entire body radiated a green magical aura, and he laughed in pain. Ha, I look young, but I'm actually quite old. Old people's skin is tough. If you want to wear it, you're going to have a hard time. Without hesitation, he used the light walk technique. His body launched from its position, quickly turning to run outside. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, calm down. Regardless, escaping that monster is impossible. The only way out now is the emergency teleporter in the room next to the office. I'll just report the situation to headquarters and call the guards. Just as he broke through the wall and jumped into the next room, his eyes suddenly blanked out for a few seconds. The teleporter had been destroyed by someone beforehand. His eyes stared in shock at the scene before him. A sword was already pressed against his throat. A heavy aura of killing intent appeared on his face. He repeated, so, have you changed your mind? He stammered in fear, swearing, damn it. After a few seconds of thought, he said, welcome to the strike team. Back in the office, he was sitting in a chair reviewing the files of the raid team participants, while Shiraishi was kneeling on the floor. His eyes filled with fear. Who on earth is that monster? Not a demon. Could he be a regressor from another world like BM? No, if he were a regressor, the Alliance couldn't have information on him. And why would he want to join our campaign in the first place? It's impossible to guess what he's planning. After reviewing the files, he turned to question, is this all the information on the strike team? He answered with a start, that's right. Out of the 70 people, one person's information is still missing. He wondered and asked back, what is this about? He explained, the previous operator couldn't be contacted, so we rushed to find a replacement. That's why the name isn't in the file yet. But they were sent directly by headquarters, so there's no need to worry. He immediately made a request, can I meet that operator right now? He agreed immediately, speaking through his communication bracelet, the operator is waiting there, come to my office right now. Don't ask why, just hurry. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, Master, may I speak for a moment? He replied, what is it? The voice continued, I have obtained information regarding Prototype X. He continued, if you found it, transfer the memory over immediately. The voice stammered, I'm sorry, the thing is. Hearing these words, he was startled, is it someone I knew in my past life? The voice replied, Yes, that is correct. From outside, a pair of small feet stepped inside. Scanning the room, the person was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? Why is the office in such a mess? Why is the captain kneeling there? And injured, too?" Shiraishi replied, "No, it's nothing. I just tripped." The other person continued, "Are you being scolded?" He shouted angrily, "That's not important. They want to see you." This made her startled. "Me?" He stared intently at her, thinking to himself, even if X's reputation is someone I knew, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, they must die. But the moment she removed her mask, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. She asked, "Did you ask for me?" "I'm Ha-Sate Bile." This moment takes place after Jite began his second regression. 3 years have passed since the war against the demonkind broke out in Severobakelsk. Humanity had set up camp in this place to rest. One group was busy starting a fire to cook, and Jite was present in this place as well. He was 32 years old at the time, in his second regression loop. While Jite was enjoying the scenery, someone suddenly came up from behind and patted his shoulder. Jite glanced back, only to have a finger poke his cheek. The person who approached was a girl. She smiled cheerfully and said, "Ha, you fell for it again, Captain." Jite looked down and asked skeptically, "What's with that outfit?" This girl had a face very similar to Ha-Sate Bile but looked a bit more youthful. She smiled and replied, "It's rare to get a break, so I try creating a vacation vibe. What do you think? Does it suit me?" Jite said nothing but avoided her gaze. Ha-Sate Bile saw this and teased, "You're blushing." Jite shook his head, denying it, "I'm not." Ha-Sate Bile didn't think much of it. She suddenly suggested, "Captain, do you want to go up to that hill behind us tonight?" Jite furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "The hill?" Ha-Sate Bile nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I have something I want to show you." The two of them just stood there talking like that. The others behind them couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "The captain and Ha-Sate Bile, those two definitely have something fishy going on. It seems they've known each other for a long time. Love really does bloom on the battlefield, doesn't it?" Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked suspiciously, "But why did Ha-Sate Bile join our mercenary squad anyway? It's too bleak for a young, beautiful girl like this to be here." The two, Jite and the girl, unaware that everyone was gossiping about them, stood happily by the lakeside joking around. Jite lifted Ha-Sate Bile high into the air, making her scream with excitement. Back on the shore, one of the squad members suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Don't tell me she fell for the captain at first sight and that's why she joined." Hearing this, another shook his head in denial, "That's not it. Initially, she worked at an orphanage, and as everyone knows, the war had already broken out back then. The orphanage was destroyed, and all the children died. At that time, Ha-Sate Bile was heartbroken to the extreme. After that, she awakened as a combat coordinator superhuman, so she just naturally got dragged into this bleak place." Hearing this, the other person nodded in realization, "So that's it. She always looks so cheerful that I never expected she had such a past." By evening, at the Star Hill, Jite and Ha-Sate Bile had actually arrived, and she excitedly waved him over, "Come here, come here." Ha-Sate Bile looked at Jite, smiled, and said, "You still remembered the promise, huh? I thought you'd forgotten." Jite frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Is there something here?" Ha-Sate Bile looked up at the moon in the night sky. She winked and laughed, "You really aren't romantic at all. Here there is a beautiful night sky and a girl as pretty as me." Hearing this, Jite fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere also fell silent. Seeing this, Ha-Sate Bile coughed in embarrassment, "Actually, there's something else here. You know my ability is the danger detection eyes, right?" Jite immediately became serious, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Do you mean there is something dangerous here?" Ha-Sate Bile panicked at his reaction and cried out, "No, you're being too serious. Close your eyes and listen to me first." Jite listened and skeptically closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, Ha-Sate Bile spoke up again, "My ability is indeed to detect danger, but once you get used to it, besides danger, sometimes you can also sense other things. If my feeling is correct, what I'm sensing this time is a heartbeat." Jite heard this and opened his eyes, asking in a low voice, "Are you trying to say?" Yet before he could finish, his eyes involuntarily contracted, because in the sky at that moment, there were countless falling meteors. Jite looked up in astonishment. At the same time, Ha-Sate Bile suddenly ran over. Then she dove straight into Jite's arms. She looked up at him and asked happily, "Do you see it? That's the heartbeat." Hearing this, Jite seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he reached out to touch Ha-Sate Bile's face, and a second later, Jite leaned in for an incredibly romantic kiss in this wonderful moment. After a long while, he pulled away from Hasaiti Bile's lips. After a moment of shyness, Hasaiti Bile raised her eyebrows and teased, "The captain's lips are so dry, let me lend you some lip balm." Jite coughed once and nodded in embarrassment. And in the moment the meteor shower appeared in the sky, Jite proposed to Hasaiti Bile, "After this local battle ends, let's get married." Hasaiti Bile was surprised and asked back, "Are you proposing to me? Just like that?" Jite frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Hasaiti Bile shook her head and replied, "It's not that I don't like it. If it's the captain's order, I have to obey." Jite heard this and offered a rare smile. That same evening, the two on the Star Hill talked about many future plans together. But then a tragedy occurred. In a battle, Hasaiti Bile was severely wounded. Someone had used a blade to attack the entire squad. Many people fell, and blood flowed like a river. The only thing was, the person who did it was Jite. At that moment, he seemed to have gone insane. His hands wouldn't stop stabbing Hasaiti Bile. But Jite kept screaming, "Stop it, please, please stop it." It turned out that someone behind the scenes was controlling him. That person was the calamity-level superhuman, Hasegawa. He laughed maniacally and spoke up, "The sound is truly beautiful. There is no melody more stimulating than killing the person you love with your own hands." Having said that, Hasegawa's tone suddenly became harsh. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Why go and do such eyesore things? Do you know how much loss my side suffered because of you?" He said he had promised Hasaiti Bile that he would let him live, so he should live and remember this forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Hasegawa retracted the threads controlling his puppet. He turned and left the scene, leaving Jite standing there with a ghastly expression. He laughed smugly, "Remember the consequences of daring to oppose us, demonkind." In that regression, Hasaiti Bile died at Jite's hands, and that moment of the second regression became his haunting nightmare. At the exact moment he started killing, with the entire mercenary squad fallen, Jite's mission to save Earth had failed. He once again returned to the next regression loop. Returning to reality, seeing Jite lost in thought, Hasaiti Bile couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" Jite finally snapped out of the past. He looked at Hasaiti Bile's finger pointing at him. Realizing this, Hasaiti Bile quickly explained, "You've been staring blankly for a while without saying anything, so I just poked you." This situation made Shiraishi panic. He hurriedly reminded her, "What are you doing? Don't provoke him." Hasaiti Bile asked suspiciously, "Why? Is he someone of high status?" At the same time, Jite used his pendulum clock ability. The person he needed to check for malice was Hasaiti Bile. Very quickly, Jite learned that for some reason, Hasaiti Bile's life cycle in this regression had changed, and she had become a cursed one, a superhuman who signs a contract with entities from the abyss and becomes a demon. The entity that signed the contract with Hasaiti Bile was the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshata. Jite received all the information and immediately deactivated his ability. Without needing to think much, it didn't matter who Rakshata was. What he had to do was already very clear. He had only one mission, to prevent Rakshata. Thinking this, Jite slowly opened his mouth. "Hey, my position is the flank protector, right?" Shiraishi, who was talking, started and replied, "Yes, that's right." Jite coldly demanded, "Change me to combat coordinator, I will be operating with this woman." A few hours later, at the dungeon area in the Hitia Sea, the sea waves were churning violently. A moment later, a spatial gate appeared, and people stepped out from inside. Behind them were many other people. This was the 70-person strike team of the Superhuman Alliance led by Shiraishi. Hasaiti Bile walked behind Shiraishi, squinting as she looked at Jite. He walked in front, his back very imposing. He drew the large blade from his back. Just like that, the Kraken dungeon raid officially began. The Hitia Sea was churning, signaling a certain level of danger. Those participating in this battle were taking advantage of the rest time to review the information. Seeing Jite's name, they whispered in surprise, "Combat coordinator?" Someone complained unhappily, "Why was someone suddenly added like this? And is it okay to let an unknown person join such a dangerous campaign?" Not far away, Jite leaned against a cliff to rest. Shiraishi approached him and said calmly, "I told the squad members that you are an acquaintance of mine. Even though a few people seem suspicious, it probably won't be a big problem. You won't cause any other trouble, will you?" Jite nodded indifferently, "Yeah." Hearing this, Shiraishi said with satisfaction, "Good, when it's done, please just leave quietly. I find that stuff really annoying." Hasaiti Bile, sitting on the ground, couldn't help but speak up, "I think you're putting them under pressure." Even Captain Ryunosuke is so flustered. You must be a big shot, right? Or some kind of alliance inspector? Jite remained silent, but Hasaiti Bile ignored it and laughed. Then you must have a lot of experience with dangerous dungeons. Actually, I'm terrified of water, so this is my first time working as a combat coordinator in an oceanic dungeon like this. Saying this, she turned to look at Jite, winked, and teased, if I fall into the water, don't leave me behind, because I'm heavy so I'll probably sink. Jite was immediately stunned and said nothing. Seeing this, Hasaiti Bile felt awkward. This isn't good, I have to go do something for a bit. I'm usually not like this, but I don't know why I'm so nervous today. Having said that, she hurriedly ran off, while Jite stayed silent the whole time, just calmly watching her leave. This Hasaiti Bile, he knew she was naturally timid. She was not only afraid of deep water, but even seeing blood made her tremble. But the person in front of Jite now was not afraid of water at all. Even though she carried fragments of memories that had strayed from the timeline, this Hasaiti Bile didn't recognize him. Because the core was already different, yet she was relying on the original's memories to imitate Hasaiti Bile. Perhaps her true soul had been shackled by the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshada, and the one who designed this entire situation was an entity outside the timeline. The thing it wanted was only one thing, Jite's despair. It wanted him to collapse by forcing him to kill his Hasaiti Bile. To be accurate, it was pure malice aimed directly at Jite, but clearly, the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshada, didn't understand him very well. Right at that moment, from the deep sea, a giant tentacle wiggled its way up. The expressions of the people in this place immediately turned ugly. The thing that appeared was the Kraken, a giant monster. The Kraken climbed onto the shore step by step. It was much larger than in the report. Truly a giant species. Right then, someone anxiously went up to Shiraishi and urged, Captain Ryunosuke, give the order. Shiraishi woke up from his daze and hurriedly said, okay, gotta finish this quickly so we can go celebrate. Frontline, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of arrows began to appear in his hands. At the same time, the guard squad charged forward. Immediately, countless energy rays were fired toward the Kraken. Right then, a few figures flashed and disappeared. By the time they appeared again, they were already in front of the Kraken. They attacked it furiously. Blades and swords slashed continuously, but the Kraken's outer hide was like steel. It basically did nothing. Of course, they didn't give up and continued to attack. Heaven doesn't ignore those who try. Someone managed to stab the Kraken's eye. The pain made the Kraken ferocious. The people fighting were instantly panicked. Too bad it was too late. A giant tentacle lashed out. With a boom, the tentacle slammed down hard. Shiraishi hurriedly shouted for everyone to defend together. Superhumans, use binding spells on its tentacles. He also ordered the support team to amplify mana and for the archers to provide continuous covering fire. Just like that, they coordinated smoothly to fight back against the Kraken, trying to hold on until the combat coordinator found the weakness. Only, before long, the iron chains binding the Kraken began to show signs of breaking. The high priest controlling the iron chains immediately mumbled with a trembling voice, "It's too strong, I can't hold it much longer." Shiraishi turned his head toward Jite in the back and shouted, "Has the combat coordinator identified the weakness yet?" Jite replied slowly, "It's its left eye. You guys target that." Shiraishi asked suspiciously, "Is that the core?" Jite explained nonchalantly, "Hitting that makes it react in pain." Shiraishi nodded slightly to show he understood. Only, at this moment, he seemed to notice something. He exclaimed in a panic, "Hasaiti Bile. Where did she go?" Jite answered calmly, "She hasn't returned since she said she was going to the restroom." This made Shiraishi worry and shout, "Damn it! Is she crazy? Going to the bathroom at a time like this?" He bit his lip aggressively and asked with difficulty, "Left eye, right? Are you sure?" Jite didn't answer, but Shiraishi assumed he was confirming. Preparing to act, seeing this, someone asked worriedly, "Captain, what are you going to do?" Shiraishi shouted furiously, "Hold those tentacles down. I'm unleashing a big hit." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his energy. Right after that, a beam of energy appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Shiraishi transformed it into an arrow. He yelled crazily, "Oh, monster of the dark abyss, I grant you an eternal slumber." As soon as his words ended, the arrow was pulled taut. And then Shiraishi slowly released his hand. The arrow flew off with a momentum that tore the wind. The arrow aimed straight at the Kraken's left eye and shot forward. With a boom, the arrow exploded directly. The Kraken began to scream in pain. The others saw this and hurriedly retreated to avoid the aftermath. They called out anxiously, Captain Ryanosuke succeeded, didn't he? At that moment, the kraken slowly collapsed. Shiraishi, after unleashing that move, quickly stepped onto the shore. Only his expression wasn't very good because he realized the power wasn't enough. If only he hadn't been injured in his shoulder earlier. This much wasn't enough to kill the kraken. Shiraishi knew he had to finish it before it recovered. At the same time, a figure was standing on a cliff not far away. As soon as she saw the kraken sinking step by step, that person jumped off. This person was none other than Hasaiti Bile, and her target was Shiraishi. Her eyes were red now, filled with killing intent. In the moment of extreme danger, Jite appeared to stop her. With a boom, the seawater suddenly exploded, splashing everywhere. Shiraishi blankly watched the scene, mumbling in confusion. What was that? It seems like something just flashed by. Below the deep water, shattered armor pieces began to sink. Hasaiti Bile was also sinking. Her eyes had turned spiteful. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "You bastard, since when did you know my plan?" Jite stood coldly in front of her, speaking indifferently, "You don't understand anything about me. I no longer have any emotional attachments." The Hasaiti Bile of that time and the him of that time, although they had had beautiful moments together and had gone through a dark past, he had killed it all with his own hands. Jite finished speaking, his eyes focused on Hasaiti Bile, his face full of killing intent, and Hasaiti Bile looked at him spitefully, gritting her teeth as she asked, "You know me?" As she ate, Hasaiti Bile now also realized something. "Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder you looked familiar. I think I'm starting to remember. Before, on the battlefield, right? We used to be a pair of lovers who lived and died together, didn't we? We must have held hands before, and even shared a kiss under the starry sky, right?" She leaned close to him and continued, "Those lips, though rough, were also truly sweet. If I had known you would hinder me like this, I should have bitten off your tongue back then." As soon as she finished, she punched him hard, but he immediately reached out to block the attack. She began to revert to her original form. Countless legs sprouted from her back. "You said that just a moment ago, didn't you? That you killed me back then." She had now completely transformed. "Then now, it's my turn to kill you. This is Prototype X in its complete form." She smiled with amusement, "Isn't that right?" Without a hint of hesitation, she directed her legs to strike straight at him. Following the water current, the tentacles surged forward. He didn't hesitate at all, swinging his sword and easily slicing through the attacking tentacles. As soon as he slashed, other tentacles appeared and rushed at him. He continued to deal with them very neatly. This made Hasaiti Bile somewhat angry. She roared with excitement, "Ah!" Then she attacked him continuously, but every attack was easily countered by him. This made her wonder, is this really the Jite I once knew? Compared to back then, you have become overwhelmingly stronger. If you had been this strong back then, you could have protected both me and the team." She lunged to grab his hand. "But I've been curious for a while now. Why are you only blocking and refusing to attack? Is it because of guilt? Can't bear to kill the woman you once loved again? Back then, you tore me apart, stabbed and slashed me thoroughly. You even gouged my eyes out so neatly. You have no idea how painful that was for me, do you?" But the old images began to flood into his mind. Hasaiti Bile continued, "That morning, I was truly, truly cold." As she spoke, she flashed a smile, but in that smile, a pain hard to describe was contained. Jite's image was present in her remaining eye. Then his image began to shrink and disappear. At this moment, the system sent a notification. The Pendulum Clock EX power has found an item displaced from the world's timeline. Target, Arma's longsword. Countless slashes began to appear, and the person who created them was none other than Jite. He had now mastered his own emotions, so he did not fall into the illusion again. The barrage of successful hits made Hasaiti Bile cry out in immense pain. The system continued to send a notification. The Pendulum Clock EX power will protect you from the approach of malice. He thought to himself, can it sense the power of the pendulum clock on the Guardian's inner sword? Could it be that when the malice was drawn out of the Guardian's body, it left its power on the sword? The image of the sword radiating power appeared in his mind. Along with it, Yubam's voice echoed, "I borrowed it from the janitor earlier. Sooner or later, you'll need to use it." He thought to himself, did that girl predict this situation, which is why she gave me the sword? If it's this thing, it can blow away both the malice and the demonkind's power without having to kill Hasaiti Bile. Feeling each wave of pain running through her body, Hasaiti Bile gritted her teeth in anger. "You bastard, what have you done to my body?" Then her eyes suddenly widened, a bit startled. Because he had already rushed in front of her, his voice resolute, "Stop messing around with this poor girl's body. And get out of here right now." As he spoke, he landed another slash on her. Feeling every part of her body as if it were about to fall apart, she cursed inwardly, "Damn it, every time I touch that sword, the molting layer is destroyed. At this rate, the demon state will disappear. Is there a better way?" Then she cast her gaze down toward the giant squid lying on the seabed. A smile appeared on her lips. "That's right. As long as my body doesn't touch it, that's fine, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged straight toward the squid below and landed gently. After that, countless tentacles began to sprout from her body, plugging straight into every part of the giant squid's body. A surge of power erupted from her eyes. Immediately, she was able to fully control the squid. Looking down, he exclaimed, "This loop isn't just demon kind. It seems you can even link your mind with monsters." She didn't answer, just shouted loudly. Then controlled the squid tentacles to strike straight at him. The sword in his hand glowed at this moment. He used the invisible sword skill, second form. Energy began to swirl around the tip of the blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a very decisive slash, chain binding form, easily severing the incoming tentacles. Looking at the previous attack, she was somewhat surprised. This black power, it doesn't exist at all in this woman's memories. Sensing it from the kraken's hide, this is neither mana nor a blessing. It's pure killing intent honed from countless experiences of being higher and cursed. What on earth did you do to obtain that kind of power? Watching the incoming slash, she could only helplessly smile. "Ha, you really are a crazy monster." A slash flew straight toward the top of her head. Right after the collision, the coast where they fought experienced a violent aftershock. This made the other warriors startle and shout, "AAA! What's this? Why all of a sudden? Get out quickly!" Shiraishi also felt this power. He thought to himself, this ominous power is definitely his. He sighed, "Well, it's unbelievable. Why would personal business cause such a commotion?" After the battle, the sky returned to its original blue. Jitei's feet slowly walked. In his arms, he was carrying Hasatebil, who was completely naked. The system then called to announce, starting to collect traces of malice contained within Hasatebil. Announced that Hasatebil needs to be observed periodically to search for malice. Looking at the notification board, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Is it finally over for now? Suddenly, the communication bracelet on his arm vibrated. Gul's voice rang out, Uncle, where are you?" He replied, "I have personal business to attend to." On the other end, her voice became urgent, "Hurry back. There's no place here. Urium is mixing your wine to drink, AAA." He felt helpless at the mischievousness of these girls. Thus, the 71-person strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance finished subjugating the Kraken at the Hatia Sea, an S-rank dungeon. And one more thing, immediately after that, he brought Hasatebil home without having returned yet. Seeing her stark naked appearance made the kids in the housescape in surprise. As soon as Jintei stepped into the house, he was called out with a guilty look. The whole group of sisters was waiting at the door, and Urium crossed her arms and demanded an explanation immediately. On the sofa, Manhwa was lying unconscious, only temporarily covered by a black coat. Urium stepped forward to provoke, teasing Jintei, wondering if this was his girlfriend. She even laughed slyly, while Gul was shocked to her core hearing the suspicion that Jintei had stripped someone. Jintei broke into a cold sweat, only able to explain that this was an old acquaintance. Urium wouldn't let it go, continuing to put on a dramatic act about this ambiguous relationship. A chop to the neck made Urium silent, and Jintei firmly stated that this girl didn't know him at all. Bom also joined in, asking if Jintei going out yesterday was because of her. Hearing Jintei say he needed to keep the girl to get information, Urium, despite having a sore head, temporarily accepted it. Gul suddenly shouted in protest, making Urium jump. She firmly asserted that this house was the group's own private nest. To Gul, this was a sanctuary to relax after returning from the outside. Gul pointed and declared she didn't want anyone disturbing this privacy, leaving Urium speechless. Jintei pointed to janitor as an example, but Gul dismissed it because that uncle wasn't a person. Urium found it logical, so she immediately turned to support Gul. Gul turned to ask Bom for her opinion, who was also uncomfortable with strangers. Bom's eyes clearly showed deep thought, especially since that stranger was a woman. The referendum ended with an overwhelming score. The strange girl was officially banned. Once finished, Gul invited everyone to go to sleep early so they could go to school tomorrow. The group went to their rooms, leaving Jintei with the girl who was still sleeping soundly. Urium stayed behind and asked Jintei what he intended to do with this burden on the sofa. Jintei sighed, sure that after she woke up, he would have to find somewhere else for her to stay. Myung-hui still didn't know she had just been voted out by the whole house. The next morning, the sun rose brightly outside the penthouse. Birds chirped. It seemed like a peaceful start. Uriam hurriedly ran out to report the news to Jinte, while Jul hid behind her, watching with a worried look. She announced that the strange girl from yesterday was starting to go crazy. Myung-hui woke up in a state of loss of control, her hand gripping a broken bottle as a weapon. She screamed, asking what kind of hellish place she was in. Jinte entered carrying Jul, his expression calm as he watched the girl making a scene. Myung-hui angrily demanded an explanation for why she was in such a scantily clad state. She was red-faced, thinking of all the bad things Jinte might have done. Even though she was just a small girl, Myung-hui claimed she was a superhuman. Uriam stood next to Jinte, looking bored at this endless tantrum. Uriam's eyes began to turn cold, while Jinte noticed something unusual from the system. Traces of malice had gathered to 10%, signaling a terrifying transformation. The eternal clock activated, revealing a new truth about Myung-hui's condition. The system confirmed she had been mentally polluted, making her personality extremely aggressive. Jinte realized this was the terrifying consequence of direct exposure to malice. Myung-hui suddenly lunged with amazing speed, surrounded by a stream of golden energy. She swung the bottle aggressively, demanding that everyone move out of the way immediately. Uriam suggested dealing with the crazy girl first, but Jinte gently told her not to kill her. Myung-hui lunged like an arrow with the glass shard in her hand, screaming because she was being ignored. In the blink of an eye, Uriam had neatly grabbed the aggressive girl's wrist. A skillful throwdown, Myung-hui was knocked onto the floor mercilessly. Uriam smugly boasted about her accurate strike, but Jinte was paying attention to something else. The coat slipped off again, leaving Myung-hui completely exposed. Uriam panicked while the girl fainted from shock. The red-haired girl hurriedly used the coat to cover the poor girl, her mouth constantly mumbling reproaches. Feeling annoyed, Uriam turned to shout at janitor, demanding he clean up the pile of broken glass, but her anger was met only with a cold refusal from the iron armor. Uriam, Jinte, and little Jul were all stunned by this unexpected act of resistance. Janitor declared his duty was to protect BOM, not to mop the floor, and purple smoke began to radiate in a dark way. The mental pollution erupted. Janitor roared, demanding Jinte return the sword immediately. Uriam began to feel a chill down her spine, and little Jul also trembled because of the killing intent radiating from the armor. Jinte's eyes narrowed as he realized Janitor was falling into the same state as Hasatbile before. The eyes of the iron armor glowed brightly, seeming to have completely lost its reason. Jinte realized that during the fight, Janitor himself had also been infected with the stream of malice. A thick, black energy stream enveloped Janitor, turning him into a dangerous enemy in his madness. Jinte quickly placed Jul aside to prepare to deal with the person losing control. Janitor prepared to take a stance with a mop, treating it as a true weapon to attack. The tension was evident in every gap of the iron armor radiating purple smoke. Jinte used a precise chop to Janitor's neck with lightning speed to end the chaos. A loud thud rang out. The giant armor collapsed to the floor before the astonished eyes of the two girls. The helmet fell off and rolled on the floor, revealing a void inside. Uriam was shocked to realize both of them were suffering from the same terrible disease from that villain. Myung-hui and Janitor had both been controlled, lying sprawled on the floor. Uriam worriedly asked Jinte what to do next, because obviously they couldn't take them to the hospital. Jinte asked an irrelevant question, asking Uriam if she had finished drinking all the wine stored in the room. He waved his hand, opening a purple shimmering spatial gate, preparing to take the group away. The destination was a place that could cure the consequences of this mental pollution. The group entered the underground labyrinth, a vast space with gloomy, ancient stone structures. Uriam couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the grandeur of this place, while Jinte only considered it a secret hideout. Looking at the iron cages around, the red-haired girl thought she had just stepped into an underground prison. Jinte calmly led the way, ignoring his sister's extreme surprise. Uriam began to worry, asking if Jinte intended to lock up his sisters too if they didn't listen to him. Behind those iron bars, it seemed there were still figures of the past being imprisoned. A glowing red eye looked through the gap, full of hatred and pain. Jinte looked into the depths of the labyrinth, mumbling about how this place was no longer the same as before. Steady footsteps echoed, breaking the terrifying stillness of the stone labyrinth. Finally, they stopped in front of a metal door labeled BM. Both Uriam and Jul curiously poked their heads out, wondering who on earth lived here. Uriam smelled the scent of someone extremely powerful. Jinte confirmed it was the world's number 2 hunter. The news about a powerful person ranked second in the world shocked Uriam to the point of gaping in amazement. Jinte asked Uriam and Jul to wait outside, despite the red-haired girl constantly shouting to get in. Despite Uriam's desperate promise to just watch, Jinte still coldly closed the door to face the person inside alone. Just stepping into the gloomy room, Jin-tae felt a terrifying pressure aimed straight at him from the shadows. A giant, hairy monster arm lunged to attack, but Jin-tae quickly drew his sword to block the dangerous strike just in time. Amid the sparks flying from the collision, Jin-tae calmly remarked that this was truly a rough greeting for a guest. Behind the darkness of the laboratory, a man in a white lab coat was calmly sitting and drinking wine as if nothing had happened. He finished the bottle of wine while wearing an enigmatic smile, completely not showing surprise at Jin-tae's break-in. That was BM, the world's #2 ranked hunter and one of the first returners, the one who coldly declared he had never invited a guest like him. In a normal classroom, the teacher was still busy lecturing on the podium. But below, a boy didn't bother listening, only busy drawing dragons and snakes in his notebook. The boy Arendot sat propping his chin, his eyes distant as if his soul were hanging from a tree branch. He was still engrossed in his scribbles, ignoring the surrounding space. Those eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if seeing through thick glasses. The story happened about 40 years ago, when a terrifying incident suddenly swept the globe. It was called the Great Babylon Disappearance. At that time, thousands of children with superhuman abilities suddenly vanished in mass disappearances. Before the sudden crisis, militaries around the world searched frantically but got no results. Then 15 years passed, and those children were still missing, leaving only white flowers on empty desks. But then, a man suddenly returned to Earth amidst intense electrical sparks. That was Arendot, the first person to return from another world, with the alias BM. Currently, he holds the second position in the global superhuman ranking. BM drank his wine while sighing, looking not very happy. He grumbled regretfully about his pet chimera that Jin-tae had beheaded right in the lab. Jin-tae was indifferent, saying that a clean cut like that was easy to fix, so why be so tense? BM asked straight out about Jin-tae's purpose for coming here. He replied briefly that he wanted to borrow the inner room of the underground labyrinth. The scientist was suspicious, not knowing if Jin-tae was a superhuman or from the demonic faction. Jin-tae didn't care what he thought, he needed a place to treat his people for about half a year. BM heard this and immediately offered a price, 30 days. He insisted he only allowed exactly 1 month, anything longer was beyond his endurance. Jin-tae frowned. Clearly, 30 days was not enough for complete recovery. He wanted to negotiate further because he didn't come empty-handed, but BM lowered it to 25 days. Then he continued to squeeze the price down to exactly 20 days, his attitude extremely arrogant. BM arrogantly claimed that there was nothing in this world he needed. He pushed his glasses up, thinking that Jin-tae breaking into his house and getting to stay for 30 days was already a big favor. Seeing the other party's stubborn attitude, Jin-tae didn't hold back anymore. He mumbled that he should shut up. Suddenly, a stream of pitch-black killing intent erupted, tearing the laboratory space. Jin-tae started destroying BM's expensive equipment with a wave of his hand. BM panicked and shouted, asking what the hell he was doing, but Jin-tae coldly told him to shut up. Jin-tae declared that now it was his turn to squeeze the price down to 15 or 10 days. BM gritted his teeth in anger, threatening that Jin-tae would regret daring to touch his things. He declared he was no longer interested in using Jin-tae as a test subject, but would destroy him instead. Seeing BM intending to use Ahilia's right arm, Jin-tae still maintained an expressionless face. BM laughed maliciously with killing intent, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He asserted he would wipe Jin-tae from this world without a trace. A massive block of energy full of glowing red eyes appeared behind BM. That monstrous arm reached out, waiting to swallow the young man in front. Jin-tae was still standing there, darkness covering half of his face with a mysterious look. Immediately, he released the Ahilia curse, creating a terrifying pressure that covered the entire room. BM's arm suddenly froze in mid-air, unable to move forward even a little bit. BM panicked seeing his body completely frozen, suspecting this was some kind of high-level magic trick. BM broke into a cold sweat. He realized this wasn't magic or any trick. It was a primitive fear surrounding him, completely overwhelming the will of the rank 2 superhuman. Even the demon blood flowing in Ahilia's arm had to tremble before Jin-tae. BM was terrified, wondering what this young man's true identity was, as this pressure was even more terrifying than the strongest opponents he had ever met. Jin-tae calmly took a test tube containing a strange compound and asked what BM was making. The scientist panicked, screaming, demanding he absolutely not touch that specimen. Under coercion, BM was forced to confess that it was a specimen to create a humanoid chimera. He explained that this was just a plan to create a backup copy for old age, not some plot to rule the world. BM lowered his voice, begging Jin-tae to put the test tube down so they could talk peacefully. But Jin-tae only coldly asserted that he was lying, making BM collapse and promise to tell the whole truth. Jin-tae put the specimen back in its place. He didn't care what he was doing, he just needed him to agree to lend the inner room. BM knew fear now. he hurriedly agreed to let Jin-tae use the labyrinth as he pleased. He planned to rent the room for about a year and would visit frequently. Jin-tae said he would bring 2 people suffering from severe mental pollution here for treatment. BM nodded continuously upon hearing this, promising to help watch over them carefully. In return, Jin-tae left a bottle of rare wine and said it was the room rent for him. Just opening the cap, a superb fragrance spread, leaving the elderly scientist stunned. He stared at the bottle of wine, amazed to realize this was a premium type that money could hardly buy. Jin-tae turned his back and walked away, leaving BM still bewildered behind. He cherished the wine bottle, secretly wondering where this young man got it. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Yoram was trying to get Jul to make way for her to get inside, but little Jul still stood tall, coldly uttering a firm no. Yoram started to get angry, her voice dropping as she ordered her younger sister to step aside immediately. The response was only Jul's fierce shouting in protest. The girl was determined not to let Yoram pass. Jul glared, warning that she would protect this door at any cost. Yoram screamed in frustration, saying she wasn't even planning to barge in. She intended to sneak a peek, but Jul had quickly split herself to block every path. The girl repeated Jintae's instructions to absolutely not open the door for anyone. Yoram was mad enough to go crazy but couldn't do anything to this stubborn brat. She felt aggrieved because she was a dragon maiden, yet was helpless against a child. Yoram impatiently stated that this was no time to waste, as there were surely some extremely interesting things happening inside. She imagined a scene where Jin-tae and BM were locked in a bloody, life-or-death battle that was shaking the entire labyrinth. Yoram painted a picture of thunder and lightning exploding everywhere, but Jul simply responded with a dismissive "don't care." Jul's deadpan expression left Yoram completely speechless, as the girl looked at her with such contempt, like she was staring at a total weirdo. Yoram couldn't believe her little sister could be so indifferent to such a situation. Yoram flopped onto the floor, lamenting and wondering who in this household was actually normal. She looked up at the ceiling with a helpless expression. Suddenly, Yoram changed tactics, using a coaxing, sweet voice to try and win Jul over. Yoram asked her softly if she had been feeling down lately because Jin-tae didn't have time to play with her. She promised to help Jul convince Jin-tae so the 2 of them could go out and spend some time together. As soon as she heard the prospect of going out, just the 2 of them, Jul's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Yoram continued to spin a compelling future where Jul could join Jin-tae on a trip to snowy mountains. There, the 2 would have a blast skiing and enjoying the winter atmosphere just like in a fairy tale. They could even slurp down bowls of piping hot ramen together in the freezing weather to chase away the chill. Yoram's invitation was far too sweet for a child like Jul. Yoram pressed her, asking if that sounded amazing, all to sway the girl's will. Jul was completely mesmerized by the offer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gently nodded in agreement. However, just when Yoram thought she had succeeded, a hand suddenly appeared. Jul looked confused as she was lifted off the ground from behind, cutting short the negotiation between the 2 sisters. Yoram hadn't realized a third person was present. She was still busy chuckling and triumphantly declaring herself the winner. She smugly assumed that Jul could never be a match for a great dragon maiden like herself. However, a thunderous blow landed, and Yoram could only let out a cry of pain. The one who had taken action was none other than Jin-tae, and he looked at her with a cold, warning glare. Jin-tae looked at Yoram, who was lying flat on the floor, and asked what on earth she was doing there. Yoram looked up at him in frustration, asking if the epic battle she had been expecting was already over. Jin-tae nonchalantly replied that they hadn't fought at all, having resolved everything through peaceful negotiations. Seeing Yoram so disappointed, Jin-tae suggested that if she wanted to fight that badly, why didn't she go and try her hand against BM? He reminded her that wasn't she always craving to face top-tier superhumans? Just then, BM walked out from inside, his confidence seemingly restored. BM looked at Yoram and issued a challenge, warning her that once a fight started, he would never hold back against anyone. Yoram was stunned by this unexpected but incredibly exciting offer. Without a second of hesitation, she immediately nodded in agreement with total determination. Yoram flashed an excited grin, revealing her sharp fangs, ready for a new hunt. BM tipped his liquor bottle back, finishing it in one go with a look of pure satisfaction. The drink spilled down the corner of his mouth, and he was so buzzed his face flushed bright red. Jin-tae stood by, watching with a blank expression as he listened to BM praise the top-tier flavor that couldn't be found on Earth. BM firmly insisted that this was the kind of liquor fermented in the world of Arendot. Images of the magnificent Arendot castle surfaced, the place where BM had been forcibly relocated 40 years ago. While pouring another drink, BM wondered where Jin-tae got this stuff, since he had searched the entire world and hadn't found it. BM was thrilled, saying he would gladly trade 10 years of using the inner sanctum for it. Eugene Tae turned to call Yoram to come out, but she flatly refused. Eugene Tae spoke up, wanting to ask BM for one more favor. BM, with the bottle in his mouth, looked surprised at the request. He stared intently, waiting to hear the next demand from Jin-tae. It turned out he wanted him to take care of the fired-up Yoram for a bit. BM questioned the identity of the two kids with Jin-tae. Meanwhile, Yoram was absolutely ecstatic. Yujul hugged her teddy bear tightly, tucking herself against Jin-tae, while he left Yoram to BM. Jul gazed around with curious, shimmering blue eyes. The girl's cuteness was so overwhelming that even BM had to offer a compliment. Yoram curiously asked if the old guy in front of her was really the world's rank 2. She chirped that she had seen videos of him online, but this was her first time seeing him in person. BM stroked his hair, asking if he looked better than she imagined, but was promptly shut down by Yoram saying he looked like an unemployed gamer. She tilted her chin up and asked if he was stronger than Javier Karma. BM smirked, saying it had been a long time since he'd heard that name. In a flashback, a burly, blind hunter appeared. BM wondered how he was doing after being possessed by a demon. Yoram felt a pang of guilt, breaking into a cold sweat as she heard about those horrific events. BM walked toward the door, asserting that there were at least 5 people in this world stronger than Javier, and most importantly, he declared that he was even stronger than those 5 combined. Yoram's eyes lit up hearing that. She thought this old guy was incredibly cool. A hand pressed against the touch panel to open the door. They stepped into a massive room used for measuring the strength of the chimeras. BM told Yoram to feel free to attack whenever she was ready. The moment he finished speaking, Yoram lunged like a streak of red lightning, throwing a powerful punch, but it was blocked with ease. BM gently brushed her arm aside, laughing and telling her there was no need to be in such a rush. His gaze turned icy as he stared straight at the fired-up little dragon. Yoram flipped through the air, drawing her sword to strike down from above at blinding speed. At the same time, Eugene Tae carried Jewel into the inner sanctum area deep underground. He walked along the stark white corridor, venturing deep into the edge of the labyrinth. A hand reached out to touch a mass of pitch-black matter, speckled with starlight like a spatial rift. Dark entities with long, spindly arms appeared around the armored knight and the mysterious girl. Jin-tae told them to stay here and recuperate until their condition stabilized. Jin-tae's eyes were full of contemplation as he looked ahead. In front of him was the heavenly crystal, a treasure he hadn't seen in a long time. The massive crystal radiated a soft, golden light, the pinnacle of ancient magical engineering. This light compelled anyone who touched it to fall into a state of absolute happiness and satisfaction. Eugene Tae looked at the crystal, thinking that the happiness it brought was, in the end, just an artificial product. He went on to explain that in the past, a fierce fire dragon had been imprisoned here for a long time. Inside the crystal, the dragon of the past appeared with a look of utter despair and pleading. That happiness experiment had ultimately failed miserably, with the victim left only able to beg for death. Yujul stood next to Jin-tae, blankly letting out a wow of amazement at what she had just heard. The girl was so mesmerized by the crystal that she started drooling, so Jin-tae flicked her on the forehead to wake her up so they could head home. The scene shifted to the modern penthouse at night, with the surroundings completely silent. Ubom sat on the sofa with Jul, secretly realizing why the house had been so messy lately. Jul asked wistfully if they would ever see Janitor again, while Jin-tae confirmed they wouldn't be seeing him for a while. Yoram walked down the stairs, bruised and covered in bandages, responding in a grumpy, irritated tone. Yoram was furious, yelling that they should get rid of Janitor, which startled Jul, who was nearby. Ubom looked worriedly at the wounds on Yoram's body, while Jin-tae secretly thought she had been completely defeated by BM. Jul puffed out her cheeks, showing her disapproval of her sister's attitude. A sign hung on Yoram's door, warning anyone who didn't knock that they would be bitten. Yoram lay sprawled on her bedroom floor, panting with a vacant, unfocused stare. She told herself that even though she knew the result beforehand, she hadn't expected to be defeated so miserably without even a chance to counter. Looking at Jul standing there, Yoram realized bitterly that the world was truly vast and she was just a rookie. The little dragon jumped up in surprise, screaming because Jul had suddenly appeared in her room. Yoram irritably reminded her sister about the rule of knocking before entering her room. Jul was silent for a moment before repeating the promise about opening the door while they were still in the labyrinth. Jul insisted that Yoram had promised to go talk to Jin-tae if she opened the door, in exchange for ramen and a ski trip. Yoram sat up, asking if she was talking about what had happened in the labyrinth earlier. She tried to clarify that she only promised to convince him if the girl would just stay out of the way. Yoram flopped back down onto the floor, declaring firmly that there would be no talking to anyone. She told Jul to get out and remember to turn off the light, as she was in a really bad mood. Jul started to tear up, looking at her sister with a very pitiful expression. Yoram couldn't stand that look, irritably jumping up and asking what on earth the kid wanted her to say. Finally, she gave in, taking Jul by the hand to find Jinte. Jinte was sitting alone working in a dark room, turning his head when he heard a noise at the door. Yoram stood at the door with an indifferent expression, asking what exactly Jinte wanted to talk to her about. Standing behind her sister, Jul gathered her courage and hesitantly asked Jinte if he had any free time tomorrow. The sound of a mop squeaking on the tile floor echoed. A giant chimera was busy cleaning up. In the distance, the mysterious researcher sipped wine in his white lab coat. He looked at the liquor pouch, which was now half empty, and sighed, telling himself to drink in moderation next time. The amber eyes behind his glasses began to calculate the true identity of the person he had just encountered. He stared at the test tube, his mind still hung up on the fact that Jinte possessed fine liquor from the world of Arendot. He placed the liquor pouch on the table, convinced that Jinte must be a regressor like himself. An image of Jinte coldly sitting on a pile of monster carcasses appeared. He confirmed that he was definitely a returnee from Arendot. Looking at the dark circles under Jinte's eyes, he felt a bit of empathy for the exhaustion of those who had lived through many lifetimes. His eyes turned sharp. The giant chimera reached out, handing him something tiny. It was a black hair. He guessed this must be Jinte's hair. The research data was all destroyed, so he had nothing to do other than target him. He smirked, considering this hair a pretty good parting gift. In another turn of events, the youngest, Jul, was stuttering as she asked Jinte if he was free tomorrow. Jinte pressed her on what was going on, making the kid break into a cold sweat. Jul was all twisted up, her face pale with nervousness, so the kid pointed straight at Yoram, saying she was the one who wanted to talk. Yoram, standing next to her, had a grim expression. Jinte told them to speak for themselves, why make Jul do it for them? Yoram just seethed when she heard that. She turned her face away, muttering that it was nothing important anyway. Jinte rubbed Jul's head to reassure her. She looked up at him with worry. Yoram suddenly regained her composure, looking straight into Jinte's eyes. She smirked, starting to make an offer with a hidden meaning. Yoram asked Jinte to go on a date, just the two of them. Jul stood there in total shock. The kid's soul almost left her body, her mouth agape in disbelief. Jinte asked Yoram what she wanted to do tomorrow, and if she wanted to fight BM again. She stretched, saying forget it, just go play with the blue-haired girl instead. Yoram turned and walked out of the room, her hand gripping the doorknob. Before leaving, she leaned in, telling Jinte to stop by and see her later because there was something extremely serious to discuss. The two stood there, blankly watching the back of the fire dragon girl. Jinte turned to ask Jul where she wanted to go tomorrow. The kid shyly touched her two fingers together, whispering that she wanted to go skiing, and so, the two arrived at the high Himalayan mountains, covered in snow year-round. Majestic white peaks appeared against the clear blue sky. Jinte and Jul sat on a sled, zooming down a steep slope. Jul sat in front, shouting with excitement in Jinte's protective arms. The sled cut through the rocky outcrops, the speed so fast the wind whipped against their faces. Both of them sped through the vast white snow. Hitting a high slope, the sled soared into the air and landed perfectly. Jinte maintained a calm expression, steering the sled down. Jul's eyes lit up. The kid had never had this much fun. The sled plowed through the thick layer of snow, leaving long tracks on the mountainside. The speed didn't drop at all, they just kept racing through the vast expanse. Upon reaching a flat section, Jul was still crawling on the sled, laughing. Jinte knelt down, asking if she was scared, but the kid just replied that it was fun. Jul sat in the snow, whimpering that her legs wouldn't listen to her anymore. Jinte moved forward and lifted her up, saying they still had to climb the mountain. Jinte let Jul sit on his shoulders, asking if she felt better now. But the kid accidentally covered Jinte's eyes with her hands, so he couldn't see the road ahead at all. The innocent kid asked what would happen if she covered his nose, and Jinte could only reply that then he wouldn't be able to breathe. Jul giggled, intending to reach down and cover his mouth, too, to complete the set. As darkness fell, the two stopped at a small wooden cabin in the snow forest to warm up. An empty pot and bowls had already been cleaned up. Jul lay on the floor, patting her belly and saying she was full, while Jinte was busy cleaning up the pile of instant noodle cups. The kid had eaten 20 packs of noodles all by herself. Jul stealthily crawled back toward Jinte with a calculating look in her eyes. The kid reached out her tiny hands, intending to do something to Jinte's legs. He glanced down, catching the kid red-handed as she was about to take his socks off. Jinte asked straight out what on earth she was trying to do, making Jul freeze in surprise. He reminded her that socks were dirty and not for playing with. Jul could only hang her head in disappointment. Jinte asked if she was trying to get hair again, since he had given her a strand last time. The kid whispered a confirmation, her expression looking extremely apologetic. Jul whispered an apology, her hands clasped tightly over her knees. The kid looked up at Jinte with teary eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Jinte sighed softly, looking at the repentant kid. He reached up, decisively plucking a strand of his own hair. Jinte placed the hair in Jul's palm, telling her this was the last time he would give her this. He patted her head, saying that in the future, if she wanted anything, she should just ask him directly, not through her sisters. No matter how busy he was, he would make time for her. Jul was visibly happy, grinning broadly in agreement. The fire crackled in the hearth, bringing a cozy atmosphere to the small cabin. As night fell, Jul hugged her teddy bear and fell asleep, a satisfied smile still on her lips. In her dreams, it seemed that an ancient memory was returning to the blue dragon kid. Jinte looked at the sleeping girl, silently calculating the time. He wondered if today was the day. It was the day a blue dragon hatchling would receive the revelation from their ancestors. Every dragon clan had its own inclinations for finding its purpose in life. For instance, the green dragon clan, those who were passionate about art and often became talented craftsmen. Or the gold dragon clan, those who always longed to travel the continent and become guardians of all creatures. And the red dragon clan, the passionate warriors always seeking glory in battle. Those bright red warriors charged into battle with destructive power and an iron will. However, the blue dragon clan didn't have a specific direction predetermined. Exactly 80 days after birth, they would receive a direct directive from the ancestral dragon. It was an ancestral will bound by blood, entrusting a mission to each tiny individual. Tiny Jul stood in the middle of a spiritual space, her deep blue eyes reflecting determination before an inescapable destiny. A giant blue dragon with supreme majesty appeared right in front of the kid. Its glowing eyes looked deep into Jul's mind. The great blue dragon called out, "My daughter," opening a new, mysterious chapter in the youngest one's life. Jul was floating in a deep blue water space when a voice suddenly rang out, calling her daughter. She felt that even though she was hearing this voice for the first time, it brought a very warm and familiar feeling. A giant blue dragon appeared, its scales and fins glowing brilliantly in the deep water. Jul blankly looked at the great creature in front of her, her mouth softly calling out, "Grandpa?" The great blue dragon looked at his little descendant, saying that he understood her heart just as she understood his. He remarked that it seemed Jul was currently living a very happy life. The girl smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. It was true that she felt very happy right now. The great blue dragon laughed gently, saying that was thanks to someone who was sincerely wishing for her happiness. Then he asked if she also wanted to grant the same to that person. To do that, he told Jul there was an important task she needed to carry out. The dragon's eyes narrowed seriously, warning that a long, dark night was about to arrive. In that darkness, someone would have to fall, and perhaps they would never be able to rise again. He cautioned that when that moment came, Jul had to use her own hands to protect what was most precious. Hearing that, Jul confusedly gripped her shirt, worried because she felt she had no power at all. But the ancestor affirmed that that didn't matter. What decided everything was the will in her heart. A glowing finger lightly touched the girl's chest as if to pass on a sacred message. The great blue dragon appeared in the form of a man with long blue hair, telling her to think very carefully about how to protect her loved ones. Only when her determination was strong enough to overcome the darkness could Jul and those important to her smile. The call, "I believe you can do it," faded as his silhouette dissolved into the deep water. Jul clenched her tiny fist, engraving the advice she had just received. Her eyes glowed with determination. She promised herself she would definitely protect what was important to her. The scenery changed, returning to the modern city under a clear blue sky. At the inn coffee shop, Jinte was having a business meeting. Yunju sat opposite Jinte, apologizing for not being more proactive in the Prototype X incident. Jinte sipped his coffee nonchalantly, asking if she had found any more information about the Invisibility Organization. Yunju asked if he remembered anything about the Malaysia Ball, and Jinte confirmed he did. It was a large-scale S+ rank dungeon, extremely rare and very difficult to locate. Each room in this dungeon contained unforeseen dangers. Its danger level was ranked among the worst, to the point where even top-tier hunters had to gamble their lives upon entering. Yunju announced that the venue for Lair's year-end event had been decided as the Malaysia Ball. The Invisibility Organization plotted to exploit the students there to create 100 new demons. Their goal was also to put Wyan in the position of supreme leader. Jinte fell silent, realizing that this was a modus operandi he hadn't seen in any of his previous regressions. Yunju handed over a stack of documents, mentioning that the organization was buzzing with gossip about the person who had wiped out Prototype X. A wanted poster appeared featuring Jinte's silhouette, offering a massive reward for the name X. At the price of 15 high-grade magic stones, Jin-tae remarked that they were certainly willing to spend, but since they didn't know his true identity, he wasn't worried. He instructed Yeonju to handle the situation in Russia properly and to keep watching Wyan from the sidelines. Yeonju nodded in compliance, but then she glanced behind her with a slightly puzzled expression. Noticing something strange, Jin-tae turned around to ask why Jul was acting that way. It turned out that their tiny bodyguard, Jul, was sitting there slurping her drink, glaring daggers at Yeonju because she deemed her a suspicious woman. In the middle of their conversation, the watch on Jin-tae's wrist vibrated, signaling a new notification. It was a message sent from Lair's academic office. After receiving the important notification, Jin-tae glanced at his watch to begin his scheduled work session. He announced a guardian consultation session, leaving the three girls sitting on the sofa completely surprised. An official notice from Lair had been issued, and Jin-tae planned to conduct separate, private interviews with each of them. Dragon Child Jul, wearing an incredibly cool suit, also wanted to join in, but Yuriam quickly dismissed her, telling the kid not to interfere. To secure the first spot, Yuriam quickly reached out and grabbed Jintae's arm to claim her place. She winked mischievously, begging him to prioritize her consultation first. While Yuriam started, Boem and Gul waited outside with quite resigned expressions, while little Jul remained very serious. Jin-tae sat down, opened a folder, and asked if there was anything bothering Yuriam lately. He listened intently to record the important psychological developments of the Red Dragon Girl. Yuriam lowered her head, softly confessing that she felt truly weak. Jin-tae thought she was sad about the loss to BM, but he advised her not to be discouraged because that old guy was absurdly strong. But the problem was that Yuriam had just won a practice match against the upperclassmen, yet she didn't feel happy at all. She felt she hadn't won using the strength of a normal human, which made her feel uneasy. Torment was evident on her face as she recalled the moment the primal dragon power surged within her. Jin-tae realized immediately that she had been secretly using mana from her dragon heart, a taboo while the dragon maidens were in the human world. He listened in silence as Yuriam blamed herself for acting stupidly just to satisfy her ego. Looking deep into her eyes, Jin-tae affirmed that Yuriam was truly strong and that she would go even further in the future. He reminded her that her very existence carried a supreme power of dominance that no one could deny. However, trying to burn through hundreds of years of training in just a moment was an act that went against nature. Jin-tae asked point-blank if Yuriam was ready to accept all the consequences to become stronger immediately. After a moment of reflection, she asserted that for her, living happily in the present was what mattered most. Brushing aside her melancholy, Yuriam looked at Jin-tae with firm, trusting eyes. Jin-tae nodded in understanding and took his pen to note down the key points of the conversation. He stood up and promised that as soon as the break began, the two of them would train together to improve her skills. Not just all talk, Jin-tae decided he would directly mentor and coach this stubborn girl. He would show her how to become truly powerful without having to break any rules. Jin-tae's unexpected offer left Yuriam stunned for a few seconds in sheer surprise. To hide her confusion, she pouted, saying she had never asked him to teach her anything. Yuriam burst into loud laughter, teasing Jin-tae, asking if he wanted to take her on as his true apprentice. Jin-tae simply noted silently in the file that Yuriam was the type of person who always acted tough to hide her lack of self-confidence. The next person to enter was Gul, who excitedly asked if she needed to prepare anything special. She affirmed that she was still studying well, had made many new friends, and that life at school was going perfectly. Seeing Jin-tae preparing to call the next person, Gul quickly said she had one important thing to ask. The Gold Dragon Girl expressed her desire to participate in business trips to military bases like the other students. Jin-tae asked for the reason, and Gul said she wanted to do volunteer work to meet new people and broaden her horizons. In her head, she envisioned herself shining brightly on a performance stage amidst the cheers of soldiers. Seeing Jin-tae deep in thought, Gul laughed awkwardly, asking if she had just made an unreasonable request. Jin-tae took notes and said he would consider it carefully once her plan became more specific and clear. He secretly thought that her innate desire for attention and excitement was a characteristic unique to the Gold Dragon clan. Looking at the files, Jin-tae realized there was only one last consultation left to complete the task. Ubom entered the room, looking calm with a gentle, permanent smile on her lips, ready for the conversation. Jin-tae started by asking about Bom's life, and she shared about her studies in taking care of the other dragon sisters. Ubom smiled, suggesting creative activities like painting or writing, then asked Jin-tae if he felt like he was lacking anything. Jin-tae kept his calm demeanor, saying he was fine, while Bom kept pressing for news about how he had been doing lately. Seeing Jin-tae have no particular reaction, BOM dug deeper by repeating the question about his hidden desires. Jintae's eyes flickered with contemplation when faced with such excessive concern from the Blue Dragon girl. The word love suddenly appeared like a loaded hint about what Jintae might truly be lacking. BOM suddenly leaned in close to Jintae's face, covering her lips with a yellow piece of paper and looking at him with a teasing gaze. She tilted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation for an honest answer from her guardian. The afternoon sun shone through the penthouse window. It looked peaceful, but a storm was brewing. BOM chuckled mysteriously, while Jintae started to smell trouble and told her she should stop. He kept a poker face, but inside he was probably screaming for having this girl clinging to him. The beauty didn't listen, sitting right on Jintae's lap, ignoring his reminders that this was a psychological counseling session. Jintae complained about his knee hurting, while BOM sat there scribbling in the files like a true professional. She pouted, saying she just liked being close to him like this and couldn't understand why she was being chased away. In the vast room, the two tugged back and forth, one pushing forward, the other trying to dodge. BOM even had the audacity to say that the two should have been this intimate a long time ago. Jintae could only turn his face away, trying to keep a cool head against her relentless attacks. Seeing him flustered, she pressed closer, leaning her face in, which made him jump back in surprise. But because he backed up too far, the swivel chair lost its balance and started to tip backward. A dry thud echoed, signaling a less than pleasant end to this teasing match. They both tumbled onto the floor, with BOM landing right on top of Jintae in an incredibly awkward position. Jintae lay there dazed, staring at the ceiling, while BOM took the opportunity to ask point-blank whether he saw her as a burden or as a woman. But then she suddenly froze, her playful smile disappearing, replaced by extreme embarrassment. BOM's face turned as red as a tomato, and she hung her head, suddenly realizing she had gone a bit too far. In that moment, a dark premonition about the demon Hasegawa flashed through her mind like a bad omen. Just at the climax, little Jewel appeared at the door out of nowhere, freezing for a few seconds at the scene in front of her. The innocent girl asked what the two of them were doing on the floor, making so much noise. Jintae hurriedly defended himself, saying BOM had jumped on him out of nowhere and he hadn't done anything. BOM quickly covered Jintae's mouth and laughed awkwardly, saying she was just playing a prank on him for fun. Seeing her sister being counseled like that, Jewel started to sulk, feeling left out. The kid dropped a bombshell that made both of them want to faint. She wanted to do that too. With a determined face and glistening eyes, Jewel demanded that Jintae counsel her immediately. Jintae was left speechless looking at the youngest one, while BOM stood nearby chuckling, knowing she had accidentally sown jealousy in the kid's mind. Seeing that the situation was getting unstable, BOM quickly slipped away to cook, leaving the other two to resolve it themselves. Just as she stepped out of the room, BOM's expression suddenly became melancholic, as if she were worried about what she had just seen in her vision. Inside the room, Jintae had to reluctantly sit on the floor to start the forced counseling session for the youngest girl. Meanwhile, the media was exploding with information about the S+ ranked dungeon raid event titled Malaysia's Ball. Professor Wyan appeared powerfully on television to announce the plan for this large-scale campaign. A question arose: wasn't it too risky to let students participate in such a dangerous mission? With a confident smile, she asserted that the power of this year's students had increased many times over compared to before. A series of badges from top guilds and families appeared, promising an extremely intense competition for position. Wyan emphasized that they had invested a large amount of resources and effort to ensure the event's success. At the offices, reporters and staff were frantically typing away to update the latest hot information. The professor ended her speech with ambitious, glowing red eyes, hiding a dark conspiracy behind this event. Elsewhere, Kwok Panwai was watching the news on his TV screen in an extremely uncomfortable mood. He gnashed his teeth in anger. The cast on his arm was a bitter consequence of his loss to Jintae. His assistant, Hashimoto, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder about her boss's sudden intensity. Panwai clenched his fist, blaming everything on the guy with the alias X who had ruined his entire plan. He told himself that as long as he got through this, everything would return to normal. Watching Wyan on the screen, Panwai dreamed of her ascending to the throne and himself basking in the reflected glory. Kwok Panwai was bragging to Hashimoto about preparing for the Malaysia's Ball. Seeing her looking curious, Panwai suddenly remembered this was confidential, so he told her to act like she hadn't heard anything. But Hashimoto wasn't just anyone. She played the wheedling card, swearing she would keep her mouth shut. With a sycophantic smile and sparkling eyes, she quickly softened Panwai's will. Panwai blushed a deep red. Truly, it's hard for a hero to resist beauty. He was starting to waver. Finally, he gave in and revealed the information, but didn't forget to warn her never to blab to anyone. The top secret info was shocking. 2 calamity-level demons and 1 disaster-level demon would attend this gala. Powerful entities with glowing red eyes and immense bloodlust were beginning to reveal themselves. One of them was Lord Hasegawa, a name that made everyone shudder just hearing it. In the middle of the story, Manhwa got a phone call and scurried away, leaving the girl sitting there alone. Left alone, Hashimoto's previous sweet expression disappeared, replaced by sharp, piercing eyes. She pursed her lips, her expression calculating as if she had just caught a juicy prey. It turned out she was a spy. Hashimoto secretly reported that she had obtained the necessary information. Her cold expression showed that the previous date was nothing more than a play. Cutting to the penthouse, Gul and Jul were lying on the floor researching chickens in a book. Seeing Jin-tae say he was going out soon, Gul's eyes lit up like high beams, and she didn't forget to remind him to buy her fried chicken. Jin-tae appeared in a very elegant black suit and a long trench coat, exuding the aura of a gentleman. The two little girls were dazzled, freezing for a few seconds at the old guy's new look. Gul innocently asked if he was going to someone's wedding to dress so sharply. But responding to her excitement was Jintae's cold gaze. He said he was going to a funeral. The two kids looked at each other, not understanding what a funeral was, but it sounded serious. The sunset fell over the penthouse, signaling that a long, stormy night was about to begin. Jin-tae strode through the crowded plaza. The funeral suit he wore seemed to separate him from the bustling world around him. Painful memories rushed back. The image of a girl with bleeding wounds made his heart tighten. He recalled screaming in despair amidst a pool of blood, a past he never wanted to repeat. And the disgusting smile of old man Hasegawa, the one behind every tragedy he had to endure. Jin-tae gnashed his teeth, cold killing intent radiating as the name Hasegawa burned into his mind. The crowd around them began to buzz, talking about a beautiful girl standing and waiting for someone in the middle of the square. They wondered which tycoon the top-tier beauty named Ubom was waiting for, dressed so luxuriously. Ubom stood there in a seductive black dress, draped in a luxurious white blazer, attracting every gaze. As soon as she saw Jintae's familiar figure, her eyes lit up immediately. Bom jumped up and waved excitedly, ignoring the attention of the people around them. She ran over, acting spoiled, complaining about why Jin-tae had made her wait so long, feeling both shy and slighted. Then Bom spun around, excitedly asking if this outfit matched his and suited her. Seeing Jin-tae still keeping a poker face, Bom started pulling out the charm to soothe the atmosphere. Jin-tae sighed, demanding that Bom go home immediately because he didn't want her getting involved in this danger. He predicted she would argue back, saying that this time he definitely needed her help. Bom's jaw dropped in surprise at having her mind read. She had been planning to say exactly what he guessed. Jin-tae continued to read her, saying she would argue that if he went alone, the timid Ubom would be left behind. And then she would sit there crying all night waiting for him to return, like a cheesy movie script. Bom fell silent, looking at Jin-tae. It seemed she hadn't expected him to understand her psychology so clearly. But Jin-tae wasn't joking. He asserted that he was about to go kill people and he wasn't exactly a good person. Jin-tae flatly warned that everything coming up would be brutal and not clean at all. He didn't want her to have to witness those things firsthand. He demanded she return quickly, but Ubom asked back if he understood the feeling of living in a family like hers. Bom explained that living in that family meant having to see fate, and the feeling of helplessness when you couldn't do anything to change it was truly terrible. She recounted a heartbreaking fate she had seen just yesterday. A child with autism had murdered the mother who had taken care of him for 20 years. It was a cruel tragedy she could only watch in despair, unable to intervene or save anything. Bom gently placed her hand on Jintae's arm, asserting that no matter what, she still wanted to be by his side and help him. She earnestly wanted to support Jin-tae, just like the way he had saved that woman before. Jin-tae sighed in frustration. It seemed he was starting to soften at the girl's determination and sincerity. Finally, he agreed, but didn't forget to threaten that if she caused any obstacles even a little, he would kick her back home immediately. Hearing that, Bom's face lit up immediately, and she joyfully answered yes, as if she had just won a major victory. The story paused there and shifted to Kyoto, Japan. Kyoto at night appeared with tightly packed high-rise buildings, hiding dark secrets that were slowly being revealed. In a luxurious room, a henchman bowed and reported to Lord Hasegawa that all preparations for the plan were complete. A powerful hand reached out to receive a black fedora, exuding an air of mystery and danger. It was Hasegawa, a calamity-level demon with glowing red eyes and a terrifying smile. He was eagerly awaiting the coming fun. Kyoto on an evening, the ancient city appeared under a brilliant sunset but carried a very mysterious feeling. At the center, a modern skyscraper was shining brightly, the site of a major event for the upper class. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively with luxurious guests raising their glasses. The sound of the elevator just rang, signaling that someone new had arrived. Jin-tae and Ubom walked out in elegant, pitch-black attire. Bom was slightly startled, her emerald eyes widened at the extravagance. Under the magnificent chandeliers, couples were swaying to the melodic dance music. The surrounding crowd was full of powerful figures, busy with business stories and billion-dollar contracts. Both leisurely walked into the main hall, making themselves part of this vain world to start their mission. Bom whispered to Jinte. It turned out this was the place where he would have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Even though she had seen it before through her providence ability, she still felt overwhelmed because this place didn't look like a battlefield at all. Jinte coldly reminded her not to be careless, because they were standing right in the enemy's den. Bom scanned her surroundings, noting that the guests here seemed to be ordinary people, not demons. Suddenly, a seductive blonde woman approached to strike up a conversation with Jinte, realizing he was a completely new face. She curiously asked which prestigious family he belonged to. The woman smiled suggestively, her eyes unable to hide her excitement at Jinte's cold appearance. He nonchalantly replied that he was from the Konosuke family. Hearing this, she was amazed because that was a powerful ninja family. She laughed delightedly, not expecting that mysterious family to have such a handsome man. Meanwhile, another man also started approaching Bom. This woman immediately invited Jinte to dance, but he flatly refused, simply saying he didn't know how. Yet she was still persistent, confidently asserting that she could lead him in this dance. Right at that moment, Bom reached out and held Jinte, definitively cutting off the woman's annoyance. Jinte turned to look at the partner who was rescuing him, slightly surprised. Bom flashed a radiant but suggestive smile, declaring that Jinte had already agreed to be her dance partner beforehand. Having the rug pulled out from under her, the blonde woman froze, her face showing clear annoyance and jealousy. She turned and walked away angrily, not forgetting to mutter about the two people's rudeness. When only the two were left, Bom asked Jinte quietly if they really had to dance. She even hinted about the fact that they had both taken a dance class together before. Looking around, everyone was pairing up enthusiastically. Bom thought they needed to integrate completely to avoid suspicion, and so, she decided to ask him to try it once. Bom lifted her black dress slightly, performing an elegant and graceful greeting. Jinte looked at her. It seemed he also understood that this was the best way to maintain their cover right now. He held out his black-gloved hand to take hers, ready to enter the dance. The appearance of this couple on the dance floor immediately made the surrounding guests curious and gossipy. Several girls standing nearby whispered enviously at Bom's beauty, while that man couldn't take his eyes off her. Some even had the idea of waiting for them to finish dancing to come and talk to the handsome Jinte. Amidst the magnificent banquet hall, the two began to sway to the music, looking extremely in sync like a true upper-class couple. Bom teased Jinte, saying his dancing skills had improved significantly, surely from sneaking practice alone. Jinte kept his poker face, asserting he had no time for games. He asked if Bom sensed anything unusual. She replied that everyone here didn't seem like demons or brainwashed, but the atmosphere was still very strange. Bom asked about the person they were hunting. Jinte revealed the target was someone who always hid behind the mask of an artist and loved playing music. Right then, a low voice rang out right behind them, calling out the fake identity Jinte had just made up. An old man with a mysterious smile appeared, introducing himself as Hasegawa, the host of this gala. He casually shook Jinte's hand, apologizing for interrupting their private moment, then curiously asked about the identity of the beautiful girl standing next to him. Bom bowed gracefully, introducing herself as Haru, the private secretary to the second young master of the Konosuke family. She followed up with glowing compliments, saying she had long heard of Mr. Hasegawa's renowned reputation and the music that captivated people's hearts. Hasegawa smiled contentedly, while Bom secretly held Jinte's sleeve, creating an intimate atmosphere in front of the old man. Bom even added a cheesy line, saying that she and her boss also wanted to become a pair of beautiful butterflies blending into tonight's party. The old man laughed heartily, praising the two as a match made in heaven, even wishing she would soon become the true mistress of that prestigious family. Jinte still had his poker face, asking quietly if she wasn't overacting a bit. A henchman suddenly approached to report that all preparations for Mr. Hasegawa's performance were complete. Bom looked excited, saying she couldn't wait any longer to enjoy his talent. Hasegawa responded modestly before beginning. As soon as the old man turned away, Bom's gaze immediately became cold. She asked Jinte if he intended to send him off for good today. Jinte looked at the target's back, explaining that the old man was an immortal, so taking him down wasn't as simple as she thought. He would always resurrect after dying. The problem was just the time it took for him to return. Jinte's eyes were pensive, revealing that the interval was a full 10 years. He said if it weren't for Bom hindering him here, he might have leveled this luxurious place with the old man immediately. Jinte figured 10 years was enough to end the old man's troublesome existence, so for now, complete destruction wasn't necessary. But Bomb reminded him that he was the one who said her presence was necessary for this mission. Jin-tae fell silent for a moment, then nodded, admitting he understood what she was trying to say. Above the gallery, an announcement rang out, signaling the performance beginning with Liszt's masterpiece, La Campanella. Jin-tae told BOM the party only lasted until tomorrow, so they had to use every second to take action. Bomb's gaze suddenly became determined. She swore that surely today she would find a way to finish off this old man. On stage, Hasegawa sat in position, his demeanor no different from a true musical master. He smiled triumphantly, preparing to begin his performance. The music rang out, but hidden behind it were glowing red notes, monstrous and spreading throughout the space. Night fell over Kyoto, the skyscrapers still shone like a lighthouse amidst the quiet city. Inside the quiet hotel corridor, only the sound of footsteps echoed softly on the red carpet. Unexpectedly, Bomb staggered and collapsed, her face pale with agony, prompting Jin-tae to hurry over and check on her. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily, and confessed that she felt incredibly nauseous. Jin-tae looked at her with concern, softly calling her name out of genuine care. He told her if she couldn't take it anymore, she should head back, as it still wasn't too late. BOM tried to steady herself, explaining that this was the first time she had ever heard music so disgusting and filled with such evil energy. Jin-tae turned away, deep in thought, as if the old man's piano playing was still echoing and clinging to his mind. He told her this place was too filthy and wretched. It really was no place for someone like her. Visions of bright red musical notes appeared like a warning, and Jin-tae asserted that a child like Bomb shouldn't have to face such things. He wondered why she was so stubborn about venturing into this place just to see such terrible things, while BOM silently bowed her head, her sorrowful eyes staring into the void. She softly said that if she hadn't come, perhaps Jin-tae would have had to fight all alone in this defiled world forever. Her words left Jin-tae stunned, as he hadn't expected her to care about him that much. The next morning, the sound of the door opening signaled a new day with tense events about to unfold. BOM stepped out with a completely new look, full of determination, affirming that she wasn't just going to sit there shivering all night. She flashed a murderous smile, declaring that today would be the final performance of Old Man Hasegawa's life. Down in the hall, the old man was already sitting at the piano, preparing to perform eerie sounds before the crowd, as the host announced the original composition written by the master himself, Chapter 3 of Eve. The entire auditorium erupted into thunderous applause as Hasegawa began to perform, completely unaware of the disaster about to strike. Hasegawa's bony fingers glided skillfully over the piano keys, creating hypnotic sounds that engulfed the entire hall. The audience below seemed hypnotized, some burst into tears of emotion, exclaiming that this was a beautiful melody, just like something out of a dream. Jin-tae stood in the distance, observing with an indifferent expression, as he softly asked BOM if she was truly ready for what was coming. He spoke in a low voice, reminding her to mentally prepare herself because what she was about to see would be more horrific than anything she could imagine. Jin-tae casually let go, allowing the glass of wine he was holding to fall freely onto the floor. The sharp sound of the glass shattering rang out, and shards of glass scattered everywhere, cutting through the melody of the song. Immediately, the atmosphere turned eerie as the eyes of the entire audience suddenly flashed with a strange green light, as if they were possessed. A series of soulless, murderous gazes simultaneously turned toward the two of them, creating an overwhelming pressure. BOM and Jin-tae stood amidst the circle of human puppets, calmly facing this bizarre transformation. Hasegawa roared with rage, his face twisted in a ghastly manner with bloodshot eyes, screaming to ask who dared to be bold enough to ruin his masterpiece of a performance. The audience began to howl, and the bright red musical notes seemed to choke the very air. They twisted their bodies in a disgusting way, their mouths hanging open, emitting strange, monstrous sounds. Amidst that crowd of the undead, Jin-tae and BOM stood tall, facing the madness that was taking hold. Looking at the people around her, BOM realized a chilling truth: none of them were still alive. Jin-tae casually confirmed that these were actually just soulless corpses. He further explained that all the spectators sitting here were just toys, puppets that Hasegawa had built from dead bodies. BOM smiled confidently, asserting that as a dragon maiden, she couldn't possibly be wrong about this. As it turned out, the girl had felt something unusual earlier when touching these luxurious guests. A stream of blue energy surged from her hand, revealing the truth hidden beneath their human shells. BOM was certain that a fake life force was running through them, and it only became apparent when that artist started playing. The audience laughed and clapped, but their eyes were empty and terrifyingly lifeless. The horrific truth was revealed: the only things truly alive on the bodies of these corpses were the ears attached to them. Jin-tae sneered with contempt, exposing Hasegawa's perverse hobby of collecting real human ears. That insane artist meticulously sewed each pair of ears onto the corpses, creating an ideal audience that only knew how to worship his music. Eugene Tae thought to himself that he had been too impatient in his previous lives and had finished him off before he could discover the secret. Returning to their discussion, Ubom questioned his immortality and mentioned the catalyst for those who make pacts with demons. The girl drew a picture of a demon on paper to illustrate the law of causality when selling one's soul. According to her, if a demon cannot fulfill its goal after transforming, they must undergo a molting process. Ubom excitedly made a suggestion, her eyes sparkling as if she had found the solution. Eugene Tae agreed, but first, he needed to force the guy to reveal what he was hiding. He pondered, darkness covering his cold face. Finally, Eugene Tae decided to act according to the plan Ubom had laid out. In the hall, Hasegawa took his hands off the keys, looking disappointed that he couldn't find anyone with ears that know how to listen. He revealed his true demonic nature with glowing red eyes, screaming in anger when his sacred performance was interrupted. He ordered his minions to cut off the ears of those who dared to bother him immediately. The undead swarmed like hungry beasts, with Hasegawa standing in the distance directing the massacre. Surrounded on all sides, Ubom looked at Eugene Tae and asked if this was the cruel world he had always faced. Eugene Tae nodded in confirmation, and the girl closed her eyes as if she had made up her mind. A stream of green power began to radiate from Ubom's body. She wanted to understand more about the world of the man beside her. The undead jumped at her, but the girl was ready to fight instead of just standing behind and being protected. The monstrous entities were thrown back by an immense, invisible pressure. Ubom stood there, her blue hair flying along with the powerful magic surging intensely. The girl spoke, passing judgment on the souls that were destined to rot and decay. Glowing magic rune circles appeared, carrying the power of destiny. A giant formation glowed under their feet, forcing everything around to kneel. It was a source of overwhelming power, making the entire auditorium space shake. The undead were tightly bound by magic chains, unable to move even an inch. Even Hasegawa couldn't escape, his face twisted in shock at this power. Dragon scales appeared on Ubom's cheeks as she unleashed her ultimate skill, heavenly mandate of life. Her eyes were sharp as she declared she would take care of all these puppets so Eugene Tae could act freely. Eugene Tae looked at her with trust, then immediately turned to his main target. He dashed off like a dark streak of death, while the undead were completely restrained by the Dragon Maiden's magic. Even though he was tied tightly by the glowing blue magic circles, Hasegawa still tried to struggle in vain. He hissed through his teeth, unable to understand what kind of demonic magic was controlling him. Hasegawa roared madly, believing that such a small amount of magic couldn't do anything to him. But the demonic energy was so overpowering that Ubom began to grow exhausted, and the dragon scales on her cheeks began to fade. Watching Ubom stagger, Eugene Tae thought to himself that she was still too young to suppress a demon like Hasegawa on her own. The undead seized the opportunity to rush forward, howling disgustingly right in front of Eugene Tae. In an instant, Eugene Tae swung his sword, creating dark streaks of light that cut through the space and knocked away everyone in his path. His face was cold, looking straight at Hasegawa, who was screaming because his performance had been ruined. Hasegawa's hands curled, unable to accept that someone dared to look down on his melody. He threatened to cut off both their ears to attach to his loyal puppets, making them part of his eternal audience. With a twisted smile and glowing red eyes, Hasegawa promised absolute silence for this gift. Immediately, he activated his molting state, draining energy from the puppets to strengthen himself. Eugene Tae calmly watched that disgusting transformation, realizing this was Hasegawa's final card. The magic was broken, and Ubom collapsed to the floor, exhausted by the massive wave of malice. The girl gasped, apologizing for not being able to maintain the magic any longer. Eugene Tae gently reassured her that that was more than enough. Ubom looked up at him with eyes full of trust. He stepped forward, his right hand covered in thick, cold black smoke, ready to end it all. Amidst the ruined hall, Eugene Tae's back radiated a terrifying killing intent. Hasegawa rushed forward madly, screaming about the arrogance of those who dared to whisper in front of him. He considered their presence to be a pile of useless noise that was insulting his art. Ubom called out his name anxiously as the demon closed in. Hasegawa laughed gleefully, triumphant because he thought he was about to punish the insolent ones. He roared that the performance was sacred and that no one had the right to stop it. He talked about the laws of ancient Egypt to justify his cruel ear-cutting act. He casually grabbed the hair of a corpse, seeing it as proof of the unnecessity of ears that don't know how to listen. Eugene Tae walked leisurely among the reviving corpses, the pitch-black sword in his hand vibrating slightly. He uttered the most bitter insults, calling his entire performance nothing but garbage. His pride wounded, Hasegawa screamed, cursing Eugene Tae as a true demon. In a blink of an eye, a streak of dark light flashed, and Hasegawa's head was severed from his neck. The slash was so decisive that the demon's body remained standing for a long time afterward. The power from the terrible slash was so strong that it shook the entire high-rise building. Ubom watched in shock at the brutal scene that had just unfolded before her eyes. Hasegawa's eyes were still wide open in bewilderment as they fell to the floor. The head rolled in a pool of black blood, ending the madness of a man who called himself an artist. Eugene stood there, looking down at his enemy with cold, unwavering eyes. He coldly declared that his game of playing house ended right here. Hasegawa's body collapsed, the headless corpse looking absolutely pathetic. The white-haired old man's head rolled on the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Eugene casually walked over, placing his foot on that head as if stepping on a broken toy. He looked down coldly at the person beneath his feet, not moved in the slightest by this horrifying scene. In the distance, Ubom looked on in shock as the enemy was defeated with just one swift slash. She gasped, cold sweat beginning to stream down her cheeks in astonishment. Just as Bom called out "Uncle," Jinte immediately reassured her that this kind of freak wouldn't die that easily. The head under his feet began to let out strange, rattling laughs. Hasegawa realized that this power far exceeded the understanding of ordinary superpowered individuals. He grinned wide, asserting that Jinte was the X-character he had been searching for all this time. Jinte asked straight out what the old man's purpose was. Did he want to exterminate demons or bring world peace? But he also finished by saying, those about to die usually talk too much. He exposed the fact that the old man had signed a contract with the Abyss as a sick performer. His immortality was actually thanks to the grace of the Lord of the Abyss, Amur Barca. Hasegawa asked in surprise about Jinte's true identity, seeing that he knew his secrets so well. He only responded with a cold gaze, saying the old man was very much mistaken about one thing. Hasegawa remained stubborn, believing that even if the audience left, he would still continue his performance. His body knelt up again, stubbornly clinging to what he called performing art. He laughed insanely, declaring he would personally create a whole new audience right here. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bizarre red threads shot out, surrounding the room. Bom was suddenly tied up by those threads, hanging suspended in midair. She realized in shock that her body was completely unable to move as she wished anymore. Hasegawa admitted that Jinte was strong, but the girl with him was too weak. He forced Bom to hold a sharp shard of glass, turning her into a killer puppet in his hands. Jinte stood still watching, the thick red threads blocking their path. He thought that no matter how strong one is, humans are always bound by humanity. Hasegawa sarcastically called that attachment love. He sneered, threatening that if he touched him, Bom would die, and if he stood still, she would kill him. He offered a cruel choice, pushing Jinte to the edge. Bom, under his control, lunged toward Jinte, the glass shard in her hand ready to stab. Hasegawa waited gleefully for the scene where the lovers would finish each other off. Jinte only sneered at his terrible aesthetic taste, which hadn't changed at all. His expression remained terrifyingly calm in the face of Bom's attack. But suddenly, the red threads were shredded into pieces by strange green streams of light. Hasegawa's eyes widened in surprise, unable to understand what kind of strange light was appearing. The banquet hall suddenly vanished, replaced by a vast, starry universe. The old man was extremely confused, thinking he had fallen into some kind of hallucination. But Bom appeared right after, coldly declaring that he had stepped into her inner world. Bright blue mana threads wrapped around her hands, radiating a divine pressure that made everything kneel. The old man shuddered, realizing that this girl had not been human from the very beginning. Hasegawa was tied tightly by chains of light in midair, completely helpless. Bom looked at him with the eyes of a god, asserting that her source of power came from the great azure dragon. Hasegawa roared that even though his current power was weakened, his roots would never lose to him. The shadow of the great azure dragon appeared behind her, a mythological entity possessing the power to create life and magic. Bom's hands controlled the blue threads, softly reminding him that he had been mistaken about one extremely important thing. Hasegawa was tied tightly. He had casually called Jinte and her a loving couple. Bom coldly corrected him immediately, sorry, but we are not lovers. She smiled mysteriously, then added, at least not yet. A red, bloodshot eye was trembling behind the blue threads wrapped around his face. Hasegawa was breathless. His head was wrapped so tightly that he could only emit meaningless groans. He woke up and found himself in a strange church, facing Jinte and the blue-haired girl. Jinte explained that the original hotel had collapsed, so he couldn't perform, so he had to move them both here. The gloomy but magnificent church space created a perfect stage for the finale of the performance. Jinte exposed Hasegawa's crimes, the man who had indirectly caused countless people to kill each other in this place. Terrifying memories flooded back into the old man's mind, images of people slaughtering each other in a frenzy of madness. The cries and despair of the unfortunate victims he had once used for his own amusement. The perpetrator had used red threads to control the souls of the living like soulless puppets. Bom stood quietly watching, her eyes filled with sadness at the tragedies this old man had caused. Jin-tae declared that his final performance would have to end in this very solemn place. Hasegawa sneered defiantly, asking if Jin-tae had really forgotten who he was. He bragged about the songs written by sacrificing souls to the devil. He believed that as long as the audience lived and remembered, he would be immortal. Hasegawa roared madly, convinced that there was no way to end his life. Jin-tae grabbed his head, admitting that, for now, he couldn't kill him in the usual way. He sarcastically noted that he acted high and mighty but was actually not ready to face death. A stream of dark energy erupted from Jintae's hand, signaling that he was about to taste something more terrifying than death. Jintae's hand tightened, stained with blood and dark, oppressive magic. The full picture showed the absolute dominance of the regressor over the demon kneeling at his feet. Hasegawa screamed in agony as he felt his soul being crushed bit by bit. Jin-tae stepped on his corpse, explaining that being unable to perform was a serious breach of contract. He ordered in a cold voice, "Perform. Right now, for me." Hasegawa roared, still believing that the body of a disaster-level demon would recover soon, but his eyes suddenly shrank when he realized his arm showed no signs of regenerating like before. Bom stood there, her magic directly interfering with and stifling the old man's recovery process. Hasegawa's body began to disintegrate into strange green sparks of light. Bom's eyes looked coldly down at the defeated foe, who was gradually fading into nothingness. He still screamed in extreme despair, "I can still perform." A black energy explosion erupted as his existence was wiped from reality. He crazily thought that losing an arm was nothing, he would still continue his performance. Hasegawa screamed Amur Barka's name, begging the Lord of the Abyss to listen to the first song he had sacrificed his soul for. He pleaded in tears and blood, hoping for a final salvation from the demon, but received only silence. But Jin-tae and Bom just stood there watching him with expressionless faces, as if witnessing a cheap play come to an end. The headless corpse on the piano bench began to turn into ashes and float away into the air. The final remnants scattered on Jintae's gloves, the permanent end for an insane man. Jin-tae stood silently in the quiet church space, watching the last glowing particles of Hasegawa's remains vanish into thin air. His gaze was unusually calm, the burden of the life and death battle just now seemed to have been truly lifted. Bom looked around with a bewildered look, softly asking him about the horrible things that had just happened in this place. Jin-tae unexpectedly reached out toward her, making Bom startle slightly, and her cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Instead of a head pat, he pinched her cheek hard to scold her for daring to carry out such a dangerous plan. Bom rubbed her flushed cheek while arguing that if they hadn't used that method, they would never have been able to destroy Hasegawa. His anger faded, and Jin-tae gently placed his hand on her head, a rare gesture of care from this cold man. He looked deep into her eyes and gave her the most sincere compliment for her effort. "Well done." Bom's eyes shimmered with happiness when she heard his recognition, while Jin-tae suggested they both head back. She gave the brightest and happiest smile she ever had, softly answering with a sweet yes. The invitation to go home rang out, marking a peaceful end to a long night full of turmoil and death. Jin-tae and Bom walked side by side, heading toward the bright light at the end of the road, closing the finale of The Music Dictator. The penthouse of the house on a beautiful sunny day. The atmosphere seemed extremely peaceful. Sunlight shone through the window frame, hitting the lush green plants in the living room. Gul was sitting on the floor, diligently writing something in a thick notebook on the tea table. She was humming along with the melody as she wrote, looking extremely satisfied with her work. It turned out this was the Uncle Observation Diary that she had compiled herself. The first page was a drawing of Uncle Jin-tae standing on top of the world, along with the assertion that he was the strongest person on this planet. Gul also commented that perhaps he had been alone for a very long time, which was why he didn't care about anything around him. She drew a picture of Uncle Jin-tae when he was serious, guessing that he was hiding many stories that he couldn't talk about. Below was a page drawing of a suit, with the note, "Uncle looks extremely handsome in a suit." Gul leaned her chin on her hand and chuckled to herself, her heart completely stolen. She was imagining herself wearing a glamorous dress, dancing with him in an elegant black suit. The more she thought about it, the more she enjoyed it. Gul's face turned bright red, and she stuck out her tongue, looking a bit silly. Just then, Jin-tae appeared right behind her, asking what she was laughing at that looked so weird. Gul jumped and shrieked loudly. She hurriedly covered the notebook with her hands, insisting there was nothing, but her attitude was full of embarrassment. Jin-tae glanced at the Uncle Observation Diary title, which looked incredibly cheesy on the notebook cover. Gul covered it up, saying she intended to draw more of him once they became closer. Jin-tae just gave a cold "oh" without a single trace of emotion on his face. He turned away and left, not forgetting to tell her to finish writing so she could get back to work. Gul breathed a sigh of relief, promising herself that next time she would hide in her room to write for safety. But then, she suddenly realized something strange. Usually, he never paid attention to what she was doing, yet today he was the one who initiated the question. She crossed out the line "doesn't care about anything around him," secretly thinking that maybe he was starting to change. Gul started daydreaming again, convinced that she was the one who made him warmer. While she was drifting off, Yujul appeared out of nowhere, picked up the diary, and read the title aloud, giving Gul a second shock. Jul even bluntly criticized her sister's drawing skills as terrible, saying they were even worse than a child's. Gul suddenly noticed Jinty's civil servant ID card in Jul's hand, which the kid nonchalantly admitted to stealing. Gul hurried to tell her to return it to him immediately, but the kid just pouted and refused. Gul curiously picked up the card to take a look. The ID featured a portrait of Jin-tae with his familiar stoic face. Gul's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the birth date, December 12. Meanwhile, at the International Superhuman Association headquarters, the atmosphere was far from happy. The news on TV was reporting a horrific explosion that had just occurred in central Kyoto, Japan. The blast happened on a high floor of a hotel, causing a massive shockwave that collapsed part of the building. The perpetrator's identity and the casualty count remained undetermined, and firefighters and police were struggling to investigate as many suspected this was the act of some superhuman. The scene of the explosion looked devastated, with smoke and dust everywhere. A hand pressed the remote to snap the TV off. Jefferson Antonio covered his face with his hand, sighing with exhaustion and frustration. Jefferson, a high-ranking official of the association, began shouting at his subordinates about the incident that had just occurred. Standing before him was Minamoto AI, the world's 13th-ranked superhuman and an agent for the Japanese imperial family. Jefferson slammed the table and shouted, refusing to accept that they still didn't know who was behind the explosion. He questioned what exactly the Japanese royal side was hiding regarding this disaster. Jefferson screamed so loudly that Minamoto AI felt a headache. She silently cursed him for being noisier than allowed. Unexpectedly, Jefferson had sharp ears and yelled that he heard everything she was muttering. He emphasized that they had to investigate quickly because the big bosses were panicking. AI promised to finish as soon as possible and planned to slip away. But Jefferson wouldn't let her go, saying he still had important matters to discuss. AI could only sigh in frustration. Jefferson held up a report, revealing that the secretary's office had just received an anonymous tip about an upcoming party at the Malaysia's Bald Dungeon. Minamoto AI kept a cold expression, calmly asking what the big deal was. The old man warned that something extremely dangerous was about to happen there, and AI guessed immediately that demons were planning to stir up trouble. Jefferson nodded, his expression turning serious, as intelligence indicated 2 disaster and calamity-class demons were hiding within the association and were about to reveal themselves. Even AI's expression changed upon hearing this. She reached for her sword hilt, and the air in the room suddenly grew thick. AI asked Jefferson directly if he would take full responsibility for what he had just said, and they glared at each other, neither willing to yield in this tense confrontation. Jefferson explained that the report was sent directly to his desk, proving that the informant was skilled enough to bypass all of the association's security layers without leaving a trace. At first, he thought it was fiction, but cross-referencing clues made everything match up in a terrifying way. AI sarcastically remarked that this wasn't the time for him to criticize her family. AI wondered why he was revealing this important information to her, and Jefferson reminded her that the dungeon was located within Japanese territorial waters. A map appeared showing a demonic unit from the Balkan region heading straight for the Malaysia's Bald Dungeon. Jefferson ordered AI to lead the Japanese Imperial Hidden Special Unit to quietly handle those demons. Meanwhile, the association's own task force would handle sweeping up the rats hiding inside. He emphasized that all these orders were secret instructions from the top brass. Everything needed to be settled quietly so no rumors would leak out during the year-end holidays. Outside the window, the streets were bustling. Sitting in the car, Minamoto AI secretly despised the arrogant Jefferson, who only saw her family as cleaners for the mess they left behind. She suspected that this tip about the demons was definitely closely related to Hasegawa's mysterious disappearance. If taking down a calamity-class demon like Hasegawa was done by only one person, that person must possess terrifying skills. AI narrowed her eyes, trying to string all the events together. She wondered what on earth their ultimate goal was. Her assistant asked if they should assemble the hidden task force right now, but AI remained unusually calm. She ordered the team to remain on standby for the time being, as she wanted to check a few things herself. She decided to stop by the Chungcheon banquet first to see the situation. A bright golden badge hung from the car mirror. Night had fallen, and the penthouse was immersed in silence under a starry sky. The door opened with a soft click. Jin-tae had arrived home. Jin-tae walked into the pitch-black room, his face showing clear fatigue after a long day. Suddenly, a count of 1, 2 rang out from inside, paper cannons exploded, and the lights were switched on. "Happy birthday, Uncle!" the 4 dragon girls shouted in unison, leaving Jin-tae stunned for a few seconds. Gul happily held a strawberry cake in the middle, surrounded by Yoriam, Bom, and little Jul, who were cheering enthusiastically. Jin-tae blankly asked whose birthday it was. He hadn't even remembered what day it was. Bom smiled and explained that a few days ago she accidentally saw his ID card. Gul firmly asserted that December 12th was definitely Jintae's birthday. Jin-tae suddenly remembered it was indeed today. Gul triumphantly asked if he was surprised and if this opening was amazing. The blonde girl happily said this was the first time she had organized a birthday for someone else, so she was very excited. Looking at her, one might think it was her birthday. Jin-tae looked at Gul's gorgeous outfit and asked for an explanation, and he now had a bright red birthday hat on his head. Gul beamed, saying that because it was a birthday party, she had borrowed Bomb's dress to get the right classy vibe. She twirled around and asked Jin-tae if the dress suited her, her face full of anticipation. Gul pouted, saying the dress felt tight in the chest and wondered if it was sewn in the wrong size, while Bom, standing next to her, was speechless at her sister's naivety. Just then, Yoriam entered carrying another cake, with only a single flickering candle on it. Yoriam's expression was extremely awkward, and she grumbled that these cheesy birthday wishes were too cringe for her. Then she declared that the congratulatory part was over, and stepped forward with a mischievous smile that made Bom anxiously ask, "Yoriam?" Suddenly, a powerful sound tore through the air, signaling an unexpected action. Jin-tae was still holding little Jul, wearing a red hat that looked completely out of place with his vigilant expression. Before anyone could react, Yoriam tossed the cake aside and launched into the air, attacking Jin-tae directly, while Gul stood nearby in panicked shock, screaming. A close-up of Yoriam's excited face with glowing red eyes and a grin revealing her fangs, as she screamed about giving him a birthday punch, ending Jintae's stormy birthday. Her 2 hands pressed against the floor, tensing until she was trembling. Yoriam was struggling to do one-armed reverse push-ups, covered in sweat. She gritted her teeth, head upside down, muttering to herself whether she should just give up. The noble fire dragon clan having to learn combat from a human was ridiculous. If this got out, even a dog passing by would burst out laughing. But looking at Jin-tae, Yoriam wasn't even sure if this guy was really human. The difference in strength was so great that she felt that even if her entire clan attacked him, they wouldn't necessarily win. She told herself that even if she fought until she died and came back to life, she had no chance of beating him. She was bitter, but at least she had to get one hit in to satisfy her spite. So, the fire dragon decided to ambush him with a birthday cake. At this moment, Jin-tae was holding baby Jul and was completely off guard. Yoriam thought triumphantly that since he was busy holding a child and his hands were full, he couldn't block it, and at this distance, he couldn't dodge it. This was the golden opportunity to slap the face of this uncle. "Happy birthday, Uncle!" Yoriam screamed and lunged like an arrow. Jin-tae stood there calmly, watching the girl flying toward him with the cake in her hands. But little Jul in his arms suddenly realized something was wrong. Sweat broke out on the baby's forehead as she felt the approaching attack. Suddenly, an image of her grandfather appeared in Jul's mind along with his teachings about protecting precious things. He had told her to protect what was most important to her at all costs. Jul's eyes suddenly shone green, and the dragon's soul awakened with a strong will to protect. A glowing green magic circle appeared, creating a protective shield around Jin-tae and knocking Yoriam back. Yoriam panicked as she flew backward, while Bom stood frozen watching the accident. The cake flew through the air, heading straight toward the bewildered Gul. Splat! The cake landed precisely in the middle of the blonde girl's face. The scene fell silent, and Yoriam scratched her head, apologizing for her over-the-top prank. Skipping the accident, the birthday party was officially decorated beautifully with a table full of food. After wiping her face clean, Gul quickly regained her composure to preside over the gift-giving ceremony. Jin-tae sat down, still coolly saying, "I'm not a child, so no need for gifts," and Gul teased him, saying 27 years old in dragon years is just a kid. Jin-tae picked up the first gift and asked who prepared it, and Bom smiled and claimed it. It was a silver pocket watch, looking extremely classic and delicate inside a red box. As soon as he touched it, the eternal clock ability indicator vibrated violently, leaving Jin-tae confused. He curiously pressed the button to open the watch cover to see what was inside. Inside was a photo of the little dragon family together at the lake, with the words "Happy Memories" written on it. Jin-tae went silent as he looked at the photo and softly said thank you, a rare, gentle moment. Seeing that the uncle seemed to like the gift, Bom smiled proudly, her eyes squinting. Then it was Gul's turn. She held up a pink paper excitedly. "This is a wish voucher." She talked on and on about how he could make her do anything, bragging that this was the best gift. But Gul's face turned pale when Jin-tae asked for money instead of a wish voucher. Uriam, standing next to her, laughed gleefully, criticizing her younger sister's gift as insincere. Look at this is what you call a practical gift. Uriam reached into a paper bag to get her gift. And the ultimate gift of the fire dragon was an old white sock that had just been washed. Everyone was speechless. Uriam further explained that this was a sock she often wore, but she had washed it in her own way before giving it to him, and asked if Jin-tae felt touched. Bom could only be silent, telling Uriam not to do that anymore because it was weird. Gul and baby Joel looked confused at their oldest sister's unique gift, not understanding the fire dragon's mindset, while Jin-tae looked uncomfortable, not knowing how to react. Jin-tae suddenly remembered that sometimes Joel also secretly looked at his socks. Could dragons really have this strange hobby? He frowned and asked if the sock had some profound spiritual or symbolic meaning for the dragon species. Gul tried to explain, but Uriam quickly covered her younger sister's mouth, saying it was nothing, so don't guess. Putting the sock matter aside, Uriam urged Joel to hurry up and show her gift. The shy child walked up to Jin-tae and softly told him to close his eyes. Jin-tae obediently closed them, wondering what this kid was planning. Joel warned him not to open his eyes yet, as she had to finish preparing. All done, open your eyes. She smiled radiantly, holding a special necklace in her hand. Jin-tae opened his eyes and saw a necklace with a tiny glass bottle hanging in front of his chest. Bom explained that this was a gift she and Joel had prepared very carefully together. Inside that glass bottle was Joel's dragon scale, and the chain was braided from the girl's own hair. Hearing about using hair for the chain, Jin-tae hesitated slightly and asked if this hair exchange had any deep meaning. Bom waved her hand, saying there was no hidden meaning. Joel just valued him a lot, that's why she did it, and warned him absolutely not to lose it. Jin-tae smiled gently and nodded, promising to keep the gift very carefully. Gul stood there in shock, unable to believe her eyes when she saw this cold uncle just smile. Uriam also jumped in to tease him, saying that just a moment ago, he looked like he was about to stab someone when receiving gifts, but he brightened up immediately upon seeing Joel's gift. After that, Jin-tae told everyone to go to sleep early as it was late. The story paused there, and the scene shifted to the frozen Marie Byrd region in Antarctica. This is the only land in Antarctica not under the sovereignty of any nation, but currently, a secret group is building a base here. This group is called the Chungcheon Banquet, a powerful underground organization. Unlike the International Superhuman Association, this is a collection of strong individuals who have only one goal: to destroy demons. Among them is Minamoto AI, a female prosecutor of the Japanese Imperial Special Mission Bureau, ranked 13th in the world. Next is BM, the first person to return from Arendot and holding the second position in the global superhuman rankings, and Myong-yanga, a healing master ranked 9th in the world from Korea's illustrious Myong magic family. But currently, Myong-yanga was crying bitterly, his mouth incessantly calling Minamoto AI's name. Minamoto AI walked in, saw the scene, and could only sigh in frustration, asking BM what was wrong with this guy again. Myong-yanga lunged to hug her legs, crying that the doctor had just announced extremely important news. He sobbed while saying that his wife was showing signs of positive recovery after so many years. This good news left the whole group stunned, because the disease Han suffered from was considered incurable. The ancient virus levels in her body were dropping sharply, a miracle that no research had achieved over the past 10 years. Myong-yanga held BM's hand tightly, affirming that it was all thanks to the herb that BM had brought back. BM modestly said he didn't do much, and that the herb acted like a powerful antibiotic that destroyed the virus. Myong-yanga curiously asked where BM got that miracle drug, as it had never been seen even in Arendot. BM said he received it from a stranger he met on the road. BM's gaze became serious when remembering that man, asserting that he was not an ordinary person, but an extremely powerful one. Just as the story was getting intense, Minamoto AI interrupted, pulling BM into a corner to discuss private matters. Myong-yanga stood behind, still muttering blessings for the two of them to nurture feelings early to enjoy happiness. Minamoto AI bluntly congratulated him on Han's recovery and walked away, not paying attention to her comrade's rambling. BM was pulled away in a daze and jokingly asked if she had suddenly developed feelings for him. Minamoto AI extinguished that thought immediately, saying he wasn't her type. Her face suddenly darkened when mentioning a name, Hasegawa. It seemed like a massive conspiracy was unfolding. BM also became serious when hearing about the appearance of a disaster-class demon, promising a headache-inducing battle ahead. The two of them then went out into the hallway to continue their conversation. BM spoke, the disappearance of Hasegawa and the strange report sent to the Superhuman Association headquarters were both done by the same person, right? And that report says there will be a Calamity-class demon and a Destruction-class demon appearing. If so, one of the Destruction-class demons is Hasegawa. Minamoto sighed and interrupted, although not certain, looking at the situation, that's exactly how it is. For now, the association will still proceed with the year-end event as planned. They have asked me to quietly deal with the demons gathering around the event area. Meanwhile, they will go and find the demon hiding inside the association. Hearing this, BM laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, funny. It would be a surprise if those idiots found it. As I see it, only you guys have to carry the burden. But do we have to keep it a secret from that grasshead guy? That guy also belongs to the General Heaven banquet, aren't we discussing it together? Minamoto somberly replied, this could be a life or death matter. For someone who has just escaped from the hell he has been tortured in for 10 years, forcing him to return to hell again is too cruel. She remembered a familiar image, Yang Hao laughing and talking to his son. Yes, son, does mother want to eat something delicious today? For someone who has just escaped from the hell he has been tortured in for 10 years, forcing him to return to hell again is too cruel. She remembered a familiar image, Yang Hao laughing and talking to his son. Yes, son, does mother want to eat something delicious today? After that, he covered his mouth and laughed. Since when have you been this gentle? I'm touched to the point of tears. This made Minamoto angry, and she clenched her fist. Do you want to die at my hands? No more jokes. He immediately returned to the topic. So what do you want to ask me? She replied, find the trace of Hasegawa and the source of that report. For you, this should be easy, right? BM pouted, honestly, even for me, I'm not an expert in this detective game. After that, the image of Jite appeared in his mind with some contemplation. Thinking about it, he turned and went up to his room. This sudden action made Minamoto wonder, what's wrong? Did you think of something? He smiled and replied, nothing big. But there really is a suspicious person. Changing scenes to Jite's house. At this time, they were happily enjoying his birthday party. After struggling for a while, they finished everything on the table. We're full. Gul yawned and went up to her room, rubbing her stomach. My stomach is tight, and my eyes are heavy. Behind her, Yeorian replied, eating so much, no wonder you're sleepy. Pig. He looked at the watch on his hand, it was already 1:45 a.m. He muttered, it's already this late. Then he glanced at little Jewel, who was falling asleep. He touched the child's cheek, must go to bed. In her room, Yubum was writing her diary for today. It recorded, December 12th. Today is Uncle's birthday. Looking at that awkward appearance, it seems like he has never had a birthday party before. That shy look also looks quite cute. While writing, she hummed a few lines of a song, very happily. Then, immediately, her door opened. Jite and Jewel walked in. He spoke, not asleep yet? She hurriedly closed the diary, turned back shyly, and replied, what do you mean by coming in without knocking? Truly a pervert. He explained, I just came to put Jewel to sleep. She sleeps in the same room as you. Put the diary aside. She replied, I thought you were going to sleep together. He put the child down on the bed and reminded, hurry up and put Jewel to sleep, then you sleep too. Just as he was about to leave, a small hand reached out and grabbed his shirt. He turned back, and the person pulling him was little Jewel. The kid innocently suggested, Uncle, sleep together. But he refused, I have to go back to my room to sleep. Hearing this, Jewel pouted with some disappointment. Seeing that, he wondered, why all of a sudden? Yubum explained, it seems she wants to sleep with you. Don't be like that. Stay until she falls asleep, Uncle. She even gave you a birthday present. Don't be like that. Stay until she falls asleep, Uncle. She even gave you a birthday present. After that, the night light in the room was turned off. So, 3 people were sleeping together on Yubum's bed. A feeling of tightness hit him, and he said shyly, the bed is too small. Yubum replied, it's because you are too big. He glanced at little Jewel, and her eyes were still wide open, not yet sleeping. Why is she still not asleep? Yubum replied, probably because she's excited to be sleeping with you. Then she turned to start lulling her to sleep, just stroking her head like this, she will sleep. You try it. He was a bit suspicious but finally reached out. He placed his hand heavily on the child's stomach, making Jewel startled. This action of his also made Yubum burst into laughter. Who pats a child that hard? The more you do it, the more awake she gets. She explained, be a bit gentler, like stroking. After absorbing that, he reached out and gently stroked her head. Feeling the warmth from his hand made Jewel's gaze gradually relax. After that, the child began to sink into sleep. This immediate effect also made Yubum look at him with admiration. Just a few seconds later, Jul had drifted off to sleep nicely with a finger in her mouth. Yubum turned to praise, didn't expect her to fall asleep so fast. Is your hand very soft? He replied shyly, now you go to sleep fast, you'll wake Jul up. Yubum turned to praise, didn't expect her to fall asleep so fast. Is your hand very soft? He replied shyly, now you go to sleep fast, you'll wake Jul up. After that, she made a suggestion, instead of that, won't you lull me to sleep? She started complaining, actually, every time I try to sleep lately, I see the scary god of revelation, so I can't sleep well. He replied indifferently, isn't that just a nightmare? The girl pouted, you are my operator too. I am still a child. Faced with this sulky attitude, he was helpless, I know. Now what should I do? She placed her hand on his cheek and explained, just like with Jul. Do it like this, you just stroke like this, and it's fine. Feeling the softness in her hand made him a bit confused, his face turning red with shyness. Immediately, he turned his face in the other direction, to the girl's surprise. Then without a moment's hesitation, he left, I'm tired, time for me to hit the sack. You should get some sleep too. Stepping outside, he mused to himself, first time I've ever heard a lecture like that. Have I really gotten too caught up in the daily grind? How pathetic. The system sent a notification. The pendulum power has confirmed the target has been exposed to a small fragment of malice. Target, the 30-man air assault special task force. Looking at the notification board, he breathed a sigh of relief. Better this way, it actually makes me feel more at ease. He told himself, the air assault special task force, The scene shifts to a construction site. Right then, a worker was being slammed hard against a wall, letting out cries of extreme pain. Seeing this, someone stepped forward to intervene. In this damn mess, why are you suddenly doing this to us? Is this really something someone from the Superhuman Association is allowed to do? The blond young man with glowing red eyes gritted his teeth like a rabid beast as he retorted, listen, old man, I don't even know why we're doing this kind of thing myself. So, if you're smart, you'd better clear out. This threat made the worker's whole body tremble violently with fear. The blond man's voice turned chillingly menacing, because I'm about to actually kill someone. This group was the International Superhuman Alliance Combat Division, the 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force. A while later, he arrived at the designated construction area in northwest Haitling. The system then sent a notification. The pendulum power has confirmed the target has come into contact with a small fragment of malice. Target, the 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force. The 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force is a combat unit belonging to the International Superhuman Alliance. The members, whether male or female, were all equally brawny, reminiscent of barbaric warriors. They were always on the front lines during dungeon raids and were also deployed in counter-terrorism operations. Jite had also been a member of this 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force for a short period during the early and mid-loops. He ventured deep inside the construction site. At that moment, his gaze caught the two men from earlier hurriedly running outside. He wondered, are you people working here as facility managers? The man replied in fear, young man, it's dangerous here. Run away quickly. Just as he said that, a powerful stomping sound echoed from behind, making him jump and turn his head. The blond young man gritted his teeth in anger. Hey old man, I told you to just run away nicely, didn't I? I didn't say you had to take a bullet to the head before you could run, did I? This person was the captain of the 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force belonging to the Superhuman Alliance, Varian. The bald old man was trembling so hard with fear that tears streamed down his face. Oh, honey, maybe it's time for me to join you down there. At this moment, the pendulum appeared before him, displaying a notification. The 30-man Air Assault Special Task Force in this loop was dispatched to search for the demons hiding within Lair Academy. But while tracking the demons, they were infected by Wei Yun's malice. This group would have their personalities, behaviors, and speech patterns twisted into a violent form until the mental contamination was cleared. Recalling the previous images, he muttered to himself, so, they saw the information I provided back then, which led them to launch the mission and get infected by malice. With that thought, he spoke up, hey old man, can you still walk? After saying that, he stepped forward, I'll take care of those guys. You run along and don't tell anyone what happened here. His words startled the old man. What did you say? On the other side, Varian clenched his fists in anger. Who the hell are you, you skinny weakling? Did you come to get in my way too? Seeing this scene, the old man screamed in terror, it's dangerous. He's got a gun. Seeing this scene, the old man screamed in terror, it's dangerous. He's got a gun. Varian's massive fist was stopped by his own small arm. Recalling a scene from the past, Varian used to approach from behind, put a hand on his shoulder, and remind him, "Hey Jite, you need to eat more, you're way too skinny. That scrawny physique doesn't suit our Air Assault Special Task Force at all. Do you need me to recommend some protein powder?" He retorted sarcastically, "Compared to back then, your body's gotten bigger, but your punch has gotten weaker. Are those muscles just for show?" Before this provocateur, Varian roared in anger, "What did you say?" But immediately, a tremendously powerful pressure coming from his side made Varian startle. With just a simple flick of his hand, he easily sent the man flying, slamming him hard against the wall. Since they've already been corrupted by malice, talking is just a waste of time anyway. It's been a while since I've had to get my hands dirty. One of the men in the group called out. The captain was blown away. His companion replied, "That skinny guy is strong." Then their fists clenched tight, desperate to fight him. They charged in like madmen. Charge! I'll crush him. They were currently buffed with B+ rank physical strength. After that, without a word, they all rushed like moths to a flame toward Jite, preparing to attack. He remained calm in the face of this scene, just letting out a soft breath. Then his eyes focused ahead and he lunged forward. It started with a knee strike straight to a guy's face, making him let out a cry of pain. The guy next to him saw this and swung the large axe in his hand toward him, but with his agility, he easily dodged the blow by sliding to the side. Then he gifted him a punch straight to the middle of his face. The remaining guys still hadn't realized how dangerous he was and kept rushing at him. They shouted, "No matter how strong that skinny guy is, there's nothing he can do against all of us at once. Just crush him." Suddenly, his eyes turned purple. He used the Kal Gulakwa real combat technique, Godspeed. In a flash, he delivered a critical strike to the back of each guy's neck. He muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've used this technique, so I'm not that used to it. The prosecution division is truly troublesome. I wonder if Yeo Riem can master this technique well right now." Just as he finished speaking, a large crate from afar was hurtling straight at him. He calmly turned and easily sliced it in two with his arm. Varian had regained consciousness by now, drawing his weapon, the Rui Nunchaku, and charged straight at him. The Nunchaku swung down like a sledgehammer, making the surrounding air feel heavy and dense. But against this attack, he only needed one hand to easily catch it. The pressure from both sides was so intense that the Nunchaku began to show countless cracks. Then, he simply crushed it with his own hand. This surprised Varian. Unbelievable. You caught a Tier 3 holy relic with just one hand? The remaining pieces of the Nunchaku fell to the ground with a dry clatter. Seeing him sitting dazed on the ground, he approached and spoke, "Have you guys calmed down a bit now?" Varian still couldn't believe his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" He replied, "You don't need to know that. Just follow me obediently. Because I'm going to cure both you and your subordinates." This touched his pride. Varian's expression darkened. "Are you saying you want our Air Assault Special Task Force to surrender?" Without a second thought, he lunged forward, grabbing his body tightly to prepare an attack. He roared, "You arrogant villain! Don't look down on us. We are warriors who always gamble our lives fighting on the front lines. Do you think we're afraid of death? I never said I was going to kill you." But the man didn't believe him and shut his mouth. Then he ordered his warriors, "Stand up. Fight to the bitter end for our pride." Seeing that this group was beyond saving, he unleashed his power once more. Whether it's back then or now, that personality that makes people exhausted hasn't changed a bit. But that's also the reason I used to work with them. Countless souls poured out from his body. Witnessing this scene made Varian's eyes show a hint of fear. His voice was threatening. "Are you willing to cooperate a little now?" What he summoned was the Fallen Angel Legion, along with the SS rank Sky Blue Eye and the SS rank Grand Duke's Shadow. This was one of the three great powers that Jite had stolen from the Demon Grand Duke, known as the SS rank Grand Duke's punishment. After a short while, everything was brought under control very neatly. He used the power of the pendulum to begin purging them. The system sent a notification. The pendulum has confirmed traces beyond the horizon contained within the 30 targets of the Air Assault Special Task Force. The pendulum's power began to collect the traces of malice that had just emerged. Progress on collecting the malice trace fragment, 15.3%. Having worked up to this point, the analysis markers began to fade and dissolve into the air. Progress on collecting the malice trace fragment, 15.3%. Having worked up to this point, the analysis markers began to fade and dissolve into the air. Well, with 30 people mentally contaminated, I wonder if they'll all fit inside there. I should bring some good wine along. Scene change to BM's research lab. At this moment, a minotaur was holding a magic stone and placing it inside. Looking at this scene, BM was somewhat satisfied. Finally, I get to try it out. Hera's kaleidoscope. This is also a tier 4 artifact. All this time, he had been trying to research the strand of hair he had dropped. But with standard equipment, it wasn't enough to make a dent. And if he used Hera's kaleidoscope, that would be a different story. This time I'll definitely find out where that power originates. While he was researching, a hand touched his shoulder from behind. BM was a bit annoyed. Sorry, but I'm a little busy right now. I'll play with you later. The hand didn't stop but kept touching his shoulder, making BM angry. I told you I'm busy. The moment he turned around, BM discovered the person who arrived this time was Jite with a bottle of wine in his hand. His voice was cold. So, the strand of hair that Jill lost ended up here. BM tried to explain. That happened when you came over last time. I saw it on the floor. I found it while I was cleaning up. I didn't steal it or have any ulterior motives. He didn't hesitate, immediately grabbing the hair and destroying it. Regardless, this will be confiscated. This decisive action of his sent BM into a crisis. Then he returned to the main subject. So, what's up this time? He came to check on the situation of that girl in the armor. Receiving the gift, BM was delighted. Oh ho, is that wine? How many people this time? He turned his head. Quite a few. Looking at the crowd sitting in rows on the ground left BM helpless. You call this a few? Plus, their physiques are huge. He explained, there are 30 people in total. I guess this place will have to be expanded. BM was helpless. In the end, you've got me working like a beast of burden again. He noticed the badge on them. Are these people from the Alliance's Air Assault Special Task Force? Remembering Minamoto's words, the Alliance said they would use the Air Assault Special Task Force to find the demons hiding within. On the way here, Varian showed signs of waking up. He immediately went over to check on him. How are things? Varian was confused by the current scene. Where is this? Where in the world am I? He didn't know how to explain why they appeared here, so he stuttered a bit. This is a mental hospital and I am the doctor. Varian wondered, a mental hospital? Then he cast a glance toward BM on the side, and this is the nurse. Varian spoke up, that haggard face is BM. I didn't expect BM to work as a part-time nurse. He returned to the main subject. In short, from now on, you guys have to stay here. For about 3 months to a year. You must be able to feel it too. Right now your thoughts and emotions are in a state that you cannot control well. If you go outside like this, you will lose control again and cause many people to get hurt. So just stay here obediently and receive treatment. Having to accept this offer, Varian spoke up. In exchange, I have a request. We are soldiers, we can't let our combat effectiveness decline. During our time here, is there any space or equipment for us to train separately? BM was angry. Hey, do you think this is a gym? Before he could finish his sentence, he turned back and placed his hand on BM's shoulder, reminding him, all right, the nurse here will prepare that for you. Seeing himself being bossed around again left BM helpless. You're really too much. Then he glanced to the side, seeing 2 familiar figures working diligently at cleaning up here. He turned back to ask about the situation of those 2. How's it going? BM replied honestly, to be honest, it's not very good. That armor guy is missing the person he used to serve very much. He keeps muttering, I want to go back to the ladies. The real problem is the girl. There is absolutely no will to survive. If she doesn't receive some optimistic light now, her emotions will drop to a low level for sure. He turned back and wondered, will to survive? Armada quickly integrated with the special task force, lifting weights through 3 combined exercises. He then walked toward the girl and spoke, are you worried? She recognized him and replied, hello. I'm really sorry for causing a scene back then. I think I was possessed by something for a moment. He sat down with her. Forget it, it's fine. She continued to open up. Actually, I heard it just now. Those people, they're from the Alliance, aren't they? He confirmed, that's right. She continued, I used to work at a small orphanage in the countryside. Then one day, a giant waterside appeared. The other adults had already evacuated, but I and the kids didn't manage to escape. The kids hid in the house, while I went out alone to see if any monsters were approaching. Luckily, the monsters passed by our orphanage. This made both her and the kids very happy, but then a blinding light appeared before my eyes, scaring them terribly. Hasate Bile fell helplessly to the ground, looking at the desolate scene in front of her. The entire orphanage had been razed to the ground. But the International Superhuman Alliance made a mistake in that matter. Should we call it friendly fire? The artillery shell came from the opposite direction and just like that, only I survived. No, I was the one who killed them. Since then, I don't remember clearly anymore. It's like there's something black. It seems like I've become something. He followed up, so seeing the Alliance people, you feel uncomfortable? She replied, no, the opposite actually. I should have felt pain, but for some reason, I feel happy. This is strange, isn't it? It's really weird that since I came here, I've always felt happy. Sitting still is fun, cleaning is fun, even watching a boring magazine feels extremely interesting. She leaned back and lay down on the ground. This is so strange. I'm not supposed to be happy. Should someone like me keep on living? At this moment, there really isn't a shred of survival instinct left. He stood up and left her behind. If you want to die, then just die. If there's nothing worth expecting left in life, then dying is better, because hope helps people continue to live. Looking at his back, she wondered, so the doctor is also living with hopes? He looked down at the crystal on his chest, pondering for a few seconds. Then he replied, I'm trying to do that too. At this moment, Varian walked over from afar and asked, hey miss, is the consultation over? I've been observing for a while. I heard you don't have a will to survive. It just so happens I know a very effective cure. Can we talk for a bit? It just so happens I know a very effective cure. Can we talk for a bit? Later, they were very dissatisfied with her weak physical strength. Hey, with that strength, can you even lift a plate? You don't have a will to survive because your body is so weak. Since there's no equipment for now, let's start gently with bodyweight exercises. Don't think about using magic power. We'll help you blow away all those distracting thoughts. Hasate Bile was helpless against this, only knowing how to cry out in despair, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Turning toward him, he was talking to his bodyguard, Armada, take good care of her on your side. Armada replied, I understand. BM walked toward him and wondered, Doctor, I have a question. Can I ask? He immediately understood what he meant, about providing information to the Alliance. BM was startled, that's right, but I didn't think you'd answer so obediently. Wow. So the appearance of a calamity-ranked demon at the year-end event is true. He confirmed, that's right. A big battle is about to break out, which is why I said that, so you have to give me a hand. At the same time, the scene switches to Ga Yule. She was facing something that made her feel a bit excited. This thing was yellowish and looked like a small chick, she exclaimed in excitement. What is this? School ended earlier than usual today, and the students flooded out the gate as if they had just been set free. Yugol walked along with two of her friends, everyone buzzing with excitement about the sudden extra time off. But Gul still felt it was strange. She couldn't understand why the professor had left in such a rush. Word was that something had happened at the spiritual creature sanctuary, so he had to run over and handle it immediately. These spiritual creatures were actually animals that carried mana inside them, awakening powers just like superheroes. That's why superheroes often tame them and form teams to coordinate in battle together. The brown-haired guy just brushed it off, saying that since there hadn't been any disaster alerts, the ones that escaped couldn't be that dangerous. The bespectacled girl next to him just broke into a cold sweat, not sure if she should trust that optimism. With some free time on their hands, the group invited Gul to go into town and check out some newly opened cafes. It sounded like a sweet deal, but Gul's face fell as she refused, knowing for sure she wouldn't be allowed to go. Her friends knew all too well that it was because Gul's guardian was incredibly strict and never let her hang out in crowded places. They just comforted her, saying it was probably because Gul was so pretty that her uncle was just being overprotective, and that they would make it up to her another time. See you tomorrow. The two friends waved goodbye. Gul waved back with a bright smile, wishing them a fun time. But once she was left alone, her smile vanished, and she looked quite moody. It made sense. Jite always told her not to go to noisy, crowded places, and Gul knew her uncle was just worried about her because she used to tremble whenever someone looked at her. But she was doing much better now, and Gul trudged off in the opposite direction from her friends. Thinking it over, she still felt annoyed. Back at home, Jite wouldn't let her play the guitar because he was afraid of the noise. So, Gul decided to take her guitar outside to jam, showing the world what the rebellious soul of the Gold clan was really like. The forest scenery appeared before her eyes, golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, and the space was strangely quiet. Gul randomly chose a rock by the forest edge to sit on. It was empty here, so it should be fine. She started strumming the first notes on her wooden guitar. Gul lost herself in the music, leaving behind all the restrictions she had been under for so long. The gentle sound of the guitar attracted a few little birds, which landed on nearby branches to listen. Even a white rabbit and a small squirrel wandered over, curiously looking at this newly discovered artist. In the deep green forest, only the clear, vibrant sound of Gul's guitar resonated. Suddenly, a large, dark shadow appeared behind the bushes, its glowing eyes watching her. Those ghostly white eyes stared unblinkingly, exuding a sense of deep mystery. Gul jumped, feeling something was wrong, and cold sweat began to run down her cheeks. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and she felt that this was neither a person nor a normal animal. Suddenly, Gul remembered what Jite had told her years ago while they were snacking in the living room. Jite said if any strangers came up to hand her a business card or invite her to this or that, she had to run away immediately, because those were scary people who specialized in kidnapping children, and Gul had been scared pale just hearing it back then. Now, sitting here alone, Gul started scaring herself, imagining a scene where she was surrounded by perverts forcing business cards on her. Panicked, she jumped up, holding her guitar like a weapon and shouting that she didn't need any business cards. But when she looked closely, there was no one there, just something small and cute standing right there. It turned out to be a round, golden chicken with 3 feathers on its head that looked incredibly adorable, and Gul was instantly smitten. This golden chicken looked bigger than the normal ones in books. Perhaps it had sought her out because it heard the music. Her obsession with cute things kicked in, and Gul put on a terrifying expression, demanding to touch the chicken once, no, twice, before she would be satisfied. Seeing the perverted look on Gul's face, the golden chicken got scared, squawked, and hopped away. Gul frantically chased after it, her mouth not stopping as she apologized and promised she was just looking and wouldn't touch, begging it not to run away. The golden chicken took a flying leap into the air to escape. Gul stood below looking up regretfully, while the tiny bird hopped from branch to branch. It flew in a flash to the very top of a towering tree, way out of her reach. The golden chicken perched up there, looking rather sulky and defensive. Gul looked up with a pout, wondering to herself what she had done wrong to make it hate her so much. As dusk fell, the family's modern villa began to light up. Dinner time had arrived, and everyone gathered around the elaborate dining table. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks filled the air, and the family atmosphere seemed quite cozy. However, Gul suddenly stood up, saying she didn't feel hungry at all and asked for permission to go to her room first. Her red-haired sister, Yeoriam, froze for a few seconds, as it was rare to see her younger sister skip a meal. Bom also found it strange, as Gul was usually the biggest eater in the house, so why did she lose her appetite today? Seeing the table full of food that the girl didn't even glance at, everyone began to worry. Jite was still sipping his tea leisurely, merely wondering where all the food she ate every day managed to disappear to. A little while later, Jite went up to knock on Gul's door and pushed it open. And what greeted the uncle was the sight of her stuffing her mouth full of candy, her cheeks bulging like a chipmunk. Jite was speechless looking at the battlefield of snacks around her. She had said she wasn't hungry, yet now she was eating like she'd never eaten before. Gul offered her uncle a piece to be less embarrassed, but Jite was only interested in what she was looking at on the computer. It turned out she was researching how to make friends with a bird online. Gul excitedly recounted how she had accidentally met the golden chicken on the mountain that afternoon. But she started to worry, afraid that the little bird out there alone would get cold. Taking the opportunity, Gul asked her uncle how to get someone else to open up when meeting them for the first time. Gul even imagined herself using cake to lure someone in. She looked intently at Jite, waiting for his golden advice, and Jite flatly remarked that she should just use food to approach it. Wild birds were always hungry. Gul's eyes lit up as if she'd struck gold. She hadn't expected her uncle to be so insightful. She decided to try it tomorrow and even promised to reward Jite with her favorite snack. Late at night, the city was still sparkling with lights, but Jite began to feel like something wasn't right. Back at the forest, under the dim moonlight, the golden chicken was curled up, sleeping soundly on a branch. The tiny bird had no idea that danger was lurking right below. At this moment, soft, innocent-sounding meows echoed silently. It was 3 tiny black kittens, which looked quite cute. One kitten stepped forward, looking at the golden chicken with big, watery, innocent-looking eyes. But in the blink of an eye, their eyes turned a brilliant, murderous red. The mutated black cats lunged in unison to attack the poor golden chicken. The little bird panicked as a black shadow covered its entire body. Under the full moon, all that remained were golden feathers falling, and the golden chicken had vanished without a trace. Gul was skipping through the forest, her mouth humming a happy tune. In her hand was a bag of fragrant fried chicken, a special gift prepared for the new friend she'd met yesterday. Gul walked along, praising how good the chicken smelled, convinced that this plan would be a complete success. She recalled Jite's advice that just using food would make those stray chicks come to her on their own. Gul's footsteps came to a halt in the middle of a quiet forest. She leaned against a tree trunk, sweetly inviting the chick from yesterday to come out and eat a chicken leg with her. After waiting forever with no response, Gul began to worry, wondering if it hated fried chicken. Or maybe it had gone somewhere else. Suddenly, Gul's gaze froze as she looked down at the ground. Beneath the grass were golden feathers stained with fresh blood, signaling that something was wrong. Looking at the deep claw marks on the tree trunk and the remnants of mana, Gul sensed that something was very troubling. She recalled rumors about spiritual creatures escaping from the sanctuary recently. Gul was shocked, clutching the feather in her hand, her heart filled with unease for the tiny creature. The scene shifted to the busy Hadling Entertainment District, where bright lights masked the dark corners. Inside a small, deserted alleyway, the chick, Razor, was being viciously attacked, blood spilling after the cruel clawing. Despite being covered in injuries, Razor still tried to stand up and face its enemies. It was a pack of black cats with red eyes, cornering it into a dead end. Razor asked resentfully why they were so cruel to it when they all came from the same sanctuary. A cat let out a sinister, mocking laugh. The answer was simple and cruel: because we hate you. They were jealous because Razor was pampered by humans, hogging all the delicious food and affection. Now that there were no iron cages or guards, Razor was just an easy meal in the outside world. An aggressive cat lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow. Razor closed its eyes tightly, helplessly waiting for the imminent death. But suddenly, a human figure appeared, blocking those sharp claws. Gul lunged out to shield Razor, using her own body to take the clawing from the black cats. The chick looked at the person who had just saved its life in astonishment. Seeing that Razor was still alive, Gul burst into tears of joy. She loudly scolded the cats, asking why they were so heartless to bully such a weak creature. The cats clicked their tongues in annoyance, feeling it was a nuisance to have a human interfere. They retreated, but not before leaving a spiteful warning for Razor. Razor gave a weak chirp in Gul's warm arms. Gul excitedly explained that she had followed the scent of the fried chicken bag to find it here. Suddenly, she startled, remembering the wound on her shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Razor watched Gul's wound silently, its eyes clearly showing how moved it was. Exhausted, the chick passed out, its eyes closed tightly. Gul panicked, calling for it to wake up, her heart burning like fire. The scene cut back home, with Gul standing face to face with her guardian's anger. Jite stood with his arms crossed, his face darkened and stern. Gul knelt down, clutching her bandaged shoulder while trying to explain that she just wanted to save the chick. Jite growled her full name, making her only able to mumble an apology in fear. Jite was contemplative, his eyes filled with concern after inspecting the chick for a moment. He firmly asserted that it wasn't just some ordinary creature. Bom suddenly remembered news about several spiritual creatures having recently escaped from the sanctuary. As soon as Razor woke up, it chirped right away, making Gul overjoyed. The blue-haired girl quickly volunteered to get water for their little friend. She channeled her magic, her eyes glowing with a powerful blue hue. A drop of pure water was delivered right to its beak. Razor stared blankly at the gift that had fallen from the sky. After drinking, Razor felt a strange, refreshing sensation spreading throughout its body. Gul and Bombskroop marveled at the incredibly smooth healing coordination between the two girls. Jite remained the same, standing on the sidelines observing with a face devoid of expression. Razor boldly introduced itself as Razor, a member of the proud avian tribe. It sent deep thanks to the beautiful young ladies for saving it and giving it water, while the girls just stood there listening blankly, even though they couldn't actually understand what it was rambling about. Seeing Razor chirping away, Gul had to ask Jite to translate what it wanted to say. Jite summarized it briefly, saying it was just thanking the whole house. In particular, Razor emphasized its gratitude to the blonde girl Gul for saving its life. Razor admitted that even though Gul looked fragile, she possessed an incredibly brave heart. It was still stunned when remembering how Gul risked her life to save it. To Razor now, this blonde girl was its greatest lifesaver. Razor bowed solemnly, showing absolute respect. It officially accepted Gul as the guardian deity of its life, and a magical light surrounded them both, marking the sacred bond between spirit and human. Gul smiled brightly, feeling like she had just done something extremely meaningful, and she promised to take good care of Razor in the days to come. Gul gently stroked Razor's head, an incredibly heartwarming moment. The scene shifted to a sun-drenched grand hall, the space incredibly quiet and solemn. A woman was passionately pouring her soul into the melodic tones of a piano. The music resonated throughout the space as if recounting an old story. A man with long gray hair and an overwhelming presence entered the room. The elder coldly asked about Hasegawa's sudden disappearance. Wayan Izel Khalifa, a seductive female demon with fiery red hair, reported on a death that had just occurred. She smiled and greeted the elder with an expression of deep reverence. Wayan smiled with a hidden meaning, seemingly very satisfied with her current position. She apologized for her neglect in her duties due to being engrossed in her own projects. The elder didn't seem pleased to see his subordinate so focused on trivial matters. He curiously asked about the giant shadow looming right behind Wayan. It was a giant puppet, carrying a defeated opponent in its hand. Wayan sneered, explaining that this was just a little worm that dared to tail her. The one captured was Edward Crane, a rank 14 superhero who looked at Wyan with resentment. The elder coldly ordered for the stalker to be disposed of immediately. Regardless of his injuries, Edward Crane burst with lightning power and lunged straight at the elder. His speed was so fast that even the elder was startled and amazed. Edward put all his strength into a punch carrying blinding bolts of lightning, lunging straight at his opponent with the intention of going down swinging. Wyan, Izel Khalifa, stood leisurely beside her puppet, uttering a mocking remark with amusement at the opponent's efforts. However, Edward was instantly subdued. He writhed in pain as an invisible force strangled his throat. His face distorted with rage. Even though death was imminent, he didn't want to give up easily. A terrifying entity with monstrous eyes suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly and gruesomely around Edward. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp spikes pierced through Edward, cruelly ending the life of the rank 14 superhero. Wyan, Fifth Sword, gasped, calling out elder as she felt the terrifying pressure radiating through the hall. From the light-filled entrance of the church, a teenager with a slender frame slowly walked in. With a cold smile, Noah, a calamity-level great demon bearing the title, Seat of Vow, officially revealed himself with great power. Introducing Noah, the one the demons worshipped like a god, his giant hand tore through space, appearing with authority. Wyan knelt at Noah's feet. Even as a high-ranking demon, she knew nothing of this child's true origins. Noah smiled with hidden meaning, calling Wyan my child. He officially bestowed upon Wyan the title of Fifth Sword of the Invisible Organization, and Wyan bowed her head to accept the order, acknowledging her own shortcomings but feeling chosen by the abyss. The elder, Izel Khalifa, sat perched on a mechanical chair, mocking Wyan for nearly losing her life to a weak human. Wyan broke into a cold sweat, the image of the one who had defeated her appearing hauntingly. She wondered why the association knew this meeting location so well to order an attack. She muttered that the opponent seemed to know too much about her organization, while Izel Khalifa smirked, holding a long pipe, her hands looking like the mechanical joints of a doll. Her gaze was sharp, interrogating Wyan on what she had been doing at the association all this time, her red eyes staring menacingly. Wyan trembled as she apologized to the elders, her face showing extreme tension. Noah walked casually, leaving behind a reminder that their grand undertaking was drawing very near. The red-haired woman watched Noah's retreating back silently. She grumbled that Noah was too kind, that he should have chopped off one of Wyan's arms to maintain discipline. When everyone had left, Wyan gripped her knees with her hands until they shook. Her face distorted with rage, her mouth constantly spewing hateful words toward the one who had humiliated her. The scene shifted to a modern office building in the middle of the city. A call was connected, and the person on the other end answered with great trepidation, while on the smartwatch, a call appeared from someone saved as "that bastard pervert." Hashimoto, Wyan's assistant, slumped his head onto his desk, overwhelmed by the pressure, and the secretary beside him wasn't without worry either. Hashimoto pulled at his hair, saying that information had leaked again and Wyan threatened to kill them all if the traitor wasn't found by today. He slammed the table and shouted, unable to understand how someone with the codename X could see through all the organization's secrets. The meeting location was something that only the elders and the closest insiders knew about. Hashimoto looked up at the secretary with extreme suspicion. The secretary looked back with a calm, cold expression, ready to accept punishment if suspected. Back to Yugul's room. She was filming a video introducing the chicken spirit, Razor, who didn't seem comfortable being filmed. Razor mumbled about how humans used to force-feed it all kinds of things they called nutritional supplements. A blue-haired child hugged Razor, making the boy hastily suggest not touching his feathers anymore. Razor broke into a sweat, earnestly requesting Gul to take the pink bow off because he wasn't a girl. Gul didn't care. She giggled with a flushed face, convinced that Razor really loved that bow. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Gul's head. Yeoriam appeared, curious about what she was holding. Yeoriam lifted Razor up by the bow ribbon. Gul scrambled to tell her sister not to bully her friend, but Yeoriam only scolded her for making noise while she was sleeping. Yeoriam teased them both, saying they looked equally stupid, and asked for the chicken's name. Gul was about to introduce him as Razor, but then switched to calling him Little Chick because he always chirped. Yeoriam laughed at the name, making Gul self-conscious and claimed she'd spent 2 hours thinking of it. Razor struggled, complaining about the heavy smell of cigarette smoke and demanding she let him go, while Yeoriam looked at the golden chicken in her hand with a face full of question marks. She studied Razor for a long time as if she were pricing a toy. Suddenly, Yeoriam opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. She licked Razor directly, causing the boy to freeze in shock. The poor chicken opened its beak wide and screamed in despair. Gul screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw Razor being licked, and Yeoriam grimaced, spitting out a feather and grumbling that this chicken tasted like nothing special. Gul flew into a rage, her cheeks puffing out in anger, and she lunged in to demand justice for the chick, but Yeoriam acted as if nothing had happened. Gul was so frustrated she started to cry, her mouth not stopping as she scolded her bizarre sister. A fierce battle broke out, with Gul calling Yeoreum a cranky old witch and a muscle-bound pig, and Yeoreum didn't hold back, constantly replying with mocking comments about Gul's appearance. The word flat seemed to touch a nerve for Yeoreum, her face suddenly darkening dangerously. Yeoreum broke into a monstrous smile, saying that if Gul liked to pry into her flaws, she wouldn't bother touching the chicken anymore. Instead, Yeoreum declared that Gul would be the one to pay the price for her friend, leaving Gul bewildered and unsure of what was about to happen. She pinned Gul to the floor and began stomping on her without mercy, Gul's screams echoing throughout the room. Gul cried and begged for forgiveness, but Yeoreum wasn't satisfied yet, continuing to stomp while calling her a flat-faced bun. In the corner of the room, the blue-haired child sat on the floor, quietly observing the brawl through the screen of a device in hand. The entire scene of Gul being bullied was recorded in detail by the device while Gul continued to struggle desperately. In a moment of confusion, the child accidentally tapped a button on the virtual control panel. A notification popped up on the screen, "Video shared," and this disastrous mistake made the child go pale. The notification confirmed that the video of the scene had just been broadcast to the public network. The child trembled uncontrollably, realizing they had just caused a major problem, just as BOM walked into the room with a stern expression. BOM firmly reminded the child that they were not allowed to touch other people's belongings without permission, making the boy shrink back in fear. BOM demanded that Yeoreum and Gul stop this mischief immediately, and both of them could only remain silent and take the scolding. BOM picked up the child and sighed as she looked at the mess in the room, her gaze filled with a sense of weariness. Suddenly, a strange green light flashed in Bom's eyes, and she froze as if she had just seen an omen. Cold sweat ran down Bom's forehead, her eyes filled with anxiety and shock. She rushed straight into the room to find Jite, calling his name incessantly in a panic. Jite was putting on his coat, preparing to leave. Seeing BOM rush in, he calmly asked if she had just seen the Providence again. BOM asked in a hurry if he was about to go on a mission and desperately wanted to come along. Contrary to his usual self, Jite nodded and said that this time he really needed her help, leaving Bom stunned with surprise. He told her to get ready quickly, and all the details of the journey would be explained on the way. Jite thoughtfully reminded her that if she felt scared, she wasn't obligated to join, but Bom smiled with relief and shook her head. She couldn't hide the happiness evident on her face. BOM radiantly said this was the first time Jite himself had invited her to come along, her joy shining through every word. She excitedly teased him, asking if he couldn't do anything without her, and Jite just looked at her silently with an expressionless face. Both began the journey to Marie Byrd Land in Antarctica. In the middle of a 1,000-year-old ice cave, a secret door to the Chungcheon Banquet Organization appeared. Inside the base, BM clapped his hands to welcome them and introduced Jite and BOM to their new teammates. Minamoto and the old woman Riwa were waiting at the table, and Riwa smiled kindly to welcome the young people who had just arrived. Minamoto pressed for the identity of the informant, and Jite casually replied that they could just call him the Demon Hunter. Bom also happily introduced herself as Jite's assistant, and Riwa showered BOM with praise for being such a lovely young girl. BOM blushed with delight at the compliment, but the atmosphere suddenly became stifling when Minamoto showed clear annoyance. Minamoto irritably mocked the intimate way BOM and Jite addressed each other, claiming they were doing ridiculous things. The young swordsman spoke up, calling BM by name to express her dissatisfaction. She stood up abruptly from her chair, declaring that although they needed help, something about this cooperation felt wrong. Minamoto was angry that Jite refused to reveal his real name or background, using only a nonsensical title accompanied by an assistant who didn't look like she had any combat ability. She shouted at BM, saying that in such a dire situation, bringing an unknown nobody here was just playing games with her, and BM frantically advised her to calm down. Jite maintained his calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. He challenged Minamoto that if she didn't trust his abilities, she could verify them herself. Anger reached its peak. Minamoto pulled her katana from its sheath, radiating a threatening manner and warning Jite not to do anything foolish. But just as she intended to draw her sword, Riwa spoke up, demanding she stop immediately. Riwa nonchalantly said that Minamoto would lose her life the moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, leaving the girl stunned, not understanding what the old woman was implying. Old woman Riwa apologized on Minamoto's behalf, saying that her recent sensitivity had led to excessive reactions and mistakes. Afterward, Riwa offered to ask Jite one question as a precaution of an elder, and Jite calmly signaled for her to proceed. Riwa's blue eyes suddenly became sharp as she spoke in a low voice. "Young man," she asked a decisive question, "are you on the side of humanity?" Jite looked at her with deep, mysterious, and cold eyes. Minamoto asked Jite bluntly, was he truly on the side of humanity? The entire meeting room fell into silence, and all eyes were fixed on the black-haired man. BOM, sitting next to him, glanced over anxiously as if wanting to know the answer from him. Jite casually confirmed it, he asserted that he stood on the side of humanity. The answer made Lady Riwa and Jong Bongman breathe a sigh of relief, although BM was still a bit restless. Minamoto continued to question him about the calamity-level demons heading toward Malaysia's ball dungeon. Jite just revealed a piece of information that shocked Minamoto to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. He said their goal was to turn Malaysia into a massive living altar. The demons intended to sacrifice 700 trainees to create over 100 new demons. A horrific scene appeared, where human lives were merely sacrificial objects for the rise of darkness. The real mastermind was Professor Wyan, who wanted to use these lives to level up himself. Minamoto slammed the table and stood up abruptly. She couldn't believe a professor at the academy could be a demon. She turned to ask if BM had known about this from the very beginning. Jong Bongman admitted that he had also just found out, but honestly, he hadn't liked that Wyan guy for a long time. Jite stood up and explained that because the dungeon was completely isolated, it was the ideal place for the demons to act. But that was also an opportunity for their side to take advantage of it and wipe out their entire nest. Minamoto pressed for more information about the plan to deal with Noah, an extremely dangerous destructive entity. Noah was someone who had once wiped out many nations, a monster whose true abilities no one understood yet. Noah's silhouette appeared with authority, his eerie purple eyes glowing in the darkness. Jite turned to look at her, then firmly asserted that he knew him very well. He casually turned his back and walked away, ignoring the astonishment of everyone in the room. Jite added that he even knew how to kill Noah, making Minamoto think he was just talking nonsense. Seeing Minamoto about to snap, Jong Bongman hurriedly put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. BM smiled meaningfully, telling her to trust Jite's decision completely. Minamoto froze, not understanding how BM could be so confident. Jite did not explain further. He declared that the campaign would begin immediately. His eyes were cold and sharp. It seemed everything had already been calculated. BM sat on the floor, quietly watching Jite's back as he left. Outside, the Super Warship Guardian was majestically tearing through the clouds in the Japanese sky. A female reporter was reporting live on this large-scale military campaign. Guardian was a cutting-edge flying fortress, a combination of power between the Lair Academy and the Association. There were up to 1,400 people on board, including many elite trainees ready for battle. Superheroes from all over the world had gathered for the upcoming great battle. Principal Hasukmu stepped out and began a spirited speech before the television cameras. At home, the red-haired girl was holding the TV remote while swearing, regretting that she couldn't participate. Yugol was different. She hugged a pillow and trembled because she was terrified at the mere sight of fighting. Gul suddenly remembered something and asked Yeoriam where Jite and BOM had gone. The red-haired girl listened, then rested her chin on her hand and started guessing wildly. Gul suddenly imagined the scene of Jite carrying Bomb away to run off together romantically like in the movies. She screamed in shock at this extreme hypothesis. But immediately afterward, she went back to whining about who would cook for her, leaving Yeoriam speechless. She was truly a glutton. The blue-haired child sat quietly observing the two sisters' argument. The boy hugged the golden chicken tightly, a feeling of indescribable unease about the future rising within him. A man was standing and speaking spiritedly at the rally, recalling the pain of the war that had taken place less than 20 years ago. Hundreds of trainees sat silently listening. Because of that war, countless families, relatives, and friends had fallen. He prayed that the tragedy would not repeat itself in this era of peace, moving everyone. The speaker promised that this expedition would put everyone's safety first, while Jite and Bomb stood far away observing the ceremony. Minamoto approached Jite and handed him something, calling him the Demon Hunter. It was a pair of badges symbolizing the Japanese royal family, sparkling in the palm of his hand. Minamoto told Jite that from now on, he would participate in the dungeon as a member of the royal family, warning him not to speak nonsense to avoid being suspected. Even so, her gaze was still full of scrutiny. Minamoto bluntly declared that she still didn't completely trust him. She threatened him in a low voice, telling Jite to prepare himself if he caused any mistakes in this mission. Jite muttered that her personality had changed too much. BOM curiously asked if the two of them had known each other beforehand. Jite recalled memories of the fourth loop. When Minamoto was still a radiant girl who often stuck by his side, he answered Bomb vaguely, saying that it could be considered as such. Suddenly, Jong Bongman jumped out of nowhere, laughing cheerfully and asking if everyone was feeling stressed, while still holding a large bottle of liquor in his hand. Jite realized immediately that BM was drinking more than usual and mocked that he was the one who was actually worried. Jong Bongman blushed and admitted he felt uneasy. It had been a long time since he had to participate in such a dangerous mission. BM tried to appear calm, thinking this was the fate of the members of the Chungcheon banquet. He still called Jite by the fake name Jinte. Jite suddenly called out his real name, Jong Bongman, making the man jump in shock, wondering how Jite knew the secret. Jite looked at BM seriously, reminding him that his role in this campaign was the most dangerous. He advised BM not to let himself die, a statement that made the man shiver because it felt like he had just had a death flag planted on his head. BM walked away while muttering, forcing Jite to promise to treat him to a delicious meal and drinks after everything was over. BOM stood silently watching him and then turned to tell Jite that he was truly a liar. She pointed out that Jite was the one bearing the most dangerous part, and Jite sighed, telling her she didn't need to worry about him. Just as Jite was about to urge BOM to get ready, she unexpectedly grabbed his sleeve tightly. BOM lowered her head, saying that even though she knew he was very strong and it was hard for him to die, her heart still felt restless. She desperately begged Jite not to let himself get hurt in the upcoming battle. BOM's face revealed clear anxiety and deep concern for Jite. Jite silently observed her, his gaze softening for a moment. He reached out and stroked her head to reassure her, saying that was exactly what he wanted to tell her. The brief moment of romance was cut short by Minamoto's shout, urging the group to hurry because there was no more time to waste. A giant purple teleportation gate opened, radiating a magical and oppressive energy. The whole team had to enter before the trainees arrived. Minamoto and John Bongman were already ready in a battle stance. BOM took a deep breath to regain her composure, followed closely behind by Lady Riwa. Jite stepped forward with a cold expression, giving a soft nod of agreement when everything was ready. Under the purple light of the gate, the group entered the land of death one by one. A powerful voice rang out, "Let's begin." The Malaysia's ball campaign officially kicked off. At the trainees' assembly area, a boy was trembling so much he wanted to go to the bathroom immediately because he was too scared. The girl next to him mocked that the adults would solve everything anyway, so why be afraid? But in reality, she was shaking too. In the midst of that confused crowd, a white-haired teenager suddenly appeared with an extremely calm expression. Seeing him nonchalantly humming some tune, another trainee curiously asked if he wasn't afraid. The white-haired boy gave a strange smile, saying that actually, he was also feeling extremely worried. But his glowing purple eyes, full of malice, told a different story. He muttered softly that he would try his best for the plan this time. 14 hours had passed since the group entered the Malaysia dungeon. The current destination was room 141, known as the Hanging Garden. A strange footstep had just landed on the lush green grass of the garden. BOM knelt down, panting. It seemed she was exhausted after the long distance. Old woman Riwa stood nearby, asking after her with concern. BOM forced a smile, saying they should have taken a break, but for the greater good, she didn't want to ruin the plan just to be comfortable herself. The scenery here was stunningly beautiful, completely different from the gloomy atmosphere of the previous rooms. She had heard this was the private garden of the master of the Malaysia dungeon. Riwa looked around and clicked her tongue, saying that looking at it this way, it didn't seem like a scary dungeon at all. Bomb was silent, her eyes filled with contemplation as she looked at the old lady's back. Memories returned to the tactical meeting. Jite outlined a simple plan. He would handle Aizel Halifa, Wayan, and Malaysia himself. The group just needed to buy him time. Jite declared he would prioritize eliminating Wayan, the core figure this time, while BM would be in charge of dealing with Noah. He told Riwa to cooperate with his assistant to deal with Aizel Halifa, and BOM listened with a stern expression. Hearing that, Minamoto was puzzled. Did that mean she had to go clean up Malaysia? She blew a fuse when Jite told her to go deal with the small fry monsters, feeling like she was being treated like an errand girl. Jite responded coldly, she could do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't let the minions die off. Both exchanged bickering with difficult-to-describe expressions. Returning to the present, BOM was still wondering about her older teammate. Riwa's face, with a horrifying scar, was clearly visible under the sunlight, carrying an indescribable melancholy. BOM gathered her courage and softly called out, "Ma'am." The old lady turned her head and hummed a response. BOM hesitated, asking if there had ever been anything between her and Aizel Halifa. Riwa laughed bitterly, wondering if her expression was really that obvious. She apologized if the question made Bomb uncomfortable, then suddenly asked her age. Hearing BOM say she had just turned 20, Riwa sighed and complimented it as a truly beautiful age. She recounted that in her youth, she had also been a very beautiful young girl just like BOM, and BOM smiled, replying that she was still very beautiful now. The old lady chuckled, saying she was just joking and wasn't as pretty as BOM. If that were true, she would have been a celebrity instead of a superhero. But the truth was, back then, she was also the type that was highly sought after. She reminisced about her youth with long, silver-gray hair. The young men in the region would hover around her house all day just to see her face for a second while she was busy knitting, ignoring the passionate flirtations behind the gate. She didn't know why she had been so arrogant back then, refusing to show herself to anyone. She admitted she was quite haughty. Then, all those impulsive fools lost heart and left. Even the most dashing young men gave up before her coldness. Finally, only one persistent teenager remained. He was a short guy, clumsy in speech, and not particularly good-looking either. He waved at her with a goofy smile. Yet she never expected she would marry him, and BOM listened with her mouth agape in amazement. The day he proposed was even funnier. Instead of a ring, he gave her a pair of earrings because he said her ears were beautiful. What a fool. Riwa touched the scar on her face, and the sweet memory vanished. BOM could only stand still, watching her every gesture. She asked BOM if she found the scar hideous. It was a direct question that made the atmosphere suddenly grow heavy, a wrinkled scar covering half her face, a testament to the tragedy of the past. She growled, that bitch Isel Halifa had killed her husband and set fire to their home. The image of her husband lying motionless in a sea of fire returned, and that cruel woman had simply turned and walked away, leaving him to die in pain. She had tried to reach out in desperation but couldn't save him. That woman left without even bothering to kill her, leaving behind persistent pain. That day, she had lost half of her soul. The hatred burned as fiercely as the fire of that year. With today's technology, she could completely remove this scar, but she chose to keep it, fearing that if it disappeared, the memory of her late husband would fade away too. Riwa recounted that after the war, she searched everywhere for Isel Halifa but found no trace. She fell into deep thought, and BOM, standing nearby, also looked surprised by the story. Riwa stared directly at the enemy, declaring that this day had finally come, and a giant entity appeared behind the red-haired woman. Isel Halifa sneered, uttering disparaging remarks about the old woman's hideous face. Today, finally. She smiled defiantly, her golden eyes cold and sharp. Riwa asserted that this was the time she would take back what belonged to her, her eyes flashing with green light full of hatred. Shift scene to room 98. 15 hours had passed since the group entered the Malaysia dungeon. Trainees were cleaning up monsters under a bright green canal. These guys are well trained, probably from the Blue Dragon dormitory, one person commented while looking at their work efficiency. But it seemed the atmosphere among the trainees was extremely tense, lacking naturalness. Their expressions were stiff, and their soulless eyes didn't look normal at all. One trainee held a bloodstained knife with a terrifying, vacant stare, radiating a spine-chilling feeling. In the command tent, shouting echoed, "How many times do I have to say this?" The commander roared in anger, arguing that the current pace of the march was too fast and dangerous. They had cleared 9 rooms in just 15 hours continuously. This speed exceeded the original plan by 4 rooms, making everything spiral out of control. The silver-haired Wyan sat there nonchalantly, saying it was the result of good trainees and an excellent command system. The commander was so angry he could see stars, yelling not to use physical strength as an excuse for this recklessness. He worried that if they just kept charging forward like this, other teams would be left behind and easily wiped out. Wyan closed his eyes and smiled faintly, telling him not to be so sensitive or he would ruin the entire planned operation. The commander slammed the table, yelling at Wyan not to try to dodge the main topic anymore. The trainees' lives are hanging by a thread. Do I not have the right to object? He growled. He firmly asserted that the trainees were not chess pieces to be sacrificed meaninglessly. Wyan looked at him with cold eyes and sneered, "But to me, they are chess pieces." Suddenly, a trainee rushed in to report an emergency. The dungeon was shaking violently because of a large crack. The commander immediately ordered everyone to retreat toward the dungeon entrance right away. "I told you so," Wyan coldly cut him off. He pulled out a gun, repeating his request that the commander shouldn't be so sensitive. A gunshot rang out sharply. The commander fell in astonishment, blood splattering onto the shooter's face. Those around were horrified to witness the bloody scene that happened in a flash. The purple-haired trainee suddenly killed his teammate on the spot, and shouts of "There's a traitor" rang out in vain. One trainee froze, unable to believe the horrific scene unfolding before their eyes. Screams echoed throughout the corridor. The brutal massacre began. Blood flowed across the floor. Trainees fell one by one at the hands of the traitors. The short-haired girl stared in shock at the bodies of her teammates, her face covered in fresh blood. Wyan swore angrily at the weak resistance, and the purple-haired traitor laughed madly, immersed in the feeling of crazy slaughter. A green light from the muzzle of the gun tore through space, ending another life. "See, why do you have to resist so that I have to see this ugly scene?" Wyan walked leisurely over the corpses. "If you had just been obedient, you could at least have left a will." He looked down coldly at the victim beneath his feet. Wyan fired continuously, his red eyes revealing his demonic nature. "You think I don't know how to kill? You think I don't know how to swear?" he roared savagely amidst the ruins. Wyan shouted bitterly, claiming he had tried to smile and talk nicely but these people didn't know their place. He roared madly, calling humans lowly creatures with his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Wyan fired his gun crazily, blood splattering through the air with every cruel shot. An alert sound rang out amidst the deadly atmosphere, signaling a change. Wyan's face, distorted by crazy laughter, appeared clearly on the screen that was recording live. "Why are you acting like that? The question rang out mockingly amidst the massacre scene. Jite stepped forward leisurely, reminding Wyan that he was standing right in front of the lens he loved so much. Jite looked straight at Wyan with cold eyes, then advised him to smile nicely for the camera.